like at the end of the day. Mayor, did you want to go ahead and start the meeting? It's 5:30.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm waiting for the meeting is recorded. Yes. Good evening, Santa Monica, and welcome to the 2021 meeting in chambers. We are. And for members of the public, let me give you the comment line. It's 310-312-8173. We're looking forward to seeing everyone here again.
Of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And City Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Yes. Councilmember Para.
Oh, wait.
Here.
Okay, so push your mic on. There you go.
I
Everybody
just
on?
turned them all on.
Oh, good. Thank you.
Here.
Councilmember Davis.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan.
Here.
Councilmember Brock.
Here.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Here.
And Mayor Himmelrich.
Here. Now, before we call the closed session, I want to do some agenda management so that the public has some notice. And I wonder if the council would like to continue the annual appointments until
You have
the July 13th meeting, but
the
actually
room and can
Sorry, that's,
could wait until we have
I'm sorry,
7 council members. But in any case, let's start by, I'm going to move to continue the annual appointments until July 13th.
I'll second.
So moved by Himmelrich, seconded by Brock. And
Can I ask a question? Does that include not just the annual appointments, but the special appointments that are on the agenda?
I think we're continuing all appointments. I
Okay.
don't know which ones are the special appointments.
yeah, there were some vacancies.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, we're waiting on all appointments.
So just so we're clear, that would be items 13A
Through 8.
through 13H.
Yes, that's right, 13A through 13H. Yes, and so, yes, the mover understands that, the seconder
I agree.
agrees. Now, may we have a roll call? Oh, Councilmember
actually,
De La Torre.
Yes, a question. There's been some debate going on in at least one commission regarding diversity. And I was wondering if it would be a burden if we would extend the application process till this Friday to see if there's anybody else interested.
For all.
For all the,
Wherever, yeah, it's open.
generally, we continue. I mean, it doesn't close. My experience has been that as long as it's open, we continue to accept applications, and they're good until we vote.
Okay.
So it's just, you have to submit an application. It's not like we appoint you without it.
Yes.
Yeah, Councilmember Brock?
I'd like to encourage the public, especially our diverse members of our residents, to please apply to be on a commission, to be on a board. If applications are still open, think about volunteering and helping your fellow residents. Thank you.
So just for clarification, the application process will now be open until the Tuesday before we publish for the 13th.
Okay,
the
so
7th of
so
July.
if you apply by the Tuesday before the 13th, which if my math is correct is July 6th,
Yes.
then your application will be good. And why don't we take it from the 13th on? But you need to apply by July 6th, but the application period remains open. And I think everybody on this dais has been on a board or commission. It really is a way to learn how we do what we do, and please apply. It really is generally a once-a-month commitment, other than one commission that I can think of. And you will get to know your community better if you apply for this and you serve with other members of your community. So I encourage everybody to apply. And on that, may we have a roll call vote?
Actually, Mary, you don't need a roll call vote. You can do a voice vote on this.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
So what's the motion?
Wait, Denise, since it's only being viewed virtually, shouldn't we still do the roll call vote just to be safe?
Well, actually, it's not virtual. It's also being done on City TV and on YouTube. So it's being, but we can do a roll call vote if you say so. Okay.
My suggestion would be that to avoid issues, we do a roll call vote since the public is not here in chambers.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Councilmember De La Torre,
Yes.
Councilmember Brock,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowen,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember Para,
Yes.
and Mayor Himmelrich.
Yes, that passes unanimously. Just testing. And now let's have, Madam Clerk, can you please call our first item?
So next we have two closed session items. One is an anticipated litigation. It's Edward McLean versus the City of Santa Monica. And then the second one is an existing litigation is Guven Uzun versus the City of Santa Monica. And we have one caller.
Oh, thank you. Yes, so let's have our caller, and then we'll get an estimate from our city attorney.
Esther, we're ready for our caller.
Here.
Okay, it says they're trying to get them back.
I'm sorry, I don't see a caller there.
Okay, it says that they're trying to get them back.
Oh, you have to go the other direction, maybe.
Okay, I'm sorry, Mayor, that was for a different item.
All right, so,
So my estimate is that we will complete it within the hour and should be back and ready to go by 6:30.
so we will see everyone at 6:30, we hope, and thank you for joining us. I'm so used to pushing a button to get in.
Yeah, yeah, that's what, and then you heard it when it was.
Yeah, but, okay.
Sure. I don't see a problem with it. Yes, that's what I'm referring to.
I think what you said before, do it until it
See how it goes, yeah.
I know, I said she's got the power, so if we all start yelling, she just turn all our lights
Yeah.
It's true. But the mere fact that you have to turn it on.
You have successfully connected as a...
So tell me when, Denise. Are we on? Good. Well, yeah. Welcome back to the June 22nd, 2021 meeting of the Santa Monica City Council. We just came out of closed session, and let me turn to our city attorney and ask if we have anything to report.
On item 1A, yes, on item 1A, the plaintiff, employed as a city custodian 1 between 2017 and 2020, alleges that he was discriminated and retaliated against and harassed by other city employees as a result of his race. The city does not admit these allegations, but to avoid the expense and burden of further litigation, we recommend settlement in the amount of $40,000.
Move settlement.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Moved by Davis, seconded by De La Torre. May we have a roll call vote, please? De La Torre is the second.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to call the roll, but I'm going to ask you to vote. Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes.
Did you push your button too?
I did.
Councilmember Brock.
Yes.
Representative McCollum.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Carr.
Yes.
And Mayor Hemmerich.
Yes, and that passes 6-0.
And on item 1B, that matter was heard with no reportable action taken.
And now we move to what for some people may be the highlight of the evening, but for me is a terrible time. And that is that we are celebrating our departing city manager, Lane Dilg. And Lane, we are going to read the proclamation, each of us, to you. And then I'm going to ask each council member to say something. But before we do that,
Amen.
here we go. So let me start with the proclamation, and then I will deliver it to you. And then there are a few things that I would like to say, but let me start. Whereas Lane Dilg began her career with the city of Santa Monica in the summer of 2017 as city attorney. During her tenure, the CAO successfully defended the city's home sharing ordinance before the Ninth Circuit, protecting long-term residents in limited affordable housing, strengthened and expanded its enforcement of tenant protections, successfully defended the hotel worker protection ordinance, and put in place the shared mobility pilot program ordinance, implemented new criminal diversion programs to support the city's efforts to address homelessness, joined other cities in supporting litigation to defend many important programs, including the Deferred Action for Childhood Arrivals DACA program, and
whereas Lane was appointed interim city manager in April 2020 amid the COVID-19 public health emergency, serving as the director of emergency services. The city team, community, and council are profoundly grateful for Lane's steady and principled leadership during the extraordinarily hard times, and
Whereas Lane set a course toward the city's bright future by prioritizing a strong, inclusive economic recovery, empowering staff to reimagine the use of our glorious outdoor public and private spaces for dining, fitness, and retail, supporting our most vulnerable community members to stay housed and fed through the pandemic, developing and enhancing relations with key city business partners, and fiercely advocating for federal and state resources, mitigating economic impacts, and
whereas Lane has a deep love for Santa Monica, as she regularly expresses awe at its undeniable natural beauty, enjoyed on her bike rides, resulting in sandy feet on the North Beach Trail. I didn't write all that, but anyways. And savoring delectable treats that abound around town. Her passion and enthusiasm for cultivating and caring for Santa Monica's internationally renowned public spaces is infectious. And
whereas Lane models exemplary leadership grounded in compassion, grace, and humility, serving as an inspiration to aspiring leaders among city staff, with particular attention to raising all voices. Her legacy encompasses creating lasting space for equity and inclusion in the organization, as well as the community that will benefit generations to come. Her career is the lodestar for uncompromised public service, where she embraces respect, unity, and family at the core, and
whereas Lane has an indefatigable commitment to serving the community and leading those that tend to its well-being. No matter the issue, scale of concern, time of day or day of week, she is focused on solutions. Her deep concern and respect for those she serves and leads is demonstrable in her mindful and kind approach to her work. Fueled by an occasional donut, she is seemingly omnipresent, cultivating a thriving community. And
whereas Lane is universally respected, admired, and trusted. At every stage of her education and career, Lane focused on the questions of how communities best live and thrive together. In Santa Monica, she has fostered that spirit in the organization and in the community. She is a strong, compassionate executive who happens to be a woman. She holds her family as the highest priority, setting a tone for caring leadership. May she have many unfettered days of family ahead. Now, therefore, I, Sue Himmelrich, Mayor of the City of Santa Monica, on behalf of the members of the City Council, do hereby take great pleasure in commending Lane Dilg for years of enduring commitment to the City of Santa Monica and extend our very best wishes for a happy and rewarding future in service, cultivating thriving communities wherever she may be. So, Constance, do you need our picture in the front, or is this good?
It would be better to get it together.
Okay, good. So, guys, let's move down below. Yes, picture time. Watch that go into this. Yeah, really. Watch the
So if we can get the mayor and Lane in the middle with the conversation.
And you aren't going to take our shoes, right?
No, I will not.
I thought I was safe.
I forgot to say how tall she was.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 3. And if you wouldn't mind for social media.
Okay.
Yeah. I can see your face. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Can you give it a little more? Sorry with the sign now. 1, 2. Great, thank you. Thank you.
I'm going to put it here. I think it'll be safer away from me. Thank you all very much. So Lane really was the first recruitment that I ever worked on. The first ad hoc I worked on when we hired Lane as city attorney, we did it differently. I was really proud of that. Then, of course, we got to the pandemic and suddenly Lane was our city manager. And since she's told us she was leaving, I've been going through all of the stages of grieving. And I really thought I had gotten to acceptance until today. And I kept saying to myself, well, there's one thing I can thank Donald Trump for, and that's for bringing Lane to us, right? Because I knew she never would have been here, or George, right, frankly, were it not for his election. And I think we've been so lucky to have both of them. And then with Lane and me, I mean, you understand that I am sort of rogue and Lane is not. And when Lane would say to me with that voice, right, with the rise, she'd go, Sue, and may we talk for a few minutes? And we would, and we resolved pretty much everything. I mean, I think there was one issue that I said no, but basically, Lane is the irresistible object, and to the extent that I'm the immovable force, even Lane could move me. So I'm smiling now a little bit, but look, I'm praying on the inside that she's still going to tell me she's changed her mind and will stay here. I know that's not happening, but I just am so sad to see you go, Lane. I will miss you so much. And and now I'm getting teary, but I'm going to quote from Winnie the Pooh. How lucky I am to have something that means saying goodbye, makes saying goodbye so hard. And it's true. I will miss you terribly. And I welcome any other council members who want. Yes, Councilmember Davis.
Well, Lane, like Sue, I am totally verklempt at this moment. And of course, wish you and your wonderful family the best in Washington, D.C., even in August when it's hot and swampy and your clothes are sticking to you, but still wishing you the best. I want to thank you for three things. And the first thing is coming in as a new city attorney in a new environment after we'd had a city attorney for 22 years. That is not easy to do because obviously things get calcified over time, not necessarily even in a bad way, but you really stepped in with tremendous grace and presence and immediately put the department at ease that you had nothing but their best interest in your mind. And that department, the city attorney's department, flourished under you. And I was just so proud to see that happen. And then, of course, in the midst of some of the darkest days that the pandemic was upon us, you stepped up and took the interim city manager position, which, if nothing else, shows you are either the bravest or the dumbest human being on earth. I vote for bravest because you knew your sense of civic duty overcame whatever qualms you had. And I think that that is a rare, rare quality. And the third thing I really want to thank you for is that this has never been about you. That no matter how you dealt with the members of the city council, no matter how you dealt with the community at large, how you dealt with the city staff in some of the darkest days that we've all faced, including unprecedented layoffs, illness, death, that it was never about you. Your number one concern was always the rest of us. And I only aspire to be that generous and that gracious in such difficult circumstances. So, like Sue, I'm tearing up a bit at the thought of losing you. But I keep telling myself we may be losing an interim city manager, but we're losing someone who give us all the good dirt that's going on in Washington, D.C. So again, wishing you and your beautiful family the best. We will miss you desperately. And of course, you know, we will welcome you back with great fanfare anytime you want to come back and visit. So thank you for everything. It's been wonderful.
Kristen.
So you guys have said everything so well, but just in the last, almost a year, since I've had the opportunity to work with you in this capacity, what I've always been so impressed by is the steady calm and how you can be very direct and informative, but you also take great care for all of us and our roles and the city, and you're incredibly thoughtful. I've so enjoyed getting to know you personally, and we're peers, we're the same, we're all those things, but I look up to you so much. I'm so impressed by you, your parenting. I'm inspired by and still strive to be able to create the balance in my life that you have done so well in yours. I'm so excited for this new adventure, but I'm really going to genuinely miss you and miss your voice here. And I think from what I've gathered with staff too, and in those conversations, you're irreplaceable. So thank you for your service and your love for our city.
So we have Dr. Drotti here, who has brought you a commendation from the schools, but I'm pretty sure that he has some things to say. Yes? Thank you, Dr. Drotti.
Thank you. Is this on? Ready? Well,
if it's green, it's on. We've all
awesome.
learned that.
You guys are way more advanced than we are. But, well, thank you, Mayor Sue Hemorrhage, Mayor Pro Tem Kristen McCollum, and the rest of the city council members. I'm here as superintendent of Santa Monica Malibu on behalf of the staff and the school board and the school community to give Lane our gratitude for the service that you have had in this community since 2017. And I knew you back then as a city council, but I really got to know you more when you took over the helm as a city manager. And wow, everything that everybody said is accurate. And the grace by which you handled the stress and the situation that you took over, I mean, it was impressive. I mean, not too many people. I think Ms. Hillman is right. That it was that Gleam who mentioned that you either, I believe with Davis, that you are the brave person. Not too many people would have taken that challenge. I mean, you took over when the city was going through huge hurdles with the budget, the pandemic, and everything that was going around you, and then you handled it gracefully, and then beyond that. So I think everybody in the city owes you great gratitude. Particularly in the education place, you have always been a friend of the district. My personal conversation with you was very clear in our talks, and I appreciate your honesty, your honor, your respect for all the students, and your love for our students, and we will definitely miss you. Thank you.
Dr. Drotti, I'm guessing Constance wants to get a picture of it. Without me, you guys next to I would see that. She's at least the right side. Yeah. And I believe. And we have a call from Dominic Bay. So let's have it.
Esther, can you transfer the call in?
Hey, how's it? Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. Hey, Honorable Council and Lane, I just wanted to call in on behalf of the firefighters to thank Lane and wish her a farewell. I told Lane when we sat down last that in a position where everyone thinks they can do it a certain way or do it better, Lane can rest assured knowing that I'm not sure anyone else will ever be put into the situation she was put in, and we're still around as a city. We're still thriving and moving forward. So on behalf of the firefighters, I just wanted to thank Lane for all of her time, especially the time taking phone calls like mine, which, I know can be stressful. So thank you, Lane, and best of luck in the future. And we know Lane's going to be super successful at whatever her next venture is. Thank you, guys. Have a good night.
Thanks, Dom. So, Lane, I'm guessing you might have something to say?
Am I allowed to?
You may,
to
please.
jump in? So I'm remembering what some of you may remember, which was my first night in this chambers, where I went to that microphone and my voice shook so much, even I was surprised by it. And Mayor Winterer was so kind and said, she's still getting used to the microphone, which was an understatement. It really is incredible to be here tonight. I've been laughing. I'm like a parody of myself. People always say I have a poker face during council meetings, and even I am waiting for the moment where I break into tears. But I think that there is just so much emotion around everyone in this room and around what this year has been and around how much I love this place, that I am indeed leaving for a swamp. That it is hard to bring it all together in these moments. I think of a moment where I was driving my son somewhere and he referred to Santa Monica as his village. And I loved it so much because it just reflected so deeply his love for the place, and also reflected to me his vantage point and what he knew and what he didn't know, because it is his village, and he knows the trees and he knows the streets and he knows where the swings are and he rides his bike, and we do all of that together. And during the pandemic, he's hardly left. But it also is his village in that it is the child care providers, the doctors, the members of the community, the people who build the roads, who expanded the beach bike path, which still is my favorite capital project. Sergio's heard me say it every time. It really is. This is the community that built his entire life. And that, as a mother, you love nothing more than the things that bring your child joy and health and happiness. And to me and our family, we will never feel like we have given as much as the richness of our life has provided to us. We, in the pandemic and otherwise, just are so grateful for everything that public service does. You all know I am a real believer in public service. I believe our lives depend on good governance, and it's something that my husband and I share as a very deep value. So in all of that, I mostly just want to thank all of you. I am sincere when I say to the city staff that there is not a day I could have done this without you. I leaned on all of you in so many different ways, and I'm so grateful for the unbelievable dedication that you put in every day. It really was just a tremendous example of what public service is, what it takes to be a community, what it takes to create a community. And I'm so grateful to the City Council for giving me the opportunity to serve in my hometown. It's an extraordinary, extraordinary thing. So with all of that, I just want to express my tremendous gratitude to all of you. I do look forward. I'm also sincere when I say that I think the future is very, very bright. Some of you have now seen the photo of my son walking with his best friend into Annenberg at the age of 3. That is the image in my mind when I say that phrase, that this city is walking into its bright future. And I cannot wait to come back and enjoy it with all of you. So I just couldn't be more grateful, and I'm sincere when I say that it has been a privilege, and I'm really grateful to all of you. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Lane, and I'm going to cry if we talk anymore. So. But, oh, Chris.
We didn't get a chance to speak.
No, I understand. Okay, so.
Lane, thank you very much, for your service. And when you say, I've heard you said it many times in terms of how you believe so much in effective public service, and good governance, and you really embody that. It's not just words that coming out of your mouth. It's something that you really believe in. And it's a short time, in terms of how long we've been working together. But I just want to say that I really appreciate that you always treated me with fairness, and always, trying to find a way to create an inclusive governance team, which I really respect. And I respect that you did that. So thank you very much.
So I'm going to try not to cry because I am a crybaby, but I just wanted to, although I've, had the last 6 months to have a relationship with you, I really appreciate how open and supportive you've been with me since the very first day. This is not an easy job. And I really appreciated every opportunity that you've given me to learn more about this great city that we both love and that we're here to be a part of, and to move things forward in the midst of, a pandemic. And I appreciate you more than that you will ever know. And I just want you to know that I wish you and your family all the very best in Washington, D.C. And when you come, I already told you, I owe you a margarita.
Thanks, Christine. And at the risk of jumping back in, I did realize part of the reason I had notes in front of me was to remember to thank my husband, who has put in just as much community service as I have in supporting me every single day, particularly educating. I have talked to people who have said, oh yeah, I've met your son. He's on all the conference calls. So I am really, really grateful to my husband, also to my son, and to my parents who are watching their first Santa Monica City Council meeting this evening. So thank you all so much.
And I want to chime in just to echo everyone else by saying I wish you the best in Washington, D.C. and beyond. And I know from your extreme dedication to public service here in Santa Monica that Washington and wherever else you go will be equally as fortunate as Santa Monica was to have you. And most importantly, I thank you for not throwing me off the roof during our lunch last month. So I appreciate that. I'm still here. And I know you've wanted to throw me off the roof a couple of times, but I appreciate the fact that you're helping to educate me and get me accustomed to what is a new era of service for me as well. So I thank you for your help.
Thank you all. And Lane, I think we're all looking forward to seeing what the next chapter in your life is going to be. So it's very exciting, but sad for me. So Denise, can we call the next item, please, before?
Yes, the next item is the consent calendar. All items will be considered and approved in one motion unless removed by a council member for discussion. And I don't believe we have any callers for this.
And does any member of the council wish to pull any item? Councilmember Brock.
No, I was just going to move that we approve. I apologize. I was premature.
No problem. May I hear a second? Second. Moved by Brock, seconded by McCowan. And may we have a roll call vote on the consent calendar, please?
And again, you're going to have to vote and tell me what your vote is. Councilmember Delatorre.
Yes.
Councilmember Brock.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Parra.
Yes.
And Mayor Himmelrich.
Yeah, yes, and that passes unanimously. Good mind. Great. So now,
the next item we have is item 8A, and it is an agreement, contract service agreement as interim city manager, and we have no callers for this item.
May we have a staff report, please?
Yes, if you'll give me 1 second to just pull
Take your
something out.
time.
Is you, George? No, that's the, hold on a second.
I'm just looking for 8A. Here it is, I found it.
There we go.
Well, no, I've been there.
My apologies. All right. So staff is recommending that council approve the agreement with Bijan K. John Jalili for his services as interim city manager and authorize the mayor to sign the agreement on behalf of the city. Under the terms of the agreement that have been reached with Mr. Jalili for his employment as the interim city manager on a temporary basis, his hourly rate will be $133.81, which equates to an annual salary of $278,332. As a retired annuitant in the CalPERS program, as required by California law, he will receive no additional benefits. That's a summary of the agreement, and that's our recommendation that council approve that agreement and authorize the mayor to sign it.
So moved. Oh, sorry.
Any questions? That's okay. Moved and seconded. Now let's. Motion by Davis, seconded by McCowan. Do we have any questions? Yes, Councilmember De La Torre, right.
What would be the 6 months, correct?
As 5, I think that 5 is, it's as long as CalPERS will let
I
it.
believe it's 960 hours,
Okay.
although there is the potential that if we need to, we could potentially seek a waiver, but we should operate on the assumption that he'll be limited to 960 hours, since beyond that, it's outside our control.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Any other questions? Any other discussion? Let's have a roll call, please.
Councilmember Para,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan,
Yes.
Councilmember Brock,
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre,
Yes.
and Mayor Himmelrich.
Yes, and that passes unanimously. And we're ready to move on to 9A, I believe.
Okay, so this is the special joint meeting of the City Council, the Housing Authority, and the Parking Authority. And I have to announce, as the Housing Authority, the council receives $50 for this meeting, and as Parking Authority, you receive $50. And I'm now going to call the roll for the Housing and Parking Authority. Authority Member Para.
Here.
Authority Member Davis.
Here.
Authority Member Brock.
Here.
Authority Member De La Torre.
Here.
Chair Pro Tem McCowan.
Here.
And Chair Himmelrich.
Here.
And then the first item is approval of minutes for the Parking and Housing Authority.
May I have a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved.
Moved by McCowan,
Second.
seconded by Davis. May we have a roll call vote?
Authority Member Para.
Yes.
Authority Member Davis.
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem McCowan.
Yes.
Authority Member Brock.
Yes.
Authority Member De La Torre.
Yes.
And Chair Himmelrich.
Yes.
Denise,
Yes.
there's a person that is going to speak on that item.
On the 9A or 9B?
Or 9A. Are we 9A?
Oh, I think it's actually on 9A2, I'm guessing. So why don't we have the speaker come in?
Okay, Esther, we'll clear this vote. Go ahead, Esther. Transfer in the.
Olga, you're in the meeting. Your time starts now.
Good evening. This is Olga Zarovska. I'm calling about the minutes of the Housing Authority from April 27th. And I'm calling to request 2 modifications to the draft minutes regarding 3F adoption of fiscal year 2021-2022. My first request is as follows. The draft minutes fail to mention that one of the questions asked of staff was whether the Housing Authority board members should receive any type of training as Housing Authority board members, or whether they were modified rubber stamps. This question was asked by Councilmember Brock. Please add it to the minutes. My second request is please consider replacing the vague phrasing in the draft minutes. And I'm going to quote, it says, and clarification of why the plan was submitted to HUD the way it was, and is that how it's normally done, with the specific sentence, for example, and clarification why the plan was submitted to HUD prior to the end of the RAB comment period and prior to the approval of the plan by the Housing Authority Board, or words to this effect. I believe that the proposed vague language is designed to hide from the public, from the written public record of the meeting, the fact that the Housing Authority fails to follow the democratic process required while drafting and submitting the plan to HUD. In fact, the 4/27/21 meeting staff, at the meeting, staff member James Kemper referred to this departure from the democratic process as a gray area, which I find to be an understatement. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zaroska. Do we have any discussion? Councilmember Brock.
So I guess my question would be, is there a change that should be in the minutes that in terms of not discussion about the entire matter, but she mentioned that the minutes were overly vague in connection to something I had said.
So Councilmember Brock, let me respond to that. When I take the minutes say questions include but limited to, so I don't get every question in the minutes and I don't get every discussion. I try and generalize as best I can. So I typically don't get that specific in the minutes.
And we do have a record of every meeting because this is a meeting of us, right? So your question and all of our discussion is in the recorded contents of our meeting. Oh, sorry.
No, I was just going to note that the recording is the permanent record, and the recording would trump the minutes. The minutes are just a summary.
Okay. So, and I'm sure that the member of the public is listening right now, so she would know that the recorded minutes are the official record.
Yes.
Okay.
So may I have a motion to approve the Housing Authority minutes of April 27th, 2021? Moved by De La Torre.
It's locked us out. So.
Oh, I did? I didn't.
Well, no, you didn't. It's locked us out because it already thinks the motion's been made.
Oh, because there are two motions. Sorry. May I have a second? With that.
I'll
Second, okay. Moved by De La Torre, seconded by Brock. May we have a roll call vote, please?
Can I just clarify what's the motion since?
The motion is to approve the Housing Authority minutes of the April 27th, 2021 meeting.
And the prior motion was the approval of the Parking Authority minutes, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, I just want to make that clear for anyone who's listening.
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre,
Yes.
Councilmember Brock,
Yes.
I'm sorry. Did I say authority? I'm sorry. Authority Member De La Torre.
Yes.
And then Authority Member Brock.
Yes.
Okay. Chair Pro Tem McCowan.
Yes.
Authority Member Davis.
Yes.
Authority Member Para.
Yes.
And Chair Himmelrich.
Yes, and that passes unanimously. And now we're on to the main show, and that would be 9B. So
9B is adoption of the first year and approval of the second year of the fiscal year 2021 through 23 biannual budget, adoption of the second year of fiscal year 2021 through 2022 biannual capital improvement program budget. And we currently have 5 callers on hold.
So, Council, this really will be the last time you hear from me, and you're probably glad of that. I will start this evening by repeating a fairly familiar story, but very quickly, with regard to the journey that we have been on. So, as you all know, faced with $226 million in COVID-related revenue losses and only $29 million in federal aid, in the spring of 2020, we restructured the government to reduce the city budget, align for COVID response, and try to foresee what was then a very uncertain future. From that point on, we've been working to stabilize within those resources. Today, that we can see our recovery, not just on the horizon, but on the streets of Santa Monica. We are, as one council member put it, a Santa Monica on the rise. Our neighborhoods, parks, and beaches are again resounding with joy. Our public rights-of-way are filled with people enjoying our world-class outdoor dining, and our budget, while still limited, already reflects that Santa Monica is on the rise. As your Chief Financial Officer will explain, the proposed biennial budget before you tonight contains all of the enhancements we presented in May before your study session. So that's continuation of the multidisciplinary homeless engagement street teams, 2 new community services department positions to engage with regional partners to address homelessness, a 2-year community response program pilot focused on homelessness response and service provision in the fire department, upgrades to our permitting and leasing systems, funds to support small businesses and formation of a possible bid on the Santa Monica Pier, additional code enforcement officers at the pier and ambassadors in Reed Park, weekly street sweeping beginning in September, a park planner, emergency economic assistance for vulnerable Santa Monicans, increased library services, grants for arts and culture, funds to support a school district youth sports program, language justice and racial equity funds, and more. The proposed budget coming back to you tonight also reflects additional enhancements that are based on your study session feedback and comments. So those include a trades intern program through the Big Blue Bus, RRR, and water and wastewater funds, expanded youth programming at the library, additional crossing guards, increased swim center access, replacement of a Reed Park ambassador with a safety ambassador, and support for the seasonal ice at Santa Monica skating rink. The police department is also prepared to answer questions tonight regarding PSO vacancies and deployment. Council, throughout this process, we have been acutely aware that our strong economic recovery, particularly in our downtown, is essential to providing the foundation for the services that our Santa Monica residents love. And in that respect, we're very pleased to see key indicators trending in the right direction. Outdoor dining is thriving in all of our commercial corridors. Downtown pedestrian counts are exceeding 2019 levels, and our hotels reached 91% occupancy on Memorial Day weekend, a similarly record-breaking number. Crime rates also continue to reflect a safe Santa Monica. Part 1 crimes decreased by 16% in 2019, and decreased another 5.5% in 2020. For 2021, crime rates remain below 2018 and 2019 numbers for the same time this year, and rates are also on pace with 2020 when the aberration of the 2020 spring shutdown is taken into account. Our first homicide last night was utterly awful, but indeed our first of the year. We also do know that pent-up demand is changing activity in our downtown and beach area, and our pedestrian counts and unprecedented parking lot use reflect just how busy of a Santa Monica summer we will see. To that end, I do want to raise one potential additional enhancement this evening, should you wish to consider it, which would be that based on the work that finance has been doing, we do believe that up to $1 million in American Rescue Plan funds that would have otherwise been used to support ongoing services in 2023-2024 could be advanced to be used for a one-time enhancement to support clean and safe services in the Pier, Beach, and Esplanade areas in this exceptionally busy summer. That would be based on a Twilight Concert Series model, which would allow you to use the funds as one-time funds supporting summer weekends through Labor Day to address some of the concerns that we have had regarding police department COVID-related hiring delays and absences. If council's interested in that option, we're happy to discuss it during council questions. With that, though, I do want to say, hopefully as my parting comment, that I do genuinely believe this is a city on the rise. We have been through the hardest of times, but the recovery measures we have taken are showing all indicators in the right direction. There are a lot of happy people out there. The revenue is not in hand yet, but we can see that so much is working, so much is thriving out there. And what that will do is it provides the foundation now for you to continue to lift. So with that, I want to take the opportunity to express one last time my incredible thanks to the finance department team for their impeccable professional services throughout this very challenging time. And I will turn it over to your Chief Financial Officer.
Good evening,
There's a
Mayor.
reflection. It's there. I can't even see.
Yeah.
It's like she's in a box. Can you see her? Oh, yeah. Can we lower the shades a little, do you think? Thank you. Because it would be so nice to see Gigi. Which one is it? Oh, there we go. Yeah, good. That's it.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you, and good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight, we're presenting the proposed two-year budget for the city and asking you to adopt the first year or fiscal year 2021-22 budget and approve the budget plan for the second year. We do this with our deepest appreciation to Lane Dilg for the fact that she was able to steer the ship since March of last year or April of last year, and we are indebted to her for the budget that we were able to bring forward tonight. Without her leadership, it would have been a very different story. So thank you, Lane. So this budget reflects our emergence from the COVID-related closures and the beginning of our economic recovery. The budget also is staff's best effort to address council and community feedback leading up to and including the budget study sessions this past May. And Denise, am I just doing the old-fashioned way? There we go. Okay. The budget we bring before you for adoption tonight is balanced. This ends a period of 2 years where we were required to use reserves to provide essential services because pandemic restrictions lowered our general fund revenues by 25%. While our revenues are tracking along the lines of the projections we made in May of 2020, the difficult spending cuts that we made as part of last year's budget put us in a position where we could withstand the challenge. So now we're able to leverage Federal Rescue Plan stimulus funds and carefully program the funds from our recovering revenues to expand services where they are most critically needed, to bring back in-person services and strengthen programs and services in areas that have been identified as priorities. The process of recovery will be gradual as the tourism industry, a strong part of our local economy, will take a few more years to reach pre-pandemic levels. At the same time, consumer behavior is resetting. How and where we work, travel, and shop is in flux. This throws added uncertainty in how our revenues will fare in the future. For this reason, our budgeting must continue to be careful and incremental. We'll need to see tangible changes in our financial situation before we can commit to more programs and services in the future. Tonight's budget sets a path for the next 2 years, but we will continue to review and assess our needs and our ability to fund those needs throughout the 2 years. We'll return to Council in late October with a report on our budget performance for the year that is about to end. This is the year when our finances took the biggest hit, and we will know more about how our revenues and expenditures fared once we close the books. Our fiscal year actually ends in 8 days on June 30th, but it does take several months to complete year-end accounting and gauge our final performance. In January, we'll have more information on how the recovery has been going over the first 6 months of the fiscal year. And if we have good news on revenues, we may be able to consider further service expansion, either in January as part of the mid-year budget or as part of the exception-based budget process that comes a few months later in May and June. While tonight should remain a strong blueprint for where we're heading, small changes can continue to happen as we have more fiscal certainty. The proposed citywide budget, including the general fund and 29 enterprise, internal service, and special revenue funds, is approximately $707 million in fiscal year 21-22. This includes the capital project budget and in particular a $78 million in bond-funded sustainable water master plan projects in the water fund. In fiscal year 22-23, the overall budget is approximately $599 million. The decrease reflects a lower level of capital projects in the second year. The general fund budget is approximately half of the first year budget amount at $351 million and increases to $376 million in the second year. A portion of this increase has to do with the receipt of $14 million in American Rescue Plan funds in the first year, which I have explained also in past reports. It shows up as a credit, as an expenditure credit in our general fund. And so it has the effect of lowering the budget in the first year. In the second year, we no longer have those tranches of money coming in, so the budget resumes. And I also want to record that for the record, I wanted to note a correction to the staff report. The table at the top of page 5 of the staff report shows the second year capital projects for the general fund kind of lumped in with non-general fund expenses. And so it understates the general fund amount. The bottom line budget numbers are correct, but the correct general fund total amount, including CIPs, is shown as it is here, or should be shown as it is here, at $375.9 million. The staffing changes that are shown in this slide are changes since the proposed budget. The increase of 10 permanent and 7.6 as-needed positions in the first year that carry through to the second year reflect program enhancements that respond to council feedback during the budget study session. I'll talk more about these enhancements later in my presentation. Staff published a proposed budget on May 10th with a small level of increased revenues over last year as the economy opens, as well as the use of American Rescue Plan funds. We're able to maintain or expand services that further the 3 community priorities that you adopted this past March. And our interim city manager noted these additions in the areas that track with the community priorities: addressing homelessness by keeping vulnerable Santa Monicans housed, addressing behavioral health, working with our regional partners, and maintaining safe and healthy open spaces. Furthering clean and safe public spaces and neighborhoods, and cultivating equitable and inclusive economic opportunity and recovery, including access to educational, employment, and economic resources and opportunities for all community members. After reviewing this budget, council and the community had a chance to provide input and discuss areas that they felt might benefit from more resources at their May budget study sessions. And not surprisingly, the areas of concern and the areas where we are proposing amendments tonight or final changes continue to be focused around the 3 priority areas. Because we already programmed all projected available funds in the coming year, any additional expenditures must either be offset by additional revenues, likely coming from the program being added, by identified savings, or by other funding sources. Amendments to enhanced programs have been made where possible and where they were supported by a majority of council members. Key changes include a change in the structure of the Reed Park Hospitality Ambassador deployment that would require one of the 3 ambassadors to have more focused mental health training with an emphasis on interactions with individuals experiencing homelessness. The small $11,000 increase in the annual contract amount would provide for the more specialized staffing and can be covered by projected year-end savings. The addition of 7 crossings to our existing 20 crossing guard deployment is another area where we have made a change to the budget. These additional crossings were identified as high priority intersections based on traffic and pedestrian patterns in studies that were conducted by our police department and our mobility team. To cover the additional intersections, as well as ensure that we have enough backup staffing and oversight to cover all 27 crossings, we're recommending the addition of 9 as-needed crossing guards, which is the equivalent of 3.12 positions, full-time positions, and a half full-time equivalent permanent lead crossing guard position. For the coming year, we've identified savings to cover this cost, and in future years, we'll build the cost into our budget to be covered using incremental revenue growth. Staff is also bringing forward a proposal to restore the swim center to its 7-day-a-week schedule. This is possible because we'll be able to recover the cost of the additional hours of operation with additional fee revenue. The pool would be open each day for youth learn to swim classes, adult water fitness classes, lap swimming, recreational swim for families, and swim permit groups. And we have identified savings in the current year budget to support an enhancement in our library youth program. In addition to the almost $400,000 added to the library in the proposed budget to restore in-person services in most of our libraries and add a library program specialist focused on youth and family services, staff is now proposing an additional staffing increase of 2 full-time equivalent permanent Library 1 positions focused on youth and family services. This costs about a little bit over $250,000 to further respond to the needs of preschool, school age, and teen students, offering a variety of new programming, additional materials, homework help and reading mentors, and recruiting and training volunteers. And thanks to the suggestions of several council members that we find a way to fund the restoration of the trades intern program using enterprise funds, we're proposing a partial restoration of this important program. The Big Blue Bus, Resource Recovery and Recycling, and Water and Wastewater funds have the capacity to take on 5 trades interns for the biennial period. These interns will receive hands-on training in occupational trades from the enterprise funds that they'll be working for, as well as soft skills training. Also, part of the program is funding for educational requirements and assistance in job hunting after graduation. The Big Blue Bus and Resource Recovery and Recycling funds will each take 2 interns, while the Water and Wastewater funds will share 1 position. And finally, staff has identified savings to share with Downtown Santa Monica, Inc., the cost of one-time repairs to the electrical transformer needed to support the resumption of DTSM's ICE event. We've also identified one-time savings to repair the fountains on the 3rd Street Promenade. Other questions and suggestions for additional resources were offered at the budget study sessions, and they cannot be funded at this time. Responses to that feedback is included in attachment M of this report. Although we do have this additional proposal that our interim city manager had put forth at the beginning of the presentation. These changes result in a total increase of over $1.1 million in the general fund expenditures and $522,000 in all other funds. The additions to the general fund would not be sustainable if we were counting on our existing revenue stream. Instead, we're able to accommodate them, as I mentioned before, because we're increasing revenues from the additional swim center hours and cost sharing with Downtown Santa Monica, and by identifying a little over $460,000 in savings in this year's budget that we had not anticipated in our previous forecasting. Then we have an adjustment that reflects the ultimate amount of American Rescue Plan funds that we'll receive. And this last $365,000 amount is simply decreasing the amount that would fall into our reserves to be used in a future year. And so that does not impact our budget, our biennial budget at all. In other funds, we have a similar adjustment for the American Rescue Plan funds. You can see two lines there. And the expenditure increases mostly reflect the addition of the $316,000 trades intern program allocation and $178,000 for two limited term equipment operators in our Resource Recovery and Recycling Fund to help move recyclable materials to a temporary transfer station in Culver City as you approved this and on June 8th. And aside from the changes that have been incorporated in the budget before you tonight, Council has approximately, at the bottom there of your slide, $160,000 in discretionary funds. These are currently unprogrammed funds, $40,721 remaining from the current year, and the fiscal year 21-22 allocation is $119,820. Allocation of these funds that are usually used to support special community projects or otherwise unfunded programs may occur tonight or at any time throughout the year. Another element of the proposed budget that staff is providing further detail on tonight is the rent abatement program. Funds have been programmed for this program using American Rescue Plan funds according to council direction on April 13th. So I'd like to turn over the presentation to our Economic Development Manager, Jennifer Taylor, who will present staff's recommended program terms. After that, Budget Manager Oscar Santiago will take you through the various actions that we're asking you to adopt tonight. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And let me interrupt for 1 minute because I want to give the call-in number one more time. And I also want to tell members of the public that we will not be hearing any appointments tonight. All of those appointments have been put over to July 13th. So anybody who's interested in appointments tonight can go to sleep knowing that we aren't going to be making them. So that will not be happening. And pardon me, Ms. Taylor, you're on.
Great. Thank you. Good evening. It's so nice to see you all in person at long last. So I just have 2 slides. I'll be brief. So I'm here tonight to present the details of the recommended rent abatement program and economic recovery funding support for adoption for the council budget. So we know the purpose of the rent abatement program is to create a program that's to help our small businesses, including our cultural arts nonprofits, our artists, our galleries, to help them survive the devastating impacts of COVID by reducing their financial rent burdens. And this applies to the city tenants. This is part of a broader program to support the city's equitable and inclusive economic recovery. As far as the rent abatement criteria go, we're recommending it's modeled after the city's rent deferment program requirements, which were established under the city's emergency orders. We're requiring that tenants, in order to qualify for the abatement, must be enrolled in the rent deferment program and provide evidence of financial hardship, in this case, a minimum of 25% of revenue decline of gross sales between 2019 and 2020. We're also requiring that they're still in operation and that were in good standing prior to COVID. Per council direction of allocating 20% of the federal ARPA funds for the economic recovery efforts, so that's $2.6 million. I think we have a good package to present to you tonight that almost gets it to a T. So based on the direction that we heard from you and we got from our tenants and our partners, including the Pier Lessees Association, working with the Bergamot tenants, the Worth Group partners, and our bid partners. We've budgeted in 9 months for nonprofit tenants and city-owned property, 6 months for pier and beach tenants, 6 months for Bergamot galleries and the Santa Monica Airport artists, 3 months for for-profit tenants and other city-owned properties. And we're also recommending a 2-month abatement for our pier and beach tenants who were not enrolled in the rent deferment program. For the most part, these tenants have actually been in fabulous standing. They've been paying full rent over this whole time period, and we feel that's only fair from an equitable standpoint that they would qualify for a 2-month rent credit for the time period for when the beach and pier were fully closed. by the state and county and city emergency orders. This package of rent abatement would provide direct assistance for up to 78 tenants. And then with the remaining funds, we've programmed in the 6 months of funding of fee waivers for the outdoor dining program per 2 weeks ago when we came to you at the Santa Monica Outdoors. And then with the amount that's left, we would like to recommend it go towards a grant funding for the Santa Monica Cultural Arts Nonprofit Organization. So these are organizations who are not city tenants, who may not benefit from landlords that are able to offer them abatements like we are with our own tenants. We've heard loud and clear from our partners at the Arts Commission, from our Cultural Affairs Department, that there's desperate need of additional funding for cultural arts nonprofits to help them to survive. This is modeled after the SAMO Small Business Recovery Grants, which we'll be launching next month, of which we're earmarking $5,000 per brick and mortar business, up to this certain amount that we have for the funding. We're still fundraising for that. So this would be proposed of approximately $5,000 in grants at minimum for our cultural arts nonprofits. So these two additional items would provide assistance for an additional 25 nonprofits throughout the city of Santa Monica and 200 small businesses. With that, I'll turn it over to Oscar, who will be presenting, and I'll be happy to answer questions at the end.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. So in addition to the budget adoption and staffing resolutions that we are asking you to adopt tonight, we are introducing an ordinance that will, Okay, so we're introducing an ordinance that will help us to streamline our risk management processes. This ordinance helps us increases approval levels for workers' compensation and liability settlements so that they more appropriately reflect other approvals thresholds throughout the city. The ordinance would increase the thresholds for council approval of liability settlements from the $15,000 to $95,000, which is an amount that matches the council's approval threshold for contracts. For workers' compensation settlements, the ordinance increases the threshold for city manager approval from $15,000 to $25,000. Again, this amount is the same amount used as the upper limit of convenience purchases for procurement. This will help us cut back on paperwork and also delays and time required for and to prepare for and present items at the closed session. Also included as attachments to the report tonight are the master fee resolution, a master fine resolution, and a parking rate resolution. The master fee resolution reflects the results of the fee study that we presented to you at the budget study session. And I want to add that in response to council interest on keeping the carousel fare lower for residents, the city is working with its partners to determine the feasibility of a resident discount program. The master fine resolution reflects some changes. Staff is proposing to increase certain fines at the library related to lost and damaged items and add a fine for overdue technology. The fire department has some changes to make sure that certain fines remain consistent with the California Fire Code and to add a new $1,000 fine for illegal fireworks. And in code enforcement, staff is proposing new $1,000 fines for violations of the new residential lease requirements. These are in line with similar fines related to short-term rental, home sharing, and tenant harassment violations. Finally, the parking rates resolution keeps all transient and monthly rates for on and off-street parking at city facilities at current levels. The resolution increases preferential parking permits rates based on the cost of services study and extends the downtown employee discounted parking validation program for 2 additional years to support the city's economic recovery efforts. Okay, so what is staff asking you tonight? So we are, the recommended actions that staff is proposing are, one is adoption. So for adoption, we are asking you to adopt a number of resolutions. You are adopting 3 resolutions that are required to adopt the fiscal year 21-22 operating and CIP budget and also to approve the fiscal year 22-23 budget plan. You are adopting the master fee, master fine, and parking rates resolutions, which I discussed in the previous slide. You are also adopting a resolution that establishes new classifications and adopts salary rates for various positions as listed in the resolution. You are adopting the GAN appropriations limit resolution, which is a state law requirement that places limits on the growth of general fund expenditure appropriations without voter approval. And I want to add that the city is well below the limit, as reflected in the staff report. You are also adopting a resolution required by state law, which lists the projects proposed to receive S1 funding, and this is part of the Roads Maintenance and Rehabilitation Program. And you also have the option to give us direction tonight or any other meeting throughout the year on how to program council discretionary funds. The next item is approvals. So for approvals, we are asking you to approve position classification changes related to the final changes, and also approve the parameters and eligibility criteria for the rent abatement program, which Jennifer Taylor discussed earlier. We are also asking you to approve and accept the renewal of federal grant funding of over $4.4 million to serve the homeless and disabled populations with housing subsidies. And finally, we are asking you to authorize staff to extend various contracts with social services, nonprofits that serve our most vulnerable populations and address community priorities. And as discussed by Jennifer Taylor previously, authorized extension to certain lease and license agreements with tenants and repayment terms for city tenants with demonstrated financial hardships. So thank you, Council. That concludes our presentation, and we're here for questions. Thank you.
Does that conclude our staff? Whoops, sorry. Thank you. Whoops, now it's on. Does that conclude our staff report?
It does.
So, Council, we have 20 speakers, or at last.
We're at 27 now.
We're at 27 speakers, and let me read the number one more time, I guess, right? So, 1 minute. The number for, thank you, Kristen. The number to call is, yes, 310-312-8173 if you want to comment. And Council, do you want to ask our questions first, or would you rather hear the public first? Public. Okay, and we're going to do this the way that we've been doing it because I think it's been efficient. We'll hear the public straight through, and then if we have any questions after we hear the public straight through, we'll ask them. Okay, so let's start with our callers, and thank you.
Esther, can you go ahead and transfer in the calls?
I have about 10 of these things for you. Lapel.
Esther, can you hear me?
How are we doing, Denise?
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to find out now. It's not muted.
Nothing?
Oh, no, I'm just saying it's not muted. The phone call is in. The line is in. Find out. We definitely have callers. I do know that. Okay, we have something happening.
Yeah. Well, they have it on the phone.
Nikki, if you can hear us, can you transfer the calls in?
Should we send somebody down there? Or?
They're not here. We have one person here.
Well, so maybe somebody ought to be here. Well, so while we're waiting for the callers, I think that there was one question that probably all of us are going to ask, which is about the additional $1 million in ARPA funds that we can use on our weekends. Is that? So I'm guessing that you can tell us a little about that while we're waiting for callers.
Yes, and I don't know if the police chief wants to address that as well, but we are aware that there is concern over maintaining clean and safe Santa Monica as we have record numbers of visitors coming to visit the Pier and Beach area and the Esplanade area. As we were trying to determine how you could address that without increasing staffing numbers above where they need to be on a regular basis, what we came up with is that at this point, given where recovery is, we think it would be comfortable to take some of the money that was supporting ongoing services in 23-24 out of ARP, no more than $1 million, and use that to actually support either an MOA with an outside agency, which is how we often staffed Twilight Concert Series, or other services in a one-time way to lift up in the Pier and Beach area this summer while we are seeing record crowds. So that would be summer weekends. And that's something you could direct us to do. My understanding is that we do not need to change the budget, but we would need the direction that you understand that we are doing that. Am I getting that right, Gigi?
So somewhere in my massive group of motions that we're making, I should add this to the end? Is that right? Okay, because it probably isn't in here, but I will. Okay, so let me, so we should add this at the end of all of our motions relating to the budget to allocate up to $1 million in ARPA funds. Is that right?
Yes, from 23-24.
Great.
So, would that be to support like an armed guard, or is that for a security guard?
So the most immediate option, ordinarily, it would be police overtime to try to support overtime. The problem that we're encountering during and post-COVID is that we have a number of officers who are out to IOD, and we have officers working overtime quite regularly.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
we can hear you now.
Denise, this is Sarkis. Can you hear me?
Yes, Sarkis, I can hear you.
Sorry.
Okay. Well, I dialed. I noticed that they were having issues, so I called in as a host. So I can try to transfer the callers if you'd like.
You want that?
Yeah, well, look, yes, we would like that.
Hello? Can you guys hear me?
Okay. All right. Hold on.
So I do have a question about this. Is the remoteness an issue? I mean, if somebody were here, would it be better?
Hi, Meredith. You're in the meeting.
Hi. Good evening, council members.
Hi.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you. I think all of us can hear you.
Wonderful. Good evening, council members. My name is Meredith Kuhn, and I'm the organizer with Santa Monica's for Democracy. Around this time last year, Santa Monica's community members called on the city council to reject the proposed budget that increased, albeit slightly, the SMPD budget while passing vital social services, including the library department and community services. In September, the newly formed Public Safety Reform Advisory Committee came to Council with their recommendations, including a modest allocation of SSD funds. The Council at the time voted to take steps through the budget process to create a budget that is more equitable and in line with priorities of the community. This bill also had an addendum that these changes would be influenced by further work done by the original committee. Let's not allow the appointment of a new commission to now be the reason to further delay on police budget reform. I hope you will all take necessary first steps now towards a budget that is equitable and focused on community safety. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Coons.
Okay, here comes the next caller.
Welcome, Fred. You're in the meeting.
Thank you very much. Good evening, council members. My name is Fred Silberberg. You know who I am because I've sent you various emails on behalf of our very large Santa Monica pickleball community. Listening to tonight's presentation with regard to the budget, the city manager made several statements about the amount of joy that is brought to the public by being able to use the beaches post-pandemic and a number of other issues. She did not mention the amount of joy that's brought to members of the Santa Monica community, particularly seniors, by playing pickleball. This city had a pickleball program that was shut down prior to the pandemic, and we have requested now numerous times that the City Council approve funds for the creation of permanent pickleball courts. Listening to what was discussed in terms of the budget, most of the programs that the city manager recommended that the council approve that are included within the budget are directed toward youth. There is virtually nothing that was directed toward seniors. Every morning at Memorial Park, there are, on average, prior to our being restricted from the use of the courts to make room for a tennis day camp, anywhere from 60 to 70 seniors, approximately 150 people on weekend mornings wanting to play pickleball. There is no place to play pickleball other than the Memorial Park courts, and the city has not provided any facilities. So we're asking the council, in regard to the pending budget approval, to make changes to that budget to enable the implementation of pickleball courts, which I understand were priced by the city at approximately $60,000. Included in this budget, where the city council is claiming that the city is strapped for cash, is a line item for $103,000 to install a seasonal ice rink in downtown Santa Monica. That ice rink is only going to be there for a couple of months out of the year, and it seems unfathomable to us that the council would choose to expend that kind of money on a temporary installation when it would cost approximately half that amount to install permanent pickleball courts. The city needs to provide services.
Thank
Okay.
you, Mr. Silberberg.
Thank you.
Welcome, Jay Filster. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor and council members, for having me and hosting this event that I guess you do every month. First time listening, quite interesting, actually. And oddly enough, I'm calling for the same reason the gentleman right before me spoke about, which is pickleball. And I have a little story to tell. So I normally play tennis, and I found the Memorial Park. And I was hanging out there waiting for a tennis court one day, which again highlights the need for additional courts, whether they be pickleball or tennis. And a gentleman by the name of Ho Nguyen was there and said, "Have you ever played pickleball?" I said, "No, I haven't. I played tennis, ping pong, stuff like that." I said, "Well, this is a mix of tennis and ping pong." And I was like, "Well, okay, well, I'll check it out." Next thing you know, I have a pickleball paddle, a pickleball net, and I'm going there every weekend and on Wednesdays, and now I guess Mondays as well sometimes, and whenever I can get there. And there are hundreds and hundreds of Santa Monica residents who attend and play this sport. So it's the fastest growing sport in the country. So I think it really behooves the city of Santa Monica to take the proposal seriously and look at it. It's relatively inexpensive, and not only that, I believe in the long run it could actually be a revenue producer for tourism to the city. There are many other cities that do pickleball events and have championships located in their city, which obviously Santa Monica is a huge draw for international and national visitors. So I think it would really behoove the city to look at this proposal further, dig into it, understand the implications, do an ROI analysis, and really, at the end of the day, do the pickleball courts. It'll be worth it for the city and the residents. One final thing. I heard the city financial manager earlier say that it takes 2 to 3 months to close the books and get the council a report on what the budget looks like and what the financials look like. I recommend them looking at a software tool by the name of Blackline. Could probably streamline that to less than a month. So that's my final comment. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, sir.
Welcome, Heather. Neville, you're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Thank you. Greetings and well wishes, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. I'm calling in to ask for pickleball funds also, specifically to improve the courts at Memorial and in addition, an additional add lines to Marine Park and possibly another desperately needed location. Joyfully, pickleball is at maximum capacity at Memorial. To know pickleball is to love pickleball. It's a highly addictive sport that has been growing exponentially since 1965. Pickleball isn't just a sport, but far more than that. Pickleball supports social wellness as it's been proven to improve the health of all, but especially our senior and physically impaired residents, both physically and emotionally. Pickleball enhances brain function. It is a conduit for engaging in social activity which promotes high self-esteem and lowers levels of loneliness. Pickleball keeps our residents healthy, which is especially a high need to keep our residents healthy from COVID and all the comorbidities that cause COVID deaths, such as diabetes, heart disease, weight management. For the city of Santa Monica, it is an enormous cost-benefit impact. The size of one tennis court can host 16 players. This is so vital with the incoming 9,000 residential additional units that are being built in Santa Monica today. Pickleball is the perfect sport for a city projected to grow by more than 10%. Pickleball has been in Santa Monica for over the last 5 years, and before shut down by COVID, it was a thriving sport. Over the last 18 months, pickleball has grown exponentially by between 50 and 100%. I also want to add that pickleball is a major attraction to visitors that come from far and wide to participate at the Memorial Courts and make friends with the Santa Monicans. The budget includes 120.
Thank you, Heather.
Thank you so much.
Welcome, Michael Koss. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Hi, everybody. Mayor, City Council, everybody. Thank you for the time. I started playing pickleball about 9 months ago, and it's something that I do a few times a week. I love coming to Memorial Park. I live in Playa del Rey, so I travel into Santa Monica, and now that I'm there a few times a week playing pickleball, I spend money on your many parking meters, your restaurants, shopping. So certainly I see the benefit of having a big place like Memorial Park be converted into 16 pickleball courts where you could certainly bring in a lot of money. Obviously, that's a lot of what you guys were speaking about tonight. I just want to say that a couple of weeks ago when the tennis camp started, it seemed pretty outrageous to me that the camp would even be held at Memorial Park, being as that it's the only location in Santa Monica that has lines on the floor for pickleball. And I don't know if it's too late. Maybe something could be done where you could move that camp because, like other people have said, there would be anywhere around 100 people every day, Monday through Friday, showing up in the morning to play pickleball. Now they can't really play until 12:30 in the afternoon until the tennis camp ends in the middle of August. So you're going to have a lot of seniors playing ball in the extreme heat in the middle of the day. It just doesn't make any sense. So if anything short term could be done to change that, that would be terrific. To one of your 31 tennis courts all over Santa Monica, that would be great. Otherwise, I just want to go back to the need for these dedicated pickleball courts. Again, I think some of you have been there and played, and I'm sure you love it. So you've seen the crowds. And
Thank you, sir.
Your time is up.
thank you.
Welcome, Heidi Henkel. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Hello. Thank you for taking my call. Thank you to the City Council and to the Mayor for your time and your dedication to the city. I have been a resident of Santa Monica for 30 years. I have played every sport, grew up with a racket in my hand. It was tennis. I was introduced to pickleball about 3 months ago, and I'm telling you, nothing, no other sport has greeted people with so much love and acceptance and support. I have taken to this sport like wildfire. Like I completely second and agree with everything that Fred and Heather and Mike have said. We need more courts. We need space. Pickleball is for people ages 9 to 95. I know someone who's 95 who still plays pickleball. Her daughter is a national champion. This sport is revolutionary. It's changing the world. It's something that we need for our communities, for well-being, for literally it's saving lives. People with mental health are coming out and meeting friends, and from all levels, beginners to the most advanced. And you know, I've played at a lot of levels, and I'm loving the sport. We need a space. Even if we paint lines on existing courts, we need space for this sport to have a place. I'm telling you, all of you would love this game. And Ho is the most amazing ambassador of this sport. He welcomes people. I've met people who fly in to Santa Monica just to play pickleball. And it's amazing how many people on one space where 8 people would be playing tennis, you can have 64 pickleball players and 64 pickleballers waiting to play in the next game. It's a fast-moving, fast-growing sport. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Henkel.
Welcome, Homewind. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Dear Mayor and City Council members, thank you for so much that you do for me and the community. My name is Ho Nguyen, 46 years old and resident of Santa Monica for 20 years. In January of this year, I became the USA Pickleball Ambassador for Santa Monica to dedicate my time to the pickleball community. I'm at the courts at Memorial Park every day of the week, 7:30 to 3 p.m., and twice a week to 10 p.m. On average, we have over 100 pickleball players every weekday morning, 120 players on Saturday and Sundays, and 120 on Monday and Wednesday evenings. 30 to 40 new players to the game each week at Memorial Park. I don't get a paycheck in my wallet. Instead, I get a direct deposit in my heart. The joy, laughter, and friendship that I'm witness every day on the pickleball court is priceless. Often there are children playing with parents and grandparents, young adults playing with seniors, beginners learning from advanced players. Pickleball is special. It's so much fun that everyone forgets about who they are, their social and economic backgrounds, their athletic skills, and we all support one another if we're going through tough times. Some have even told me that pickleball has saved their lives during this pandemic. I plead to you to please support our pickleball community. Please allocate $60,000 in funds to pickleball. We need dedicated permanent pickleball courts, and we need a pickleball program at Memorial Park. I am here, we are here to help the city develop a great pickleball program so that it can be successful and provide additional revenue to the city. I have no doubt that Santa Monica can and will be a world-class premier pickleball destination. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Welcome, Bert Champagne. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Bert Champagne, and I'm a strong supporter of Santa Monicans for Democracy. For over a year, residents of Santa Monica have appealed for meaningful police budget reform. I myself have called into numerous City Council meetings, including this September 8th meeting, where the Council voted to take steps through the budget process to achieve more balanced investment of the city resources across all departments responsible for providing direct services to promote community well-being. Now, another round of budget discussions have finished, and we still have not seen any reallocation of the police budget to social services that will help more people in our community. Here's an idea. How about taking some of that money from the Santa Monica Police Department and give it to the pickleball community? This is the time to act. Please, no more delays, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Champagne.
Welcome, Kathy McCarthy. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Hi. Hi. Thank you so much for taking my call. I'm a resident of Santa Monica and for over 30 years, and I would just second everything everyone who spoke to you earlier said. For example, I know all of those people that called. I was introduced to pickleball about 2.5 years ago by a city Parks and Rec program and knew nothing about it. It was a program that was run by a guy who no longer is with us, but it was directly the responsibility of the city that I attribute my introduction to the game. And I am just absolutely crazy for it, just like everybody else who spoke earlier. And because we had a program, and then the program was shut down during the pandemic, we actually drew our own pickleball courts with thick chalk on closed-down basketball courts, bought our own nets, set up games, invited everybody that we thought was willing to go out there and play. I mean, we called them rogue pickleball games. But, I mean, literally, it did save our lives because we were all losing our minds. So as far as I'm concerned, I mean, the pickleball community and what it's done for me personally and what it's done for all my friends and my husband, even my kids play, and they're in their early 20s and late 20s, and we bond together as a family. I mean, I know that it's being talked about as though it's just a senior citizen thing, but it's actually every decade of life is out there. And I think that the value of the bang for your buck on a tennis court is so much greater with the pickleball situation because you've got 16 people that can play at one time, and then there's, lines of people waiting to get on the court. We run it ourselves right now, but I think certainly we are deserving of, our own dedicated courts or at least lines that are on the court.
Ms. McCarthy.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. McCarthy.
Welcome, Denise Barton. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Good evening. For the budget, first I have to take issue with the operating budget exceeding the revenue for the previous time period in your 2021-23 budget. An example would be your additional staff to the amount of over $1 million. Would you be covering these expenses from the American Rescue Funds? Because what will you do for funding in future years if revenues do not increase? Or will you come back to the residents saying you need more money due to your financial irresponsibility? And still there's no ADA person. Next, I find it interesting that city staff says they've never received an audit for the people concerned. Yet I found one filed in the city manager's office titled Audit and Inspection Summary, the people concerned, dated May 20th, 2021. And in the document for street-based services for housing and health, which I would assume is the street team, under technical assistance and recommendation, it includes, please ensure progress notes are entered into the HMIS Clarity for all services provided, including attempts to locate clients. Each client's point of contact must be updated every 90 days on HMIS Clarity to ensure all clients remain in the system queue to access housing opportunities. To close, clients' charts in HMS/Clarity after a 90-day period of inactivity unless there's a justifiable reason for exemption. To submit all candidates' resumes to DHS prior to hire, and to ensure LAMP's salary expenses are billed properly. So here I have to ask if the street team may have fallen back into these practices since the actual audit was done in 2019. And again, I have to ask if the resident taxpayers or the homeless are getting their money's worth from the people concerned street team, or are they just there for the money which you keep throwing at them to do a subpar job? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barton.
Esther, are you there? Hello?
Well, so let me take this opportunity to once again. Are we still accepting callers?
No.
Oh, the lines are closed.
Yeah.
Do not call in. We aren't taking any new public comment on this item.
Welcome,
This is
Andrew
the only item.
Nassatir. You're in the meeting.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Andrew Nassatir. My wife and I are 30-year residents of the Ocean Park area, and I am the co-founder of Santa Monicans for Democracy. Since the killing of George Floyd, the protests in Santa Monica on 5/31, and the severe underperformance of the SMPD, many of us have asked City Council members to enact meaningful police budget reform. It has been more than a year now, and the SMPD budget still has not been subjected to scrutiny, while other departments dedicated to community well-being and safety faced harsh budget cuts due to COVID. As cities across the country take the necessary steps towards a more equitable city budget, I hope you will not allow Santa Monica to be left behind. And also, I know nothing about pickleball, but I'm sure that you'll find $60,000 from the police budget, and I look forward to meeting all you pickleball players in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome, Karen Malik. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Karen Mielek, and I'm a 29-year resident of Santa Monica and Swim Center patron. First of all, thank you for your support and action for opening the Swim Center additional days and hours. But the proposed budget still includes Swim Center fee increases, including a 14% increase in entrance fees, a 10% increase for youth permit groups, and a 15% increase for adult permit groups. This is in addition to the 9% fee increase last July. This will be the fourth increase in the last 11 years. If these increases are approved, the cumulative increase in entrance fees for Santa Monica residents since 2011 is about double, between 71 and 150%. These increases are contrary to having the swim center be an affordable and inclusive facility. The fee study proposed that SMC pay $243,000 for their portion of the pool costs. This is $94,000, 27% less than the $337,000 they paid the year before the pandemic. And this $337,000 is less than a 1% increase from what Santa Monica paid at Santa Monica College paid in 2013. So please direct the city staff to not increase the swim center entrance fees and permit group fees this year. It covered the anticipated $99,000 in revenue from these increases by having SMC pay at least what they were paying before the pandemic. And before the swim center fees are proposed to be raised again, please have the city staff review and ensure that SMC is paying their prorated share of the costs. and that the costs for the pool are reviewed with industry best practices to find and implement efficiencies to lower costs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Miller.
Welcome, Adrian Ackerman. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Hi, everyone. Thank you, council members, for your time. I'm also calling on behalf of the pickleball community in Santa Monica. I am 27. I've lived in Venice Beach for about 8 years. I spend a lot of time in Santa Monica. And I lost my job at the beginning of the pandemic, and it was like one of the hardest times of my life, and I was very alone. And I found pickleball about 4 months ago, and it really saved me and brought me out back into the community. So I hope, for the sake of anyone else out there who really needs connection and a physical activity, that you allocate funds to the program and put in permanent nets, because I think you can help a lot of people and build this city. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Adrian.
Welcome, Mike McGill. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Hi, council members and mayors. My name is Mike McGill. I've been a resident of Santa Monica for about 4 years, and I'm seconding, or I guess, the pickleball situation, and also seconding the swim center situation. So with the pickleball, I got introduced to pickleball over at Memorial Park about a month ago. A friend of mine told me to go down there and check it out. I had played pickleball before. I'm a big tennis player. I went blown away on a Saturday morning down there. There were over 150 people. It was an amazing community, all ages, from 20s to literally I was playing with a guy who's 75 years old. And it's just amazing. And since then, I've been going down 3 to 4 times a week, if not more. And, we just need a dedicated facility or courts down there. It just doesn't make sense. I see people down there playing tennis, and it's 2 people taking up a whole court when we could have 16 on that court. And I also see people getting lessons down there, and it seems like there's professionals down there who are making money off the public courts while they're depriving a lot of people, playing time. So the other thing I thought about as far as monetizing it, I mean, you guys monetize the swim center. I'm sure you could add this as an activity into the Santa Monica activities as a way to monetize some of this. So yeah, this could be a really big thing. A facility would be amazing. Ho has been an amazing ambassador, and he would be a great person to get and kind of curate a facility. So I got 5 seconds. I really appreciate you guys' service, and thanks for listening. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Mr. McGill.
Welcome, Valerie Field. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Hi, thank you for taking my call. My story is very similar to the stories that you've heard from other people. I'm asking you to find some funds for pickleball at Memorial Park. With some paint and freshening the courts, you will make many people of all ages, ethnicities, and demographics very happy. You heard how wonderful Ho is, our ambassador, our pickleball ambassador. Being with people like that is contagious. Kindness is contagious. We waited during the pandemic while your scarce funds were used for other, more worthy projects. Could you now please allocate some funds to repaint the already existing but faded lines at Memorial Park? A little paint could go a long way and make many people very happy. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Excuse me.
Welcome, Jeff Coster. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for having me. Good meeting, council members. Yeah, I'm here also to advocate for greater accessibility to pickleball courts. I am a 30-year resident of Santa Monica, live down in the Ocean Park area. I'm 65 years old. I'm kind of done playing tennis and basketball, and this fits well into, taking up pickleball. The nature of the game, it's accessible to a wide variety of ages and abilities, and especially for the elder population. I think for the amount that we're talking about tonight, the budget amount, it represents a really small investment on the city's part to serve a really large sector of the city's residences. And so I think it's a good ROI that way. Someone made the point earlier that one pickleball court, or each tennis court can be converted into 4 pickleball courts, meaning that up to 16 players can play on one tennis court, where usually only 2 or 4 tennis players play. So anyway, that's what I just want to second everybody else's appeal. It's a great game for making connections for community members and for people who want to come to the city and get to know Santa Monica on that level as well. So anyway, that was it. I thank you for your time.
Sorry, thank you.
Welcome, Pearl Coven. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. This is Pearl Coven. I'm an intern with the Santa Monica Chamber of Commerce and a student at SMC. The Chamber recently submitted a letter in support of the staff recommendation to fund 3 additional planning and permitting positions. There is broad support among the business community for this recommendation. Without adequate staffing, business permits don't get processed in a timely fashion, costing businesses and the city money. The Chamber encourages you to support our economic recovery by funding these positions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Oh, hi. I'm Michelle Francis. I'm a Santa Monica resident. I play pickleball I've been playing pickleball for the last 3 months. Today I played with a man that was 82 years old, and he kicked my butt. It was very funny. His name is Ron. Please allocate funds to pickleball permanent painting of the courts. There are more pickleball players than there are tennis players at Memorial Park. Ho is an amazing ambassador for pickleball. Please allocate these funds for all of us great pickleball players and wannabe superstars. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. Hi, my name is Shirley O'Malley. I'd like to thank the mayor and the city council for their time and dedication. Thank you. I am a Santa Monica resident. I love playing pickleball. I used to be a tennis player, but then I got tennis elbow. And then I saw people playing pickleball. It looked so much fun. They were people of all ages, all fitness levels. Families were out playing. It was a community activity, and everyone seemed like they're having so much fun. So I joined, and I haven't stopped playing since. I kindly asked the city to allocate funding to pickleball, specifically for the dedicated permanent pickleball courts, painting new pickleball lines at other tennis courts, and more immediately, repaint the faded pickleball lines at Memorial Park. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Ms. O'Malley.
Welcome, Judy. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Didi Gercio, and I was born and raised in Santa Monica and still in Santa Monica. I'm a volleyball player, and I was introduced to it in St. George, Utah when we were playing our volleyball tournament, and have been hooked ever since. It's a great sport for those seniors, all ages, and I'm asking that the city allocates money for the pickleball courts so we have permanent courts at Memorial Park. I'm all for what everybody said, and it is very community, not only for our seniors, like I've stated, for everybody. And Ho, I must say, he's a great guy. I was so hesitant to come in and play. There's all ages and all levels, and he's got courts for beginners, for intermediates, and just everybody has a great time, and it's your sense of community. And I just want to thank you for listening to me, and I want to thank the mayor and the city council for their dedication and their time to the city. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Welcome, Gina Josephs. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Thank you. Speaking only for myself, I want to thank you for the adjustments that have been made to the budgets to date. I urge you to, 1, restore annual printing and mailing of membership appeal letters for the city-recognized neighborhood organizations, $41,000 total for all neighborhoods. The guidelines are reasonable, and it's the way we reach residents who are new to the neighborhood. Number 2, reopen Fairview Branch Library. Number 3, restore crossing guards to pre-pandemic levels when possible. Number 4, restore when possible funding to complete implementation of the Sunset Park Neighborhood Traffic Management Plan. As soon as SMC resumes in-person instruction and the Santa Monica Business Park offices reopen, we'll be back to gridlock during the morning and evening rush hours, commuters and FedEx trucks using our alleys, plus drivers zooming through narrow residential streets at 50 and 60 miles per hour during the off hours, as measured by our city transportation department. Number 4, I'd like to support Karen Mellick's comments about the swim center. And number 5, there seem to be an increased number of people armed with guns coming to the city. Yesterday's fatal stabbing at the Promenade also involved a gun. The Lookout reported 6 or 8 firearms arrests in May alone. One involved a 9mm Beretta in a car parked across from City Hall. June 2nd, a Honda ended up on the front lawn of a home in the 1100 block of Cedar in my neighborhood. A passenger was in possession of a sawed-off .22 caliber rifle. A day earlier, a felon from Las Vegas was arrested on 16th Street wearing body armor and carrying a .45 caliber semi-automatic Glock 17 handgun. On June 3rd, a homeless man in Palisades Park was shot in the eye, resulting in it destroyed his eyeball. So unless I've misunderstood the situation, there seems to be a significant number of police officers out on disability, and we seem to need more patrol officers on the streets. Thank you. And I guess I haven't played tennis for 50 years, but I guess it's time to take up pickleball. Thank you.
Thank you, Zena.
Welcome, Kevin McCarthy. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Hello, and thank you, Mayor and City Council members, for taking my call. I am a 28-year resident of Santa Monica and proud to be a resident here. I'm calling to urge you to find the funds to support the pickleball program in Santa Monica. I've been playing for 2.5 years. I was introduced at Memorial Park to the game, and I couldn't believe how welcoming the community was. You know, old people, young people, you know, every walk and you could, you know, imagine. And the community has just grown and grown, and even through the whole COVID crisis, the community has tightened and supported each other. I think that this city, being as progressive as it is, should get ahead of the demand for pickleball and really help the residents that want to play pickleball find a place where they are welcome and can play. And, you know, honestly, I think Memorial Park, if it was twice the size that it is now, it would be full on weekends the way it is growing. So thank you for your time. I urge you guys to find the funds and look in the discretionary funds and see if the $60,000 that has been estimated to fund the programs that Ho is encouraging can be found. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McCarthy.
Other.
Welcome, Matthew King. You're in the meeting, and your time starts now.
Thank you. My name is Matthew King. I live on Ashland Avenue. I'm somewhat humbled to say I'm now an official member of the AARP crowd. As a Santa Monica native and as someone in their mid-50s, I'm thankful that the city has a great history of supporting its midlife and older residents. I'm encouraging you tonight to find more pickleball funding at Memorial Park. Outside of the Laemmle Theater on a Saturday afternoon, you'll never see a more lively, engaged, diverse group of middle-aged residents than at Memorial Park on Wednesday evening on the weekends. It's critical that we invest in programs that provide community and fellowship, especially in these times. We have to get older residents out of their homes, connecting with their neighbors and staying active. You see all of that at the pickleball courts, with dozens of young, old, middle-aged residents laughing and bonding besides exercising. I've been through many budget meetings in my career in publishing and in nonprofit management. I know hard choices have to be made, but you have to think about using finite resources wisely. And it can't be denied that pickleball courts, which can house up to 16 players, are just a more efficient use of space than tennis, which only accommodates 4 players. So I thank you for hearing all these comments. I know we have, quote, bigger issues to focus on, but it's the small things in life that matter in this city. So thank you for your service and taking consideration of all these calls. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome, Susan. You're in the meeting, and your time starts now.
Hi, thank you for taking my call. I just want to say that I've been a taxpayer of Santa Monica for many years, and I do get notices all the time regarding different programs that are for the residents or people in the city of Santa Monica. I think that your taking away pickleball is going to be a very big disservice to the many people that are there on a daily basis. You have many seniors that look to go to play pickleball for their exercise, for their health, as well as their mental health, which in the long run is going to save money on the other programs that Santa Monica offers for these kind of things. You have Reed Park, and I think it's Ocean Park that has tennis courts. Memorial Park has pretty much been a pickleball park for the last year, and I think that $60,000 is a small amount to allocate to keep things going for the peace of mind of many people. And I thank you for taking my call, and I hope you'll consider it.
Welcome, Marlon. You're in the meeting, and your time starts now.
Thank you so much, Mayor and City Council, for your time, your dedication, and listening to this endless, hopefully endless, line of pickleballers supporting the allocation of requisite funds to support Memorial Park, support other parks where pickleball should go on. Personal story, I had my knee replaced in December, and after a certain amount of rehab, my doctors, I asked them, and they said, yeah, pickleball, great sport, great community, great smiles on people's faces, and just the right amount of exercise to rehab. I'm now up to almost 100%, and I can't be happier, except that I can't sometimes see the lines that need to be repainted. Ho is fantastic. The people I've met are fantastic. And I bring other people to Santa Monica, and afterward or before we have breakfast, we have lunch, we spend our money. And I gotta say, somebody else mentioned it earlier, there are some professionals teaching tennis on the public courts, 2 people at a time, 4 people at a time. That just seems outrageous. Please allocate the funds, and come on out and play. Thanks so much for giving me this time to speak.
Welcome, Erica Leslie. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Erica Leslie. Although we have had a long line of pickle players here on the City Council, I'm not here to advocate for that. I'm here to advocate for what the Safety Reform Commission has advised for the City Council's budget advisory. So that and for our youth, please take that into consideration as they've been inside for over a year. And as they come out, they need to get their legs moving and get their mental health together. And the best way to do that is for them to be together. Thank you.
Welcome, Julie Rollback. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Hi, City Council and Mayor. Thank you for listening to all these calls and my call as well. My name is Julie Rollback. I've been a resident of Santa Monica for 27 years. I'm originally from Detroit, Michigan, and was just landed today to chime in on this call. I was happy I landed so I could participate. And I played pickleball while in Michigan. I learned from Ho starting in February. I'm a tennis player in the past, and I go all the time, and I love it, and I've met so many friends. But I was just in Michigan, and I played with some friends I grew up with, and there are dedicated pickleball courts, and there were so many people out, and we're talking to different people. I also want to, and so I just really think it's like a no-brainer for Santa Monica to build dedicated courts where people from all over will come. I was playing here at Memorial Park, and a friend of mine from Houston called my name, and I was like, what are you doing here? And she was on a girls' trip, women. They were all in the 50s and 60s, and there's 6 of them came, stayed at the Viceroy, walked from the Viceroy to Memorial Park because they Googled where to play pickleball, and they wanted to take a girls' trip to California. I've also heard, like, Santa Barbara has amazing public pickleball courts. And it just seems crazy that I was telling my friends in Michigan that we have no pickleball courts in Santa Monica. Like, we have to bring our own nets and a makeshift court. So I think it's just a no-brainer. It'll bring people to Santa Monica. It provides amazing activities for the seniors. I play with my college-age kid who's home for the summer, and he loves it now. It's just been amazing. And I really, really hope Santa Monica gets on it and builds a great pickleball attraction. I think it's just a no-brainer to bring funds into the city, and for that immediate future to repaint the lines, I think would be great, and then maybe plan the permanent courts to be built maybe after the camp's over. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Welcome, Honey Thrasher. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Thank you, City Council and Mayor, for allowing us to discuss some of the pickleball. Yes, I'm another pickleball individual, and I'm not going to repeat some of the other things that people have said. I mean, it's pretty clear that we've expressed the value of pickleball on many levels, so we won't go into that. I wanted to talk a little bit about, clearly there's a supply and demand issue across the nation, not just in Santa Monica. Nationally, pickleball has grown by 22%, which equated to over 1 million people. On the west side in the South Bay, we have data proving that pickleball has actually doubled in size. And the growth isn't slowing down post-COVID, it's actually increasing. It was one of the few activities, along with tennis, that people could still play during COVID in a safe, low-risk environment, and that just drew many more people out to the sport. New programs are being developed all the time. It's not just a senior sport anymore. It definitely expands in diversity in all ages, from youth to super senior. And the ongoing expansion that we're focusing on now is adaptive communities as well as the youth segment. And it's due to the ease of learning. You can take children out on a court, hand them the paddles, hand them the balls, and they will figure the game out. So I'm also an ambassador with USA Pickleball. I work with Ho, and I also work on a regional level. And we're expanding into the school and youth programs to the point where we are introducing this to all of the PE teachers in the schools, and we're talking to other cities to have school-to-school play. The sport will allow more children to play it because it is so easy to learn versus small segments for, softball or football or basketball. So it's a benefit across the board. In some of the other local cities, we are doing some things such as family nights, which is a community
Your time
event.
is up, Ms. Thrasher.
Oh, okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Esther, is that our last caller?
Welcome, Laura McMahon. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Laura McMahon. Thank you, Mayor and City Council members, for taking my call. I'm also calling about the pickleball. I'm a Santa Monica resident. I moved here 5 years ago. I've always been a tennis player for years, and when I moved to Santa Monica, I went down to Memorial Park to try out pickleball. I am now addicted. I no longer play tennis. I absolutely love pickleball. The community down at Memorial Park is so welcoming and friendly. You have people of all ages, skill levels. It's incredibly diverse. They really made me feel a part of the city when I moved here. I know that you do have a $120,000 in funds in discretionary funds in the budget. We only need half of that, so I really hope you can find the funds to help us make dedicated pickleball courts at Memorial Park. One last thing is that Memorial Park has a large dedicated parking lot, which is great for seniors, for the physically challenged. We really need pickleball to have a dedicated home at Memorial Park. It's a great attraction for the city, and it's an incredible community in the city of Santa Monica. And I hope that you fund it so keep it going. Thank you for taking my call.
Thank you, Ms. McMahon.
That is our last caller.
So I am closing public comment now, and we're ready for council questions. I have to give a lot of credit to Lane and Gigi for this budget, since 90% of our callers were about pickleball. So clearly you've done something right. So there we go. And now council, let's start with questions. And I guess, so I see Councilmember Davis has questions, but does everyone have them? Yeah, why don't we go around the horn? So let's start with Councilmember Para, then Councilmember Davis, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Thank you.
Can you start on that?
Councilmember Davis can go first.
Can you? Sure, no problem. So we were in the middle when the public comment started, getting a little more information about the extra $1 million in ARPA funds. And I think you were explaining, City Manager Dilg, that, rather because we had some stressors in terms of overtime in the police department, it made sense to maybe look outside of the police department. Can you give me in a little detail? And I see that the interim police chief is here as well. I'm trying to get a better sense of what these people are going to be doing. Are they going to be, for lack of a better term, sort of safety ambassadors? Are they going to be armed? Are they going to monitor? I know we have code enforcement monitoring vending. So I'm just trying to get a better sense of what that $1 million is going to end up getting spent on. Because I think the community is concerned about what's, we've been seeing with the uptick in people coming back to the pier. And I think they'd like to get a sense of what that is as well.
And I see our chief approaching. Welcome, Chief. Hi.
Okay.
There you go.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council, Mr. City Manager, Madam City Attorney, City Manager, excuse me. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can.
Okay, do I need to speak a little louder? There we go. Okay, I'll find my big girl voice. It's been a little while.
Yeah.
It's been hiding under the mask. So with respect to what this is, back in 2015, 16, 17, and 18, we contracted with various other regional law enforcement partners to bring in additional supplemental law enforcement entities to assist us with the Twilight Concert Series, because the demands of the concert series exceeded the scope of the police department's ability to staff it regularly and at the levels necessary to ensure a safe operation. So what we're looking at with this is doing something similar, realizing that what we're talking about is not the same event. However, we are having similar impacts. Excuse me.
And so, sorry, I'm maybe going into more detail than we need, but just, so would these be additional personnel, like just present on the pier to be a sort of reinforcing or reassuring safety presence? Would they have specific duties with regard to particular areas? I know the city manager mentioned the Esplanade as well. So would it just be more patrols, for lack of a better term?
It would be more patrols with a focus on overall safety. Now, they would not be engaging in activities associated with vending. What they would be doing is being that extra presence that we need to supplement existing police officer staffing to make up the gap for what our current staffing levels, where we are currently because of entrenched workers' comp injuries and things like that. So it's to make up that difference to enable us to maintain a level of safety on the beach, on the pier, and on the Esplanade.
Okay,
both,
great.
At the northern and all the way up northern and southern ends of the city.
All right, so it would be the beach area surrounding the pier itself, and then the Esplanade would be sort of the focus of this?
Yes, ma'am, all the way from the northern end of the city to the southern city limit.
Oh, okay, great. So it'd be all the entire beach area then?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay, thank you. That helps a lot. So the other questions I have, although we are sitting here for the first time, I'm finished, Chief, I think, with that. Thank you, unless someone else has other questions while she's here.
We have more questions.
Do you want to do it that way?
Come back.
Sure. Council, would you prefer to do it by department once we have somebody up here? Good. Okay. So, Councilmember. Oh, okay. Councilmember De La Torre, and then Councilmember Parr.
Yes, Chief Seabrooks, thank you very much for being here. There's approximately, I think, 43 police officers on disability. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct. We currently have 26, ranging from police lieutenant to police officer. That's roughly 17% of the organization. And then coupled with the 12 vacancies that we have, that represents 17% of the organization. 12% or 26 of that are the workers' comp injuries.
Do you find that that's a regular, normal, in sort of an annual basis for our department? Or is
No, it is not. It's actually higher, but it's consistent with what we are seeing across the nation in this current climate. We are in a relatively unique position. Our organization does not have excessive turnover, but we have an organization that is aging. And so a number of our officers, as they get older and they sustain injuries, it takes longer time to heal. The process with COVID and the closures that were associated with that resulted in extended times for medical treatments and the like. So that is, in essence, why we have this amount of time. It is not unusual across the country, but it is unusual for our organization because rather than having this number, we typically have average, in my previous experience, 10 to 12 officers being off, not 26.
Mm-hmm. So it's a little bit unusual, but in terms of the number, and there's no way of knowing exactly when those officers might return, correct? It's because the injuries or whatever the issue is, it's all about the doctors would be giving them the green light to go back to work. Is that true?
That's correct. And some of the injuries are very likely given the employees, quite honestly, their service time. In essence, we have a few people who are over 30 years, their age, past retirement age, and then the nature of their injuries It's just a matter of, to your point, a medical determination as to whether or not they'll even be able to come back. But in some of these cases, as we look at them critically, there's a significant percentage of them that likely will not come back.
And considering that deficit and that staffing pattern, do you feel that we are staffed appropriately with what we have in the budget right now with the issues that we're dealing with in the city? I mean, what's your recommendation in terms of the staffing pattern that you have right now with the current conditions that we have in our city?
Well, if we're speaking strictly on the subject of what's happening relative to Pier Beach and Esplanade, I don't believe that we have the sufficiency of staffing to be able to make up for that, because we're operating in a deficit, and we don't have a sense of if and when these 26 people will be back, which would put us in a much more comforting position. Hence the suggestion for looking to our regional partners to assist us with what we can see clearly has the potential to exceed our capacities to safely maintain the beach, pier, and Esplanade. However, having said that, that is because of the demand there. Looking at our routine calls for service and looking at what we do on the routine, we have the city covered, as evidenced by the fact that the homicide suspects are in custody, the aggravated assault individuals are in custody, and you did hear Ms. Josephs go through the litany of arrests that we've made for firearms-related offenses in the last few weeks.
No, and I'm glad that you acknowledge that, because it's so important that we know that the public knows that police work has been very effective, in getting to the suspects and so forth. And one concern that many of us have, and a lot of residents, more around the prevention side, are we, in terms of staffed appropriately, in terms of visibility, in terms of, making sure that, there's presence and it provides a sense of safety and security. And that's a little different in terms of, what the staffing can look like. I mean, really, what number? You said that we could probably depend or rely on other regional partners. And I know in the past other police chiefs have used overtime. In terms of sort of the difference, would you lean more towards regional partners and call in support from our regional partners, or overtime, or more of a reliance on overtime to ensure that we have appropriate staffing in those, and especially in the downtown area, the pier and so forth?
Well, I think it's important to clarify the question, because at the end of the day, the city has to pay for that those regional partnerships. This is not a spontaneous event that would trigger the use of mutual aid, which is the agreement with the regional partners to come in and provide assistance on a situational basis. This is different, because this is something that would be ongoing for a period of time. We then have to compensate through reimbursement those agencies that would come out and assist us in that regard. That is done at time and a half, which is overtime. And so that's in addition to the overtime that we pay our personnel. Now, keep in mind, I'm staffed at roughly 83% on the sworn side of the house, and it actually tracks analogously for our professional staff. I'm staffed at 83% of work, and our primary crux focus is community calls for service, where we're talking about now the increased demand, because we're going back to an opening with everybody coming back to the city. I mean, I was here over the weekend. It was very busy. So looking at that, it would make sense to then use overtime compensation to pay these other departments to come in and assist us. The reason I don't endorse utilizing an increase in FTE, $1 million gets us 5.5 police officers. That, coupled with the time it takes to hire a police officer, put them through the background, do all of that, we're already past summer and into the beginning of next year. With overtime, it seems almost counterintuitive, but with overtime, we have the elasticity and the flexibility that we need to staff based on the peak demands on our service. So that's why we do that, and it was even pointed out in the 2018 compensation and staffing report that the use of overtime for this type of activity is preferred than going to the full-time FTE staffing route. And yes. I concur with that.
And that's really also very important knowledge for us to understand that the residents get let's say a better deal, better bang for their buck, right?
Yes.
And the last question I have is, in this budget, we're also approving various other, multidisciplinary teams with, dealing with homelessness, and I'm really glad to see that. There's different models that we're trying as well. But I wanted to hear your opinion on the more, services that are directly more direct towards like public safety. And so, for example, one program is the Ambassadors Program that we provide funding to Downtown Santa Monica Incorporated, and they are hiring. They hire a good number of people. They put them through training, and they serve more like eyes and ears, on the streets. They wouldn't deal with a situation effectively like a shooting happened, right? That's the Ambassador Program would not deal with that. But in terms of your opinion, in terms of the coordination, or sort of for lack of a better term, sort of a public safety plan for the downtown sector, including Reed Park, because I'm sure it's expanded up to Reed Park. Do you feel that we have an adequate plan that sort of coordinates all these various, for lack of a better term, public safety personnel, or do you think more is needed in that area?
Well, I think we have good bone structure. Perhaps a bit more coordinated effort would work. Our downtown services lieutenant works very closely with the downtown services staff, the ambassadors, and then certainly our park rangers work with the ambassadors, the safety ambassadors, to ensure that there's that information exchange and collaboration. Could it be tighter? Sure. There's always room for improvement.
Great. All right. Thank you. No further questions.
Councilmember Park.
Thank you. I actually have the same questions as Councilmember De La Torre. I just basically wanted to make sure that we are supporting you as a department, because we understand that now with everything opening up, that there is, more people out there, and there's the potential for an uptick, in crimes and crimes of opportunity. And so I wanted to make sure that we support you, that we have, give you the resources that you need to put boots on the ground so that we are able to effectively protect this community. And so he asked all the questions that I had. So thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Brock.
Hi, Chief. So while I absolutely support the allocation of ARPA funds for use this summer, I have a few questions about the use of those funds and what days. Let's be a little bit more specific. So weekends to you just Saturdays and Sundays, or will we have an extra presence Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays? That's one question.
You want me to answer it now, or you
want?
Yeah. Okay.
Probably
yes,
easier.
We would be looking at Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. We certainly will use data to drive what the numbers look like for any given period of time, so that we're utilizing the most people here during the peak period as we move forward. Because it's going to be important that when we're talking about an allocation of this nature, that we're fiscally responsible with it, but at the same time that we're also filling in the spaces where we might not ordinarily have coverage to ensure that we do have it.
What are your anticipated hours for that extra coverage?
Fridays, probably mid-morning, at least until midnight, 2 o'clock. And that would likely be earlier on Saturday and Sunday, because people come out earlier on Saturday and Sunday. I can't give you, I have to be blunt.
I'm not asking for that kind of specificity, although I can't say the word tonight. But, I know that we're all concerned about the activity at the pier on Ocean Avenue and the boardwalk. And how many officers do you anticipate calling in each weekend? And I'm not holding you to a specific number. And is it better to have those officers come from other departments, or should we be looking at private security forces like Beverly Hills did in their Golden Triangle?
I would say, okay, based on our experience with the other law enforcement agencies that we had, and I spearheaded that when I was here initially as chief, that is a better option because there is a level of consistency of training. There's a level of consistency in policy. There's a level of consistency in approach. And where there are variations, we can very easily address those variations within the framework of our roll calls and our briefings. So, but when you're talking about private security, there are limitations on what they can do, and they don't necessarily present the same responsiveness that a police officer does, because they see something, they have to call us. They can't necessarily make the arrest. So now that's tying us up. Now, let me be real clear, though. I don't endorse having representatives from Police Department ABC, whatever agency that is, come into Santa Monica and without benefit in a planned scenario, not speaking about unplanned situations, but in a planned scenario such as this, I do not endorse having them come in and just come in on their own devices. We would provide them with a structured approach to what we look to accomplish on a day-to-day basis so that there's a level of consistency and coherency on what is your mission today. And then we would pair them with representatives from the Santa Monica Police Department. So we get a force multiplier. So it might be one Santa Monica officer and perhaps 3 other officers from another jurisdiction. But at the same time, though, you have that Santa Monica presence to provide the balance and clarity for community members or people coming to visit they can say, this is what Santa Monica does. Not, okay, we just turn you loose to do whatever you do in our space. That part won't happen.
Councilmember, if I can jump in there, I should have mentioned earlier, one of the thoughts behind this approach is also that you are looking at a pure beach bid. So a longer term approach you could look at that could be outside of this, but we were looking specifically at this summer and weekends this summer with increased people visiting the city.
I understand that. Monday through Thursday. We still this summer, it seems like, have people just jamming our beach. I'm sorry. Oh. And I'm concerned also about that. Businesses, hotels, restaurants, people who live adjacent to our parks downtown have all said we need foot patrols, we need bike patrols, we need some sort of visibility. So I hear and really appreciate the use of the ARPA funds for weekends this summer. I think that's dynamite. But I remain very concerned, and I've heard from travel and tourism, from businesses, hotels, everyone in downtown, and let's stay at the Pier Boardwalk, Ocean Avenue, that they don't feel there's enough visibility now. And that is every day. Now, I know we're being just overwhelmed on weekends, and I appreciate this approach and appreciate the extra funding. What do we do, and what do you need? What does your department need Monday through Thursday to help? And I know it's part of it is getting those officers back. But in the interim, what can we do as a city council to help you?
Well, that's a difficult question. I would love to tell you, let's throw more officers at it. But realistically speaking, that's not going to resolve the situation in the immediacy of right now. I will suggest this. As we look ahead and as we look to community recovery, I understand that there is the conversation out there about differently positioning the police department's budget. But I'd be remiss if I did not say that this is a very busy, very active community. And with 9 million people here, we do need to take a very strategic look at what police staffing looks like in this police department from the 221 to 224 that it is now, and take a look at taking the staffing up to at least 235. That's going to have to be, something that is strategically done. It has to be contingent on recovery. I'm very clear about that. And then clearly, the benefit of purpose. And the next chief should be given the latitude to come before you with a tiered approach to increasing staffing over time, such that if we should see these kinds of injuries, because the agency is still aging, we haven't hit that sweet spot where we're 50%, 60% people 40 and under. We have not hit that and will not hit it for another 2 to 3 years from today. So with that in mind, once we get to where we see what recovery looks like, I would hope that we don't forestall and close off the opportunity to talk about a structured approach to growing the police department sufficient to be able to deal with and address the variety of issues that are happening even as we may find ourselves having to cope with a next generation pandemic or something that impacts us similarly to what we're dealing with now, where we have this number of people on workers' comp.
And my final question would be, and while this is special funding, I'm also very concerned about the help we can give our homeless humans who are on the beach pier, who are sleeping on the sides of the pier, sleeping on Ocean Avenue, and knowing that we'll have potentially more people coming in the next month as Venice starts to clear their area. What do you have enough HLP and support officers on the pier, boardwalk, and Ocean Avenue to help?
Well, our homeless liaison program numbers are down because of the workers' comp, and it hit, I mean, these absences hit almost every unit in the police department. So we are operating on a smaller staff now, but they're very agile and very effective staff. And under Sergeant Gilmore's leadership, we've been able to maintain with half the staff what you see here, and it's noticeable to our community, but more importantly, it's noticeable and has been commented on publicly when juxtaposed against Venice, against West Los Angeles and other areas. They are holding us up saying, look, this is what they're doing, and we're doing it right, and we're doing it in a way that respects the Boise decision. We're doing it in a way that respects the humanity of the people that are involved, and we're emphasizing service transition, and it's working. We would love more people, but until we get to that stage, it would be, it would be thoughtless of me to sit here and stand here and say, take away from the other city departments when I don't have, when I have almost 30 people who are out right now.
I think because we don't have as many homeless services available Friday nights, Saturday all day, and Sundays all day, is there anything we can do, again, to help you on the beach?
Well, you can use...
Guys make helicopters quieter.
No, that's a good sign. I'm just wondering where it's going and who it is. But all things being equal, what I would ask that you do as a body is to leverage your connections with the social service agencies, see if they can extend the hours out, because if we had homeless liaison officers working and our patrol officers fill in the gap behind them, let me be clear about that. So there is 24/7 coverage, just not dedicated in the same way. So if the services were available for us to refer folks to or have them come out at 2, 3, 4 in the morning, it would be more responsive. Our homeless officers are on deck at 5 in the morning, but there's no services at that time. If there's other assistance that we could get through the form of more Department of Mental Health workers on staff in the police department, that would be beneficial. So the leverage that you can exert to obtain that would be helpful to us.
Thank you so much, Chief.
You're welcome.
Yes, Council.
If I can jump in with 24/7 homeless services, we are talking with Ron Hooks from West Coast Care about moving to more of a weekend deployment to try to increase weekends there. And the other thing we do have coming online is the LA County Department of Mental Health vans, which we do believe will be a Santa Monica resource 24/7.
No, I just wanted to ask a question. I'm sorry, just from what she said.
Go for it.
Excuse me, Lane. Based upon the LA County vans, is that a resource that'll be available during the weekends and potentially evenings, or is it just during the work week? Thank you.
So my current understanding is that will be 24/7.
Okay, so Councilmember McCowan, and then I'm going to have a couple, and then I think you can go get your dinner and go home.
Chief never goes home.
Yeah. Well, okay, pretend to go home. Appear, go to Shay J, whatever.
I just wanted to clarify a couple things. One thing you just said, so your help team, did you say that it was down 50% right now due to these workers sort of injury issues?
Yes, I don't have everyone fully staffed.
Okay, and then the last thing. So the finance office was able to find about $1 million, sounds like, in the 2023 budget to advance to allow us to do this summer. Is that actually enough to do
Excuse me.
what?
Excuse me. Thank you.
What you were describing, the Friday mid-morning until Sunday for what, the next 12 weeks, 10 to 12 weeks? I mean,
Yes, yes, it would be. What we did is we did an analysis looking back
Right.
at what we did when we were providing coverage for the Twilight concert series. Now, clearly, that is 1 day a week for 8 to 10 weeks. So we extrapolated out the math based on the broadest possible case. We recognized that during that period at the peak for one series, it was under, I think it was just around, just for the sake of discussion and rounding, about $600,000, realizing that COLA and escalator adjustments will increase that by the difference between then and now, which is 18 and now. That still would be enough. And we would be very, very thoughtful. And we also, we have our UAS technology that can serve as a force multiplier as well. So we can be as thoughtful and surgical as we can to be sure, we tinker as we go. So it may be, some days we need more, different hours we need more, and then equally different agencies compensate at a fully burdened overtime rate differently than perhaps we do. So there's some opportunities to find savings that make that amount of money hopefully not even fully used.
and that was and just the flexibility of this program, sort of what options do you have without getting too far in the weeds to be able to adjust as needed without overexpending the resource, overexpending our finances? Because these weekends we've seen a huge uptick in regional traffic. I don't think any of us, this is an unprecedented year coming out of COVID. It's an unprecedented year of regional traffic. We just don't know how it's going to go. But what if we start to see dips, and sometimes you don't know until the day before. We have a lot of fog, people don't come out, whatever it is. Do you have the ability in this type of a contract to make those last minute adjustments and not have to pay sort of penalties to the regional partners?
I can make sure that through working with the city attorney's office, we structure the MOAs, because we do have to create MOAs for this, that it gives us that latitude in terms of cancellation. But typically, as in most things, I always like to say that we plan for the worst, and we can always send people home. And then, because we can send them home a few hours in. There may be a 4-hour minimum. Okay, fine. We pay you for 4 hours. You do 4 hours worth of work, and then you go home because we don't need you because the fog's here. And that gives us enough time to also make determinations as to whether the fog lifts. So we have those kinds of options, and then we can always build in something that says, here's the amount of time that we need to provide advance notice if we can.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
So, Chief, it's so great to see you. I think it's my turn. So, Councilmember Brock's question about the many requests he's heard from travel and tourism and the people downtown, et cetera, for additional staffing of police. Have they come to you about this?
Absolutely. I've spoken with travel and tourism, if not 2 or 3 times a month since my return. And I've also talked with downtown Santa Monica and others who have made it very clear that, yes, they would like presence. And I've used that opportunity to, as my bully pulpit, to explain what our staffing concerns are, but to also ensure that we are here doing the work necessary to keep this community safe, as evidenced by the information that Madam City Manager explained earlier with respect to the statistical information.
And I appreciate that, Chief. And I also was on the audit subcommittee when we came forward with the study of overtime, the balance between, overtime and hiring, and that it is important to have overtime as a backup for, as opposed to hiring new officers, which fully loaded is a lifetime of expense, correct? I mean.
Yes, $178,585 per fully burdened FTE.
And that's, but that doesn't include the future, right?
That's correct.
And it doesn't include the training, right? I mean,
right, yes.
Fully burdened
Yes.
doesn't include all the costs, including retirement, et cetera, and workers' comp and disability, right? You're just taking a straight salary plus benefits
right? That's all that is, and
Yes,
not everything else we pay for.
At a mid-range step.
Right.
Based on what that person would earn, what with special pays and the like, yes.
So if we're going to normalize, we need to do it in a measured and careful way. Is that right?
Yes.
And so what you're doing, as I understand it with this program, is buying us a little time to be able to undertake an analysis that would allow us to figure out what we need in a more measured and careful way.
Yes, and to create the platform for your new police chief to be able to have some wiggle room to get acclimated to the organization, its culture, and the tempo and pacing of this community by laying the proper foundation for him or her to be able to do that.
And having watched you for many years and seeing how you approach this job, do you feel that we are prepared for at least this summer?
I think if there's an acceptance and approval of what's before you this evening with respect to this, I'll be much more comfortable about our preparation. I think we can do it, but by the same token, any additional assistance that we can get is welcome.
And as long as DJ Khalid doesn't come back, right? That was quite a summer, wasn't it? What?
No chance of that.
Yeah, okay. So
Yeah, we don't have the concert, so unless he's going to pop up and do something for free, I don't think that we have to worry too much about that, but we have other concerns that are equally pressing and in a different direction.
thank you very much. I appreciate it. So any more questions for the chief?
I have a question, but it's about the city as a whole, so I should ask that later. I think.
No, I want to let the chief go.
Yeah, I'm still in the line for questions.
We're all asking questions. This is just letting.
I didn't know if I could ask something about the rest of the city. So at least 4 of the council people on this dais have.
I couldn't tell who was talking because your hand's on your face.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's me. At least 4 people on this dais have had crimes committed against their property within the last 12 months. And
Another one yesterday.
And that's a real concern. And residents throughout the city are concerned. And last night, a resident contacted me who's on a city commission and contacted me about the crime downtown that happened, the
homicide.
The homicide, sorry. Homicide yesterday, the attempted homicide the day before, and Pico neighborhood. And he said, we'll never have any police in our neighborhoods now. They're all going to go downtown. I remain, and many of us remain very concerned about our ability as a department and a city to I know we cannot ensure everyone's safety. I have no illusions about that. But we do, I think the people of this city want to know or want to at least feel that their police department will be patrolling the streets, alleys, parks in the city, and at least trying to make a dent in the crime they see. Now, the city manager can quote statistics. I'm not sure if I necessarily buy into all those statistics, and I would like our city to be as safe as possible. Is there, and I'm going to ask this question, not in relation to the pier downtown, you've answered that. Actually, downtown east, to the east city limits, can we police the city the rest of the summer? Do you need help? And I'm asking this in a leading question because there are so many people in our city who are worried. I want them to feel that their police department will protect them to the best of their ability and will be in the streets patrolling.
Okay, let me be very.
And I guess I gave you a statement versus just a question, but I wanted to give you context.
Okay, well, let me be very clear so that our community can unequivocally understand exactly what the score is. This police department has been working diligently, and I mean diligently, to keep this community safe and doing the best job it can, period. And that's no matter where we're talking. We're talking east of Lincoln. We're talking west of Lincoln. Is there a such thing as a crime-free city? Absolutely not. There is not a place on this planet that's crime-free. So there's going to be things that happen. What I would like for our community to do is to partner with us. Number one, if you see something suspicious, report it. You know, it's great to be on Nextdoor putting out, you know, that there's people on the front lawn of City Hall having sex, but you don't bother to call us, but then complain, and the time that could have been invested in making a call to let us know could have gotten us there to be able to address that instead of all the snarkiness that goes along with that. I would like for them to be, you know, I'm not blaming our community for feeling comfortable about leaving things around, but we have to recognize the circumstances that we're in these days. It's a tough time for a lot of people, and if people can, you know, there are those who are opportunistic thieves, opportunistic criminals who will get out, as we have seen, and will steal something that's not nailed down. So let's not give them that opportunity. Let's make sure that if we have video and surveillance cameras that are working, they're working, so that if there is an incident and we come and ask, can we get the video so that we can do the appropriate investigative follow-up? We have that information. We have that evidence, because that's what puts a crime together. Equally, if the officers come out and say we need a private person's arrest made for a misdemeanor offense not seen in our presence, for which we have no legal authority to make the arrest, but the member of the public can, help us with that. That's the kind of stuff that helps keep a community safe. You can't just look at the police department when it's convenient and then waggle the finger of outrage at us, but then not be willing to step up and help us and give us a hand. That needs to happen too. But we have this city, and we have had it, as evidenced by the arrests that we've made, as evidenced by our willingness to partner with our community, our willingness to do the work despite pandemic, despite 83% staffing, and we're getting it done. No question. We're getting it done.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I think the community needed to hear that.
I hope they did.
I appreciate it, Chief.
And while we're here, the first advice the chief ever gave me was, 1, lock your car, and 2, get a dog. Works. Thank you. Thanks, Chief. Any more questions?
All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, and back to Councilmember Davis, who's had the longest break in questioning ever known to the City Council.
That's okay. That's okay. Thank you so much. So I don't know if this is a question for finance or the city manager, because I think because, and it's maybe apropos of our last conversation, because we see the city filling up, we see people enjoying outdoor dining so much, there seems to be this sense that COVID's over, everything's back to normal, both in terms of how the city operates, but also in terms of finances. And certainly looking at the materials for tonight, it's pretty clear to me that we are not. It wasn't like we flipped a switch, COVID's over. We may be in what I've been sort of jokingly calling COVID light, but we are still feeling the financial effects on our budget of COVID. Would that be a fair statement?
Very fair.
And so I think this sense that somehow we can return to the level of service for everything we had pre-COVID, we're not in a position to do that. Would that also be fair?
That's right.
And the last thing I'm going to ask is, for example, you mentioned that over Memorial Day, our hotels were 91% filled, which is great from a transient occupancy tax perspective. But those taxes are lagging indicators. It's not like, okay, on Memorial Day, everyone left and then they turned the money over to the city. Those taxes are paid quarterly, and it takes a while for us to realize them as revenue, which is why, for example, it'll be till October, contrary to what one of the callers said, before we really get a handle on, you know, what the trend is and how we close out last year's books and really look at what's happening this year. Would that also be fair?
Yes, and we need international travel and business travel to fill the hotels during the week as well. Those are still very much missing.
Okay, that was actually going to be my next question, that while it's come back, we haven't seen the same level of travel from business travelers Monday through Friday, and also international travelers, which we know are among the greatest spenders, which not only generates TOT, but sales tax and that sort of thing. Is that also true?
Yes.
Okay. So one of the issues, the reason I ask all those questions is while we do have, a Santa Monica on the upswing, I think one of the areas where people seem particularly concerned about the economic recovery is retail. I think the restaurants with the accommodations that the city's made, but the retail, and I'm looking at you, Mr. Martin. I guess my question is, have we done everything we can do to make it as easy as possible for for landowners, and tenants, retailers to adjust? For example, maybe have smaller spaces because they can't afford the larger spaces, or do we have more zoning and land use kind of work to do to really adjust to what we'll call the post-pandemic reality?
Yeah, I would say we've done a lot. So the council has adopted some IZOs that have made it easier to open restaurants, to get alcohol licenses, certain types of retail uses that used to require a conditional use permit or some other kind of permit no longer do. So we have made those adjustments. We will be coming to the council in August with another IZO specifically related to the promenade, which will be another bucket of changes that we're hearing will be helpful to encourage retail uses. And then in terms of retail spaces, those types of changes are permitted. We've seen some applications for those, particularly on the promenade, where larger spaces are being divided. So that's just a matter of going through the plan check process. There's nothing from a code perspective we need to do to accommodate those.
Okay, and our apropos of some of the questions that the chief was asked, are you confident that we have the ability to react quickly enough to accommodate people? Because of course, most retailers, as many small businesses have dug a deep hole. Some of them were lucky enough to get loans from the federal government, but those loans will need to be repaid, and so they really need to get those adjustments in so they can start to climb out of that hole. Are we going to be able to provide the level of service they need so that they're not unduly taxed by time? Yes. Because time is money in the retail industry.
Yes. Well, we do have the positions that are before you tonight, and those are what we've recommended in order to make sure we are in a position to move things forward quickly.
Okay, great, thanks. Does anyone else have any questions for Mr. Martin while he's here?
Councilmember De La Torre.
Okay.
Thanks for taking the lead on this, Councilmember Davis.
Yes, no, I just thank you very much, David, for all your work. And I just wanted to reiterate that one point, that the positions that we have allocated for in the budget will help the permitting process move forward so that these businesses that are eager to try to open will have more support for plan check and so forth, correct?
Yes, very much. So we have a assistant planner that will help it in the planning division. And then within the building and safety division, we have a permit specialist and a senior plan check engineer. So all three of those positions are geared specifically towards permit processing. Great,
perfect. Because I've been hearing complaints, and people are going to feel really happy to know that there's more staff support so we can move those permits along. Thank you.
We appreciate that.
Appreciate it.
Councilmember McCowan and then Councilmember Brock.
Just following up on your mention of what you guys are coming back to us with in August on the promenade, is that going to potentially be about the ability for buildings to change uses if like a lease is up and it was retail and the next one wants to do a restaurant and they want to be able to lease to, because I know in the past they used to have that ability, the owners, to go back and forth. Is that kind of?
Yeah, that type of thing is actually allowed now. So that was made easier by some of the changes that the council made in the interim zoning ordinance.
Okay.
The type of thing we're bringing back in August. So we're currently working with the promenade visioning process. It's something that DTSM has organized. Some of the property owners and other folks are on that committee, and they're making recommendations that we'll bring forward that will make it easier for certain businesses to come in. And it will address some issues like, just for example, right now you can't have an office use within the first 50 feet of the promenade. So that's requiring the depth of the retail spaces to be deeper than what some property owners think is necessary, desirable. So we'd be coming and asking that that be reduced to 25 feet, for example. So that will make it easier to allow the property owner to be more flexible with their leasing. So if they want to lease, the rear 125 feet to an office use, but then keep the first 25 feet as retail, they'd be able to do that. So that's exactly the kind of thing we're hoping to do.
And I do need to note that the specifics of this are not on the agenda, so we can't really discuss that tonight.
Too much detail, sorry.
Thanks, George.
Thanks, George.
Appreciate you.
Poor George. Councilmember Brock.
Hi.
Hi.
Couple of quick questions. Hopefully, in addition to the planners that you have coming in to help the permit process, I note that when you were at a meeting earlier this year, you also talked about upgrading software and making sure that more of the process was automated. Is there progress on that front?
We are making progress. So we're working with the ISD department. They've identified a vendor that is working with the city to create a new system that will help with permit processing, electronic plan check. So yes, we are in the process of working on that. And yeah, we're hoping, it's going to take a little bit of time, but we're hoping that we'll see incremental improvements. So within the next few months, we'll start to see some things. It will probably be more like a year or so before we actually see the complete overhaul of the system that we're hoping for. But it is in the works.
So we should see an improvement to the permit process. We're not just hiring more personnel. They'll be able to make an impact on processes. And I've talked to you about permits in the past, and many people in the community have talked to us about how much slower it feels in this city than other cities. And I'd like us to at least be on parity.
Yeah.
And I don't know if this is part of your department or not. There was a Downtown Santa Monica, Inc. I think we had asked for a RFP for electronic signboards throughout downtown the city, and I know that has not been issued. Is that a different department, or does that fall under your department?
We do work with DTSM, but I'm not familiar. I don't think that's something that we're moving.
Debbie Lee is handling that project and can give you an update.
Okay. Oh.
But again, the update needs to be related to the budget, so I'm just an update on the project would not fall within the scope of the budget, but if you're asking about whether more resources are needed.
I'm asking whether more resources are needed to get the RFP out, or if it's a situation where some of the extra staff we're hiring will help that move along quicker. Thank you for the leading me into the question, George.
Good evening, Council. I can provide a quick update. There are no additional resources needed at this time to support that project. We anticipate that we will be going out to post the RFP within the next month or so, and we hope that the contract will be in place and will be back to Council sometime in early 2022 and be able to see some revenues coming through shortly thereafter. The RFP process, the timeline is probably anywhere from 4 to 5 months.
You knew my next question.
Yes. Yes.
All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I should add on the permitting that this is something that came in up through the audit subcommittee, and the software was recommended by our internal auditors, who are really our external auditors. And it was really a big process to determine how we could make permitting better. There's a whole report on it if you're interested.
I'd love to see it.
I know.
And Council, I can add on that front. I first of all want to send huge kudos to our permitting staff who have been working under considerable pressure and short-staffed. Lifting these positions up still doesn't get you to where you were in 2019. We do believe that we can make this work and move it forward. But to Councilmember Davis's earlier point, the city is where it is. We're doing everything we can to work in smarter, more streamlined ways. These staff will both be working on ongoing permits and also trying to upgrade the system, which is not software. It's really a new system. It has to be created to process any number of things that are specific to Santa Monica. So it's not like buying Word and uploading it to your computer and doing a little training on it. It's really a program that has to be created practically from scratch. So,
any more questions for Mr. Martin? Now you get to go to Shay J. No, I'm not sure. You better.
We all want to go to Shay J. Okay, I still have more questions, sorry.
Yes, keep going. No, you're doing a great job.
Ms. Taylor.
See, the room's thinning out with your help.
There you go. There you go. So I just have a couple of quick questions about Bergamot. So one of the things that you suggested, and I won't try and go back to the PowerPoint, was that we were going to require that if we were going to give assistance to certain tenants, that they show a particular decrease between 2019 and 2020. And what I've heard, maybe you have as well, is that some of the tenants didn't really see the decreases until 2021 because they were trying to be innovative in 2020 and sold off maybe some inventory that they had hoped to hang on to. But then in 2021, they sort of ran out of rope. Is there some flexibility there in the standards we're going to use to evaluate people's eligibility for some of the relief that we have there?
Yeah, certainly. I think we can look at the timelines for the evidence of hardship. I mean, definitely the thought was 2019 would be a snapshot pre-COVID and then 2020 right in the midst. But you're right. And we've also heard from some of our cultural arts nonprofit tenants that they're still getting, at least into early 2020, they were getting grants that were committed when they applied a year or two prior. And so some of their economic recovery efforts are going to be over a longer time period of hardship than some others. So we can certainly look at a extended time period for trying to capture the hard. I mean, we're trying basically to support as many as possible. And I doubt very many are going to have a hard time demonstrating 25% hard call.
Yeah, I just think that some of them, you know, we all thought the pandemic, right? I don't know about you, but I thought it was going to be 2 weeks and over, right? And so a lot of people did things like sell inventory thinking it's going to be over, it's going to be over, it's going to be over. And so if you look at their tax returns, they have some revenues, but then all of a sudden they've run out of inventory. So I think just some flexibility there. The other issue is, and the city attorney will come after me if this is inappropriate, because we don't really charge this, but from some of the tenants we've heard about CAM charges. Is that something that our exclusive negotiating partner out at Bergamot would be more responsible for than the city directly? Is that correct?
Yes, we've definitely have heard from our tenants about CAM charges as well as our subtenants. They don't differentiate between rents, even though CAMs are separate from base rent. We've talked in the case of Bergamot, we talked to the Worth Group, the property managers, just to continue to work with them on evaluating and monitoring the CAM charges. They actually continue to subsidize the CAM charges, and they always have. So the subtenants are not actually paying the true costs of the CAM fees. And they've worked really hard to try and keep them as low as possible, addressing the services that the property needs. Security is a big one ongoing. Prior to when they took the property, we had a lot of issues with homelessness that we have not had to the level since partly because they have security on site 24/7. So, but yeah, we can continue to work with them to monitor what the CAM fees are, because that's a direct fee that they pass on to the tenant.
Okay, great. So thanks. Any other Jennifer Taylor questions?
Any more Jennifer Taylor questions?
I do.
Okay. Councilmember Para, we're talking economic development.
Hi. So going back to Bergamot Center, I had the same concerns about the CAM charges and about oh gosh, now I lost my train of thought.
Rent?
No, the tenants and the rent. Well, no.
the art gallery?
It's only 9:30. Well, no. I mean, there were concerns, but I just realized that what I was about to ask does not relate to the budget. It relates more to some of the work that's supposed to be done under that CAM, and it had to do with the hot water. But we'll talk about that later. Thank you.
Okay, Rosanna, Dana's done. So now we're ready for our next. Yeah, Councilmember De La Torre. Sorry. That's okay.
In regards to the, I read a letter from one of the arts commissioners talking about we're looking at rent abatement for many of the tenants in city-owned property, so the Pier, Bergamot, and so forth. But they made reference to a lot of nonprofits that are not on city-owned property that are struggling. I mean, there was a survey done, and people they were hit really hard because of just of their financial, the way that they put on events. They need to sort of put money up front, and right now they're struggling. We have an allocation for that. Do you think it's sufficient, or do you think that we should put more into that?
I think it's sufficient for a leveraging tool to use to get match funding. Mm-hmm. So it would at least give a basis of a grant of $5,000 for some of our cultural arts nonprofits, many of them. As we're finding with the SAMO Small Business Recovery Grants, where we're reaching out to some of our larger businesses about potential for them to provide some match funding against what the city has provided previously, what you all have approved, the $200,000 from previous, as well as we've been able to get donations through the We Are Santa Monica Fund. We anticipate similarly our Cultural Affairs Department has a nonprofit arm that might be able to help to do some additional leveraging and support. I know some of our larger companies are looking at ways that they can leverage their resources, like put on concerts, for example, as fundraising. So some of those things might help to create some additional revenue streams. And that obviously is balanced with some other economic recovery funds we've allocated over the past for our Art of Recovery Fund that our Cultural Affairs Department is managing to help with funding for some of our nonprofits for programming and events, which creates some income for them too.
Great. Thank you. I'm glad we're thinking about all those ways to help out as well.
Yeah,
thank you.
Every little bit helps, absolutely.
Councilmember Brock.
In terms of talking about some of those nonprofit tenants, theaters, art galleries, et cetera, who still have to pay their master lease repayments, what are the best terms that we're able to give them? And in terms of Bergamot, where we have a master lease with another provider, how do we find ways to make sure that those nonprofits and those lessees at all are not severely damaged over the next 12 to 24 months?
So you all had approved the freezing of the rents, and Worth Team for Bergamot has also gone with that. So there's a rent freeze over the next year, so they're not going to have incremental rises, which will help. Certainly with the case of our nonprofits, if the budget's approved tonight as presented, 9 months of abatement's going to make a huge difference in what they owe in terms of back rent. We also previously, you provided authorization to staff to extend the rent deferment program, the repayment terms. So they have basically an additional year to the end of June 2022 to repay back rent that's owed. And then we would obviously be working with some of our tenants to, based on a case-by-case basis, if there's still true hardship issues or they're needing to sustain more. And then I'll just add too, we've been also working closely with our partners, our regional partners, through the Small Business Administration, and it's the El Camino College Small Business Development Center, to really get all of our tenants, including our nonprofits and city for-profit tenants, working with the SBDC to access federal, state, county funding and continue, so both loans and grants, so they can tap into as much support as they possibly can.
What would be the financial cost of the city if we extended repayment automatically till June 2023 instead of 2022?
Well, it would, I'm looking to Gigi here. I mean, it would just, I mean, probably the most critical impacts are some of our special funds, our enterprise funds. The peer fund is the one that we're most worried about because it is so reliant on revenue coming in. Similarly, the Big Blue Bus Fund is reliant on the Bergamot rent revenue. So if we delay, we're obviously continuing to delay revenue coming back into the funds to pay for the other essential services.
It would essentially be smaller repayments, right? They still have to have it done, but they would have a smaller nut, considering they still will have, even without an increase in rent, they'll still have rent to pay starting now.
They are paying rent now, and will start paying deferred rent in October.
So I think that's
it would be a smaller amount they would pay. It would just reduce the city's cash flow for funding other services.
So I guess my question to our treasurer, who's listening intently, would be, is that a possibility? Could we do that? How much of a negative impact would it be stretching out their repayments till June 2023 versus 2022? We still have money coming in.
Well, so I have so it's now 2021. Can we wait to decide that until we see how we're doing in January? I mean, none of us know, including those people, how well they're going to be doing.
The reason I'm asking is because if you own a retail business or a theater, having the ability to stretch out your payments and know exactly how much you'll pay each month eliminates the uncertainty so that you can aid in your economic recovery. If you're a theater, you'll be able to book shows and know that you have some flexibility. So I think it does make a difference. It does make a difference because some of these businesses operate on a very thin margin as it is. So that's why I'm asking if the impact would be so unduly negative to the city finances by stretching out those payments and making them slightly smaller each month for the next 2 years. That's why I was asking.
One thing I would recommend, I think it should be on a case-by-case basis still to evaluate how our tenants are doing with both accessing with their repayment plans, as well as being able to get shuttered venue grants and other federal funding support and state funding support. The other challenge I think we're going to have is the lease terms. We'll have to renegotiate extended lease terms because the repayment's going to extend beyond what their current terms are. In the case of Bergamot, all of our Bergamot tenants or subtenants in the case are on year-to-year leases for calendar year. So maybe one of the actions for tonight is to basically authorize staff to extend, but we're going to need to extend property management services as well to facilitate some of that. So we can do it. It's just, it should be, we'll probably need to evaluate on a case by case, but.
So I guess my only question on case by case would be, are we going to be flexible enough on that case by case basis, quotation marks, to make sure that we don't start evicting tenants?
And, we're also happy to come back and report to you how things are progressing. Okay. And then maybe we can evaluate then if there's a need to do extension of repayment terms based on that. And once we get some additional feedback from our SBDC partners about how our businesses, the success they're able to get with some additional funding sources, which they're all still waiting to see. The restaurant grants are another one.
Anyone else? I have one question for Jennifer, and it sort of touches on everything. So it's obvious to me that a lot of the funding today is coming from grants, whether, and you mentioned this, the federal government, the county, everybody else seems to be getting more money that they can give out in grants than we are, presumably because we're a city under 100,000 or 300, among other things. But my question is, what are we doing to help these businesses? We can apply for grants. I want to know what we're doing to apply for grants and what we're doing to help these businesses apply for these grants that seem to be keeping so many government entities and nonprofits and businesses afloat right now.
So that's one of the reasons we've set up the partnership with El Camino College SBDC, because they're experts in terms of all the funding resources, and they provide free one-on-one support to all of our tenants to help them to identify which pots of funds they qualify for. Up until very recently, most of the funding that our businesses are getting are actually loans. They're not grants. So many of them are turning into forgivable loans, we're finding. So that's partly why we also want to evaluate those that are forgivable, which then turn into grants, that their level of need might not be as much as they think right now, because we're trying to make sure they all get dug out of any hardship and debt. But both the SBDC is providing the support. We're continuing to work with our communications partners, economic recovery outreach partners, with the BIDS, SMTT, just to continue the chamber to message out and use everyone's resources for newsletters to all of our businesses about any and all funding that's available. We're working with our lobbyists to try and identify opportunities to access any additional federal funding that the city can help to qualify for. We're trying to work with the Chamber Foundation to do fundraising through them for the grants for the small businesses. So trying to, no stone unturned. Oh, and then we also have been working with Pepperdine University to do a grant application, writing support for businesses that need one-on-one help. So.
And in terms of the small business development and El Camino, are we requiring people to consult with them first?
We are encouraging all of our businesses to register with them because it's free, and it's just it's a free service just to help them, and at least to see if there's anything else that they could access that will benefit their business as they're reopening.
No, I hear that, and I mean, because of our dire straits, even though it doesn't sound as dire, I know it's dire, right? I mean, it seems that we should be the last resort and not the first resort.
Right. As unfortunately, our pockets aren't as deep as we'd like. We like to abate everyone's rents and just be done with it, but unfortunately, we can only do what we can do.
So now, if we looked at these large philanthropic foundations that are, because, right, we have some unusual programs that they may be interested in. So we're talking to them as well?
We are, and as part of our economic recovery task force, we have a funding partnership subcommittee that's actively engaged in approaching foundations and submitting letters of intent for a number of different programs, including offering support for our businesses and nonprofits. We're trying to fundraise right now to get some funding support for the Virginia Avenue Park Commercial Kitchen. We're getting a lot of interest in things, so yeah, and our Chamber Foundation partners are also very actively involved in approaching foundations about support.
Great, and I think that we as a council, I'm speaking for everybody, but I'll tell you now that any help that we can give you in order to get this funding that I think we need so desperately, and the people who have businesses here need so desperately, whatever we can do to help, please call on us.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate.
I would just add that we were on the phone with EDA regional director out of Department of Commerce today, trying to figure out what their funds are going to be for and how we can possibly access them. So it is ongoing every day.
No, I get these. I get it. I get emails every day. I go, oh. So, but I see how much funding is coming through grants as opposed to, the more tax credits and things that we used to see before. A lot of it is just coming through as grants. So thank you very much. Okay, you're free.
I can go to Shay J now.
You're free. I wasn't going to say that again. I'm getting boring. So, yeah, next question. Thank you.
So I just want to clarify. So I understand, and then I really want to thank staff for finding the additional money for our libraries. And some of this goes back to my question here. Obviously, we're not getting our libraries back to the full level of staffing we had before. That's correct?
That's correct.
But what will be, can you describe what the effect of having the 2 additional youth librarians will be? And I see our wonderful head librarian, Miss Wong, is here, so maybe, because I want to give people a sense of
The head of all libraries in the United States is coming to speak to us.
No, actually, that's not true.
Okay. Sorry, I made it up.
But I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. So with the two positions that we will have available, so they will come from the rehire list because we had librarians who we had to lay off. It'll be a rebalance of programming to serve, preschoolers, our school-age children, our teenagers. It'll be a hybrid of programming, both virtual and in person. We'll also be being able to do technology device distribution to create stronger access. And we're going to be utilizing that staff expertise to address the collection and materials gaps that we have currently for young people. We're going to be planning after school homework help and reading mentors, not in all sites, but in selected sites as we can provide that service. And then we're going to continue to rebuild family and youth services. As you know from our sharing with you at the last session, two will help. It will not rebuild all of youth services. That's not capable. We lost 9 youth services positions, but it takes a family of staff to actually provide the services that we have. But we're doing the very best we can, and we'll be able to do quite a bit with those two people.
And obviously we've got have new system. And obviously we've gotten a significant amount of contacts regarding the library. And so would it be fair to characterize that, as we come out of COVID and as our recovery begins to be more reflected in our books, that we'll have more opportunities to restore a lot of the services that were lost due to COVID? Would that be fair?
I certainly hope so. That is our intention, and to work collaboratively with partnerships and with the school district, with community services to further the work.
And then I also, I want to commend you because I do think there's been some creative thinking going on. When I was mayor, you and I were lucky enough to spend a fair amount of time together at our various libraries, and certainly they serve different populations and play different roles within their immediate community. So it sounds like we're taking this opportunity to, for lack of a better term, reimagine what our libraries can be within their particular communities. And as we come out of COVID, will we have a better opportunity to do that?
I hope so. We're looking at a number of opportunities, including public and private partnerships, that we hope will restore services, that it's not just on the backs of the general fund. And we're also looking creatively at grants and a number of other funding opportunities too.
Okay, great. Because I want to say, for example, the Seed Library
Absolutely.
Was one of the best attended library programs I had seen. And I, was just stunned to see how many people were excited about bringing seeds in, taking seeds out, that sort of thing. And it's not something that you traditionally think of at a library. So I want to thank you for that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any other library questions?
I do. Anyone? Yeah, Councilmember Brock.
So, and I apologize, even though my library skills used to be good, I may not have read the entire report on the libraries. So what are we actually restoring, not in terms of the 2 FTEs, but in terms of library hours? What can our public, who have been very vociferous about their need for more library hours and extremely passionate, which personally I love because it shows that they really care about our libraries. So can you tell me, I know I talked about the Montana Library last time. Can you tell me where we are in terms of our libraries?
Okay, absolutely. So between now and August, the main library is open Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays from 10 to 4. Thursdays we're open 2 to 8, and then we're closed on Friday, and then we're open the first Saturday of the month. So we're doing a little bit of a piloting because, we only have 47 people. And we have 3 locations that we actually currently have service at. So the service is also at Pico and Montana. That's curbside only at this moment. I know it's not the same thing as coming in, but I will tell you it's very, very, very popular. And so Pico also has 4 days of service where we have curbside, and then Montana has 2 days, one of those days being an evening. If the budget goes as we plan, then come September, we will evaluate all of the data that we've got in terms of active use. And the plan is actually to begin to open the branches, probably one at a time, to restore service if we can on the second floor of Main Library, because we only have the first floor available. And then to take a look at Saturday service. So that's going to be a little bit after in the fall, when we can get all the staffing on board and retrain staff.
That only concerns me because kids are they haven't been in school, but parents need a place for their children to go, and seniors need to now start resuming their place in society and going to libraries and being outside of their houses to find books to read and read periodicals and all the things people do. So what would it take to increase service?
Money. We would need additional staffing. With the 47 that we have, we're able to cover the services that we have now, but stretching the staff anymore would be really difficult.
How much? So I'll ask you the leading question, like I've been asking everyone else tonight. How much would it take to restore more, not as much service as everyone in the community wants,
right,
but to try and add more of a restoration of services?
Well, I think when we presented the 3 scenarios the last time, that was a little bit closer to what we would need. But so I think, sorry. So we would, one of the last plans that we provided was a restoration of 9 staff. And that would bring us a little closer to reopening.
So that's
right now.
$1 million.
But we still have to get the staff on board.
All right, and then you mentioned public-private partnerships, and I know our former mayor, Davis, was so great at going to the libraries and reading to children, and I recall you being at the main library for Kiwanis Dr. Seuss Day and doing a wonderful job on stage. So how do we add more public-private partnerships? So, for instance, I know there are one-day partnerships, like Kiwanis historically has always taken care of Dr. Seuss Day or whatever it will be called in the future in March. But what else can we do to really work with the public and private partnerships in the community and our greater community to try and add more funding? Are we really exploring those opportunities?
We are beginning to explore those opportunities. We're working with, on the grant making end, we're working with Ferguson Group, which, as you know, is leading some of the way in terms of looking at federal funding and local funding, as well as private foundations. The other thing I think, though, that is that I know that our city manager and I have been talking about is actually having an appeal in terms of working with our established community entertainment industry, the Silicon Beach kind of industries, because they have actually always shown an interest. When we had many more programs than we've had now, there was a lot of interest actually in coming to the library and supporting the different efforts that we had. We need to have a good conversation with them, but there's lots of ways I think we can collaborate with them.
I'd be happy to assist.
Yes.
Council, if I can jump in with a few things there. First of all, there have been a few questions about public-private partnerships, and I just want to recognize that Debbie Lee has played a much larger role in trying to bring that as a programmatic focus across the city and support departments in looking at public partnership opportunities. I will say on my almost last day that I think you have opportunity potentially at Fairview for re-envisioning what a library is to its neighborhood with outside funding. That is a great great neighborhood library, but you may not need 5 libraries of books. And thinking about what is that building, and is somebody interested in entering a public-private partnership with you for that building, is something Patty and I have talked about a little bit, just because it's one space that you can really look at and that is just such a great space. The other thing I want to mention with the $1 million is that's $1 million ongoing. So one of the differences between the library funding and most of the funding you're looking at is that we're funding the library ongoing. So when it's $300,000 for the library, we assume you're adding that $300,000 forever, because you want those increased library services forever. So that's true with both of our uplifts, both in the first proposed budget and in the second proposed budget. Those are both ongoing, so they have to be programmed both years at the biennial budget and then forecast out. So I just want to be clear, if you actually wanted that $1 million, it's Gigi would have to do the calculate, or Oscar would have to do, they would have to tell you how much that actually is, but it's $2 million in this biennial budget, and then it has impacts in the future.
Thank you.
So anyone else, because I have one follow-on question. I remember that there was a group called Friends of the Library.
Yes, and they still exist.
Yes, and they're still, right. And so are they being activated to do some of this exploration and fundraising?
They are actually, they raise about $100,000 a year for us in a good year when they're not closed to the public in terms of book donations and book sales and that kind of thing. They still continue to provide resources for us. How we've used that money in the past is actually to fund our summer reading program and our Santa Monica Reads and all the programs, a good third of them that actually the public is used to seeing. We will be working with them. Actually, our foundation is starting to meet actively with the Friends to see if there can be a collaborative moment where we can do some active fundraising.
That's great. Yeah, no, I think that that's probably necessary right now.
Absolutely.
Thank you. You're done.
Okay, thank you.
And the room gets emptier. Okay, Gleam, keep clearing out this room. Let's
All
go.
right. Well, at great personal risk, I'm going to use the word pickleball.
Thank you.
Since I know somebody was going to raise it, we might as well get it off. As we got an email from our interim city manager about, I think, some accommodations that we had been able to find for our pickleball players, and I'm wondering if you can, since I'm not sure how widely that was shared, if you can go over what that was, and then I have a couple other questions after that, but let's start there.
Yes, so the immediate solutions that we were able to find to the tension between pickleball use at Memorial Park and youth tennis camps that were pre-programmed and ready to start is we have started opening the courts at 7 a.m., which provides an additional hour for pickleball play. We also think that the pickleball players could form a group like the through the city's tennis office, similar to the Santa Monica Tennis Club, that would allow them to obtain permits for the use of courts, which we think would help their situation. In the long term, you could also do a fee-based pickleball program, but we really do believe, based on the information that we've received, that them forming a group and then getting a permit is the best way for them to reserve courts for their use. We also do have pickleball courts in the plans for Airport Park expansion and Memorial Park expansion. It's just that because of revenue impacts, those are not immediately moving forward, but we still, that is one area that, for example, we talked with Department of Commerce about today. Those are almost shovel-ready projects that we are looking for funding or partnerships or a way to move forward on.
And so everyone kept using the $60,000 figure. And as I understand it, that was the cost of restriping some courts to accommodate pickleball, but they didn't really expand. I mean, it wasn't going to. Some people said, well, you need to create dedicated pickleball courts. It would seem to me it would cost a heck of a lot more than $60,000 to create out of some open space dedicated pickleball courts. That's just about restriping, or am I missing that?
That's what struck me as well. I would need to look and see if Andy or Rick could help me, but I do not think, certainly staff time, planning, et cetera, if you wanted to put a pickleball court elsewhere, I don't think you could create pickleball courts for 60,000.
Oh, it looks like we have a taker. Another brave victim.
I just wanted to say that the estimate that we put together for resurfacing and restriping an existing court was $6,200.
Oh, 6,200, okay. And would that be the courts at Memorial Park? Or a court at Memorial Park? I mean, with how many courts and where would it be?
So one court for pickleball for us to resurface and restripe would cost us $6,200, but that excludes any netting and whatever else you need for pickleball. It was just the striping part of it.
Okay. No, but that's helpful because people kept saying $60,000. All right. And I don't know who can answer this. So
Wait.
Yeah.
So do you need to do it on a tennis court? Could you do it on a parking lot?
From what I know, I don't know a whole lot about pickleball, but what I've seen, Googling it over the last half an hour, you just need a hard surface.
As have the rest of us. That's right.
Everybody's got pickleball here, but
I think you just need a hard, flat surface and restripe.
So like an asphalt parking lot probably wouldn't work any more than you could just lay down a tennis court. You need something that's a smooth surface like a tennis court that you could restripe and then use for pickleball.
That is my understanding, yes.
Okay. And can someone explain, because I don't know, Mr. Valley, if you're the right person or the city manager. So we have these tennis programs, and I do want to point out that obviously the tennis people did not make it a point to get organized tonight, but if we were to kick them off the tennis courts, they would. So I think we need to understand that while we had a lot of pickleball players, it's not as if that's sort of a universal, yes, let's kick all the tennis players off and do pickleball. But I appreciate their enthusiasm. They are some incredibly enthusiastic people. So currently we have this extra hour in the morning, and then it sounded like the tennis camp did not go the whole day, so pickleball could be played later in the day. Is that also true?
Yes, I think that's
Andrew's
true,
sitting
but
as
here
far
comes
back
Andy,
as he
who
can get. Come on
may
up.
know more than
He too is Googling pickleball.
Come on up. You're saving Rick. Think of it that way.
So yes, that's correct. So the camps are 3 hours a day. And so while opening the courts for 1 hour does not make up for the 3 hours, it does at least give some additional play time at the Memorial Park courts.
And how late are those courts open during the summer?
I think they're open until 10, I believe 10.
Because they're lit, right? Those courts
That's
are
correct.
lit.
Memorial Park has lighting.
So that could be as much as, say, 6 or more hours a day that those courts, particularly if we resurfaced, one of them would be available for pickleball. Is that correct?
Well, so the Memorial Park courts are now striped for pickleball.
Right.
And they're open courts, so they could be tennis play, they could be pickleball play.
We should do that.
Okay, so first come, first serve after the tennis cap is finished.
Right. And unless there are camps or other classes going on. But yeah, they're generally first come, first serve.
And do we have it's my impression that every tennis court in town is heavily utilized, but that could just be my impression. So do we have any data that shows?
So I don't have specific data, but I can tell you that generally, and even one of the callers referenced that you recall early in the pandemic, tennis was pretty much the only sport that was allowed. And what we saw is a lot of people who hadn't even played tennis for a while picking tennis back up because you couldn't go to the gym, you couldn't play field sports, what have you. And what we haven't seen is now that things are starting to open up, that people are saying, oh, I'm done with tennis, that people have sort of renewed that love for tennis. And so there's a lot of pressure. So, and I think that's why you're hearing, this outpouring of love for pickleball, because there's a lot of competition for our courts, and we've only got so many courts, which is, why when we sound like bureaucrats and say we really need our park planner, because the ultimate solution is we need more courts. And we need pickleball courts, and ideally we do it in a way that it's not a takeaway from the tennis players, but it's actually, making the pie bigger, if you will.
Okay, and so I heard the city manager say if we got them to form a formal association where they could perhaps talk to the city, I don't want to use the term negotiate, that's too dangerous, but talk to the city about maybe having specific time set aside for pickleball so that they would know if we come between 6 and 8 p.m. on Monday, Wednesday, Fridays. Don't let everyone get excited, but just thinking out loud here, that could be pickleball time.
Correct, yes. So we have an existing permitting program, and exactly to your point, they could form a group and then seek permits, and then it would be specific times that the pickleball players would know it's available.
And just because my suspicion is they're probably listening to this, we had people represent themselves as pickleball ambassadors, and it's from, I don't know if that's a designation by some formal pickleball association. Yeah. So, I mean, if they were to reach out to, who could they reach out to find out what the requirements were to become an association so that they could work with the city to get permits for particular times for pickleball?
So our tennis office is the place to go. Our tennis office does the permitting of the courts, and they can help.
Is it open in person at Reed Park? Or is
Yeah,
okay.
The tennis office is open in person.
Okay, so Reed Park.
At Reed, yes.
Okay, so for all of you pickleball players, get organized, go to Reed Park. All right, okay, that answers my questions about pickleball. There may be more.
So any more questions? So Andy opens up a whole new ball of wax. But so do you have more questions after Andy's gone?
Yes,
or
I
you?
only have, but not for Andy. I have one set of questions after we finish up with Andy.
Okay, so anybody have any, excuse me, I only have one set of eyes that only turn one direction. Councilmember Brock and then Councilmember McCowan.
Pickleball, the newest craze, and I can tell you that it is sweeping our nation. I'm waiting to have it to, instead of beach volleyball courts during the 2028 Olympics, there'll be a pickleball Olympic sport. And I have to add this just because I'm known for folksy stories. My grandmother lived for years at the corner of Cucumber and Vine in Mount Olive, North Carolina, right outside a pickle factory. When I first heard of pickleball, as I was finishing my term as a Recreation and Parks Commissioner, I thought it had something to do with dill pickles. I was totally wrong. However, I have seen some of the pickleballs are green. So Rick mentioned that it's about $6,000 to $7,000 to restripe a court. And I was concerned when I heard pickleball players said they called the tennis office and they were told the only place in the city they could play pickleball would be Memorial Park. And it seems to me that whether we do public-private partnerships and accept some donations from the pickleball players or the newly formed Pickleball Association, that we should find some additional courts to mark. And my question, probably to Rick first, was, is that $6,000 some odd dollars to restripe a tennis court for 4 pickleball courts, or is that just per little quarter section of a tennis court? So is it $25,000 to do a court, or is it $6,000 some odd? Thank you, Andy. You got off early.
So it is $6,200 per pickleball court. So one tennis court would be $25,000 to restripe that for 4 equivalent pickleball courts.
Okay, that's a big question.
24,000.
Okay, and then we know that since most of them have their own nets, they can put up portable nets, etc. So are there areas in the city that we could imagine where the airport or somewhere else right now that could be made into pickleball courts without taking away from the tennis courts? So for instance, I know at Marine Park, we have 2 basketball courts that are currently fenced off for resurfacing. could we take one of those basketball courts, keep it for basketball, and make the other one into a pickleball court or courts? I don't know how many courts that would be.
To answer that question, I'd probably have to defer to Andy because I don't know the usage of each of the courts between tennis, basketball, and pickleball.
Or do we have a relatively substantial slab of cement either at the airport that we could use or somewhere else that could just be restriped without the actual nets, and that could be given to them to use? Because I think the concern is, and I want to caution pickleball players, they should never be trying to pit themselves against kids, whether it be in tennis camps or anywhere else. And I support pickleball, and the pickleball players know that, but I cringe when I hear them say it's us or the kids' tennis camps. It can't be either or. It has to be, how do we fit both in to our city? Because yes, I want everyone out being better fit, and pickleball helps that hand-eye coordination. So is there a way that if we were able to find enough for eight courts, right, which would be $50,000, which is what they were asking for, could those be striped somewhere, and they don't necessarily all have to be on tennis courts? Is that something Andy and you could look at if we were able to find the funding?
We can certainly look at city-owned property that, we have lots of parking lots. We've got, what comes to mind is the airport space to the east of the runway. But I don't know what the programming is for that, so we'd have to collaborate with the other city departments to figure out.
Is that the area that's being used for drive-in movies?
Yes.
So they would only use them at night, so possibly we could try and stripe courts for the morning, afternoons. That would take the pressure off, and instead of having everyone pitted against each other, we could have courts for everybody in the city, and it would relieve the pressure. And look I went over to the pickleball courts for a second time about a week and a half ago, and was really amazed to see prominent people in Santa Monica who I've known for years. One gentleman who owns 5 restaurants was out there sweating, playing pickleball. Another person who used to be a recreation parks commissioner was out there. So many people.
If I may make a suggestion, because the budget includes funding for a park planner, and to have that park planner look at city properties holistically to see what would best fit the needs for pickleball, I would recommend that we have a park planner actually look at this.
Right, and my only question would be that would be something that it sounds like we might, if they just have to put stripes down, that whether they.
Councilmember, so one thing, I actually just searched my email because, as some of you know, I've received a lot of emails from pickleball players. But other than, there was a moment in the pandemic where there were tennis pickleball wars, and I can't remember exactly why, but I was hearing from both tennis and pickleball, and I think that was maybe because permitting wasn't happening for a brief period, and then all of a sudden it opened and there was a fight over the courts. The first email I have on pickleball is around May 25th. So I want to be clear that some of this conflict, I think, is coming with the summer programming for the tennis courts for youth. We do have striping at Memorial Park, and we have found some solutions. So I might recommend that rather than trying to solve this on the dais, I do think a park planner is going to help us move forward on the plans for additional pickleball courts. And I'm just not sure that here, I mean, May 25th to June 22nd in city terms is not a whole lot of time to find solutions other than the ones that we've already offered, which are a few. which we tried to turn around. So in that sense, I think staff can continue to work on this. We've clearly heard the desire for pickleball. If it's really $6,000, my guess is that someone can find it. I know I'm not supposed to say that, Gigi, but I think the bigger problem is actually understanding the uses, who's using the courts, when, how, et cetera, and getting the park planner on board. You know, and if you take away one on the dais, you don't know who's going to come next. If you take away basketball, et cetera. So I just want to raise that concern that hasn't been that much time that this has been coming to us.
George, did you want to?
Well, so
just going to
And
note
then I
that
still have a question.
I was just going to note that the space at the airport isn't fenced around any court, so you might have an extra expense there.
It may not need to be fenced because the balls don't go very far.
Okay, so
my
question.
Yeah, my a statement and a question. Just for the record, the pickleball players, when I was still chair of the Recreation and Parks Commission, started coming to the commission asking for courts, and that was in September 2016. So I hear the need for a park planner. I understand that. I know we will probably vote for a park planner, but that puts any decision on more courts off till probably September, October, where if it's simple striping and we can find a slab of empty cement, not a basketball court then, that we could line a couple of courts in the next month, and there is ample need for it because there really are a couple of hundred people who want to play this.
Aren't the courts at Memorial Park, maybe I'm confused, aren't they lined?
They are lined, but there's only, so they have to be shared with the heavier use for tennis. So I'm trying to relieve that by saying line some other courts as well, so the tennis office could assign other courts besides just Memorial, or we could find a third option, which is empty cement slab somewhere where they could line and play as a temporary fix.
Well,
that's my only.
So Phil, I think here's the issue we're running into, and I don't want to make it, but you're thinking that once you say it up here, that next week somebody's going to be able to run out and
No,
strike
I'm not.
it.
I don't expect
Well,
that.
because September, I mean, I think they're talking about a solution in 3 months, right? And is that right?
I think when they talked about park planner, I asked during another study session.
Yes.
And it was going to be, they had to put out, they have to hire someone. It takes a while for that person to get situated, so we're probably at October, city manager? Being realistic?
September, October, potentially.
Yeah. So I was trying to find, if there's a temporary space, even if the pickleball players wanted to pay for that lining, if we could just find the space, they don't even need it fenced. They just need it to be safe from cars running over them.
City manager, please.
My concern in part is that taking a different space, I don't think we immediately in this group have a solution, and I'm not sure that we can do that on the dais or that it's really budget. And I think the budget amount, if there's actually something to quickly restripe, if it's really $6,000, my guess is we can find it. But beyond that, I just don't know that we're going to solve it.
But
Phil, is what you're trying to convey to the pickleball players that we do understand that they want courts and we're going to try to find them, but it might not happen until the fall? Is that about it?
Well, that's a leading question, but I'll accept that because I'm not getting anywhere now, and I'm not going to go back to the corner of Cucumber and Vine for quite a while.
Yeah, right. But no, I'm just suggesting that, look, we heard the pickleball comments. We understand that they want more time on more courts, and we will look at what solutions there might be for them. But up here right now, we don't know.
And what I'm hearing the city manager say is we don't need to make this a budget item.
That's correct.
Okay.
But we did give them a shorter term solution, which is creating a pickleball association, which can go to the tennis office and get permits for the courts. They don't have to wait till September or October to do that.
For new
And we
courts.
already opened the courts at 7
Can
a.m.
we
as of
open other
Monday.
courts if they stripe? Could they get courts at Ocean View or Marine or somewhere else that they
Well,
could
the tennis
share?
office controls all the courts.
Right, but they still have to be striped. That's all I'm saying. I would like them to say, hey, there's 3 more courts somewhere else that you can use.
Sounds to me like the staff has heard us. They've heard the pickleball players. It doesn't sound like the cost of striping is huge. And so I think we should let staff figure out whether it makes sense to stripe more courts. But in the meantime, the courts at Memorial Park are available apparently in the afternoon when the tennis camp is over until 10 p.m. at night. So a huge chunk of the day. And to the extent they go to the tennis office, they may be able to actually pull permits to reserve them for pickleball for some period. Am I correct about that?
Yes, that's
So it seems to me there may be some short-term solutions that don't even require restriping. We could restripe maybe, but let's get the low-hanging fruit first.
There are crossroads at SMC, I think other classes at Memorial later in the day. That was the reason I was pressing striping.
They're not SMC classes. I just want to clarify that
I'm
there
sorry.
are classes. It's an instructor who also teaches
But
at
there's
SMC.
Crossroads uses it.
No, Crossroads is in the summer? I don't think so.
No?
I don't
Then I
have
may
reason
be
to believe
wrong.
that
Maybe you could be right. They use it during, my kids both played on the tennis team and they use it in the spring when they're in season. That's where they play. But sometimes at Lincoln too.
Got it.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan, who's been waiting quite a while.
The city manager sent a really extensive and thorough email on Friday with some very specific recommendations that Councilmember Davis mentioned earlier. And my question was simply, has there been any outreach to you or anyone else? Has there been any usage at the 7 a.m. hour that was just implemented? Are we actually beginning to track usage data so that when we bring on this park planner, we can actually, you made really great recommendations. I'm curious, did anyone respond saying we're forming this association and we'd like to start requesting permit time?
No, you know the answer.
I don't know the answer.
So I did receive, I have to say this for my successor, I did receive some repeated demands to talk to me individually on the phone for additional time, which I have not been able to accommodate because we have already provided the solutions that I have at this moment. Right. And I do have a number of responsibilities across the city, and it doesn't make sense for people to continue to demand exactly what they want and to continue to demand time and other things. We want to solve the pickleball problem, but there are ways to approach city staff that are more productive for everyone's time so that we can actually spend our time solving the problems.
Right.
Which is the goal.
Okay, just wanted to.
Okay, so are we done with pickleball? So all the pickleball people who are waiting for us to talk about you more, I'm afraid we're done with pickleball and now we're moving.
In questions we are.
On questions we are,
We're still
but,
not in discussion.
well, we're sort of in discussion, but Councilmember Davis.
Well, thank you. I only have a couple other questions, and they're for Ms. DeCalvas, whose name I never pronounced correctly, and I apologize for that. It's too many syllables.
Why I call her Gigi.
Well, I think we're back. We need to be respectful. So I just have a couple of questions. So we hear a lot, for example, coming out of Sacramento about a lot of programs, but obviously they haven't solidified yet because the state budget hasn't been adopted yet. Is that right?
That's correct.
And that typically happens when?
I think it happens.
July?
It supposedly happened.
It happened. Well, I mean, it did happen, right?
Right.
So, but by the time the programs come out, comes a little bit later.
Yeah.
Right. And so the reason I'm asking that, and in addition, of course, at the federal level, we already have money flowing down from ARPA, but there's talk of, and we can all keep whatever digits we have crossed, infrastructure money and potentially other monies coming from the feds. So presumably, it would seem to me would it be fair to say within the next 3 to 6 months, we're going to have maybe more opportunities for either to apply for grants or get money through the various state and federal programs?
Yes.
And so maybe when we come back in October, we'll all go to Chez J and have a drink because we'll be celebrating all this new money. Is that possible?
Yeah, we are looking out for all that money. And as interim city manager Dilg said, we're meeting with people right now, getting ahead of all the different rules and different types of grants and programs that are coming out.
Yeah, and it would seem to me then that some of what we need to do tonight is obviously we need to pass a balanced budget, but ask for some patience and forbearance from our community to let some of that play out as well. For example, one of the things we've heard is that Governor Newsom is now proposing to actually have the state absorb back rents. Right. Which would maybe mean we wouldn't have to have a program to help people pay back rents, which would help us free up money for, in other words, if we can get money from the states and feds for certain programs, we can either expand those programs locally or use the money in a different way. Is that also a possibility?
That's right. And that's why it's, we have a good system where we come back to you several times a year because we can reassess. And we'll also have an idea of how we fared this year ourselves. If we ended up with more savings on our expenditures, if our revenues came in stronger than we anticipated, we're still waiting to see how everything falls through, but we will have much better information starting in October and even better information in January.
So we may not be able to do everything that everybody wants tonight, but we can say, stay tuned. Would that be correct? Okay, great. That actually ends my questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Davis. So now we've taken Councilmember Davis's lead, but do we have other questions that we want to ask other members of staff? Oh, good. Okay. No, you're all on. No, she's right there. She didn't go anywhere, and she won't all night, poor Gigi.
I get to take off my mask again.
So keep her there as long as possible.
Hi, Gigi. Thank you. I just had a few questions regarding some fees. So I was taking a look at some of the exhibits, and so specifically, I am looking at, let's see here, I think it was Exhibit E, which was the fees resolution, and I was trying to understand, so the way that it was listed, it said fiscal year on the tables, it said fiscal year 2021, 2022, and then it had all the fees.
Right.
So are those fees the new fees?
The master fee schedule? It's attachment 9. I'm not wearing my glasses.
I'm sorry. On me, it looks like it's E.
9BE?
Yes.
Yes, these are the fees. It's a resolution that shows it's our master fee listing for the year.
Right, and it's Exhibit A through whatever. And so those fees, those are the new fees, the newly adjusted fees?
That's correct.
Okay, so is there a percentage? So what I'm trying to see, I'm just trying to see like how much, what was the increase in fees? Because, you know, there isn't a side-by-side comparison of what that increase was. Because there's also, you know, I've been hearing concerns about the increase in fees or that fees are very high, you know, for construction, especially residential construction, single-family construction. And so I was just trying to take a look at what the difference was.
So if for that, you'd have to go back to the fee study that we had attached to the budget study session, to the proposed budget back on May 25th. We conducted a fee study. We have an expert come in. They take a look at all of our costs. We are not allowed, by state law, we are not allowed to charge more than it costs us to provide a service. So the highest we can ever go is 100% of cost recovery. For certain areas, in certain areas, we council has the ability to have a policy that says that the city will subsidize a fee. So for example, all of our community service department fees are, for, I think pretty much all of them are subsidized because they are there for, to encourage recreation among youth and to make sure that we have an equitable system. When it comes to construction fees, for the most, or permit fees, for the most part, we try to go with 100% recovery. There are certain times when we have, that council has chosen to subsidize those fees in some way. Based on the history, we pretty much stay the same. Last year, I should say, council, when we were seeing ourselves in this predicament of not just COVID, but overall our revenues are decreased. Our revenue growth has been flattening for years now. And that's because our traditional revenue streams, for example, parking, are changing. Sales taxes are changing because people are going and doing online sales. And so, and the amount of money that we get from sales taxes from online sales is less than what we usually get from someone who goes to the store. So as all these things were happening, our council took a look and asked us to make sure that we were increasing our cost recovery as much as possible. And so when we took a look at the fees and the new costs, we do it every 4 years. There were some fees where we increased the cost recovery, and it could be those fees that you're talking about. I can't tell you specifically. We don't have a percentage increase across the board because it really depends. It's a very specific way that things are done. We actually look at every single cost that goes into something. So it could be that one cost has type of activity has stayed the same over years. Another one could have gone up because there are a lot more state laws or any kind of different types of laws that are coming in outside of our jurisdiction that end up, or outside of our control, that end up impacting us.
Understood. As a former permit technician, I'm pretty familiar with the fee structure. So I just, just for future reference, and if it's possible, if there's any way to, have a table so that we can see kind of like the before and after, so that
I just sent it to you.
Oh.
I sent you the May 25th by email. It's right.
Thank you.
And it has both of them.
Okay.
It is, some of them are like significant.
Uh-huh.
Some are minor.
Okay.
Yes, and we actually had a summary that showed any increase that was over 100% increase, because we wanted to make it very clear to people that those were changing.
Thank you. And obviously, since this is my first budget experience, I did have a little bit of it, like I sent you an email, I had a little difficult time understanding, reading this compared to what we were presented, a few weeks ago. And then, so under this fee schedule, or the exhibit as well, some items are highlighted in green. Is there any significance to that? Does that mean something? Because I was trying to see if there's a legend.
Yeah, I'm sorry. The things that are in green are the new fees.
Are the new fees? Okay.
I believe so.
See, and so again.
Yes, that actually, I had gone through the same thing and I'd meant to ask, so I agree. We should have made that clear.
Okay. So you guys hear that? The things that I highlight in green are new fees.
So thank you for pointing that out.
Okay, and then the other questions I had, let's see here, had to do with, so the CRU. And I know I spoke to Lane briefly today, but I just wanted to confirm. I know that we are approving the CRU and confirming that we are approving 2 fire FTEs for the CRU.
That's correct.
Okay. And the positions that are being approved for this CRU, let's see here. Are the positions being approved to staff the CRU going to be hired for in the next fire department recruitment process? Because
maybe we've got to have some of our fire people answer that, but I believe that, yes, there is an academy. I'm going to speak out of turn and maybe Captain Altman can tell me that I'm not saying the right thing, but I believe there is a training academy and that we're working towards that. But let me just have the experts
one note
answer.
that I would add that we could discuss further at a later date is we are trying to preserve your flexibility for the future. So we are staffing at 2 firefighters, trying to preserve flexibility for the future because this is a pilot program.
And that was going to be my next question. So and I don't know why I didn't think about this last time, but since we've already piloted before, why are we calling it a pilot program again and not just moving forward with the program?
Because it's budgeted for 2 years and because the space is still, I think running homeless services out of the fire department is something we don't feel we've yet spent the time studying and perfecting to know that this is exactly the program that we would want to run going forward.
Okay. So then in terms of staying flexible, so if we are pulling staff from the fire department to run the CRU, how are we going to backstaff those staff? Or is that going to be
If
overtime?
I can to Chief Altman.
Is that going to be overtime? Hi.
Good evening, Council, the Honorable Mayor. James Altman with the Fire Department. Yes, it would be filled with backfill, so it'd be overtime. At this point right now, we do plan on getting ready for an academy, recruitment starting in the fall, and an academy start date in the spring sometime. And with that, it would be nice to know early enough to be able to hire those extra 2 folks with the intention of filling that CRU, because you know, and we all know the undue stress that's going to put on our firefighters.
Right.
So it's a nice conversation to have right now to figure out what it is we're going to do ahead of time.
Yeah, so that's the conversation I'd like to have so that I'm clear, because you said we want it to be flexible, but if we're hiring or we're having an academy, we need to be able to identify.
So we would, we're budgeting at 2 firefighters. I don't want to be cryptic here, but I might ask my HR director or my city attorney to stop me if I need to stop speaking on the dais. We want to be sure that we have an agreement with the labor group for your ability to pilot in the future. If you wanted to add non-sworn, if you wanted mental health in there, if you wanted anything like that, we want to be sure you're not locking in for our MOU with 1109 says that you can't staff something with non-sworn that has previously been staffed with sworn, and that's an imperfect summary. We want to be sure that that MOU provision doesn't prevent you if you decide in 5 years that the fire department is the correct source to be running large amounts of homelessness response services. We want to be sure that you're not in a position that only firefighters and not mental health clinicians or other kinds of social workers. There's been desire on the dais that at least one member of the CRU be a woman. We can't do that with firefighters only currently. So what we're trying to do is work with them to preserve your flexibility for the future. But the budgeting is a firefighter, EMT, and a firefighter. So you're budgeted to have those 2 in this pilot for 2 years. We're simply trying to reserve your ability to have the conversation about what the best strategy for the city is going forward.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Appreciate it.
No problem.
All right. I think I have just a few more questions. So some of the questions came up around the swim center, and some of the emails that we received said that Santa Monica College was paying 27% less than what they had paid in 2013. And I don't know what that means. Does anybody understand what that is? And can explain that, please?
Sure. So the Santa Monica College pays based on their usage of the swim center. And so, as you know, during the past year, the usage has been very low. The swim teams just came back. So we're projecting forward that they're going to be gradually building back up. So it's teams now, eventually classes will come back, those types of things. So we're not projecting it at full use as would be the case, say, in a normal year. If they move back really quickly, then the revenues will be higher coming in from the college.
And is there a mechanism in place to be able to adjust their fees? Because I mean, I'm sure that SMC, and again, I'm trying to be, I know a lot of people have been affected by the pandemic, but I know that SMC has been full. I mean, I tried to get a class during during the pandemic, and I couldn't even get on a waiting list. So
there's an agreement between the city and Santa Monica College that addresses how they pay for usage of the pool, and it's to ensure that it covers the staffing costs as well as the maintenance and pool chemicals and those types of things. So if their usage increases, then yes, absolutely, they will be paying more pursuant to the agreement.
And so if their usage increases, and so how often, is that being looked at? Would that be like quarterly or?
Well, so it's all the time. I mean, they come into the schedule. So they come to the city and say, okay, the swim teams are back. And so we then figure out, okay, based on this usage, because it's not just random. They've got specific times. So our teams are going to be here, there. If they get to the point that classes are starting, well, you tried to get into classes. Classes are going to be specific times. And then part of that is, okay, based on those times, these will be the charges.
Okay, and so then if they decide to increase the class or at a position to increase the classes, which then in turn would be time for us to increase the fees for them, would you come back to us to increase those fees, or can you?
Yeah, so it's not the fees that are changing, it's actually the revenue. So as they use it more,
there's more
they
revenue.
pay more.
I'm trying to understand this, I'm sorry.
Yeah, then there's more revenue coming in.
All right, because, clearly we're getting a lot of angry Santa emails from the swim team and people just trying to understand. And I know we've had this conversation before about, 4 increases to our patrons and to our swim teams in the last 4 years. And so, so I'm just trying to understand, why these teams and residents are paying more, but then Santa Monica College is paying less.
Yeah, so you get it's apples and oranges, right? One is fees and one is actual revenues based on usage.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Andy. And then one last question. The LA County mental health vans, do we know when they're going to go online?
So we have been working with them. Lisa Parson has been working with that, and I don't have her with us tonight because the budgeting is already done on that project. I can provide you an update tomorrow, but I know that we are working through the final MOU. I'm trying to look to see if anyone in the room has more information than I do. So if I can, let me provide that to you.
Tomorrow?
Yeah.
That's fine. Okay. Thank you. That's all my questions.
Just to, I wasn't able to find the exact crossings where we're adding the additional 7. Does anyone know specifically which intersections were determined to be the 7 that we were adding?
Oh, the chief was.
I'm afraid you sent the police
Did I
department
send her
to Shay
away?
J. I hope you
Okay.
didn't do that.
Okay.
That's my fault,
We-
but I have the list somewhere in my
Okay.
email.
Okay. And then, so with West Coast Cares, I know that in the original budget, they had a $210,000 increase for their partnership with the fire department. We, in this recent staff report, was acknowledged that we would not be doing the additional $290,000 that I think council requested at the study session But then there was mention interim city manager Doug that possibly looking at a partnership with West Coast Cares to do some weekend. Is that separate from?
That would just be a shift of the
shift.
resources they're providing. It just would be working
Already,
with them. Exactly.
their current contract, not the fire-related contract, or, because the fire, that was an increase of their current grant, right?
It was an increase from.
Because they
the
have their normal
prior
human
year,
services
but
grant.
I'm sorry, what's the question?
So the change in their ability to potentially provide a shift or 2 or 3 on the weekends, would that fall under their human services grant funding, or the additional funding that's their partnership with fire?
It's all their partnership with fire. The West Coast Cares amount contract is, the entire contract is with the fire department.
Okay.
And so the whole $210,000 is everything that they
So
have.
that's the total.
Yes.
So we didn't increase their funding this year.
We didn't. I think that when we're talking about shifting, it would literally just be moving from one time to another.
Okay.
And we actually have information on the crossings, if you'd like to know what they are.
Yeah.
Oh, and we just sent them to the city manager so she can.
Okay, and I'm going to mute my mic so you don't have to hear me sitting.
Thank you, Oscar. The locations for the 7 guards are 28th and Pearl, 23rd and Pearl, 20th and Pearl, 17th and Ocean Park, 14th and Ocean Park, 24th and Washington, and 9th and Alta. Plus 2 alternates that will either cover for guards or double up at certain locations.
I'm good.
Okay, next, Councilmember Brock.
So I want to tackle a couple of different things. I just looked and I realized it escaped me, but I just looked at the, first of all, the fee increases. And while I know we need the money to get a replacement dog license, it's a 754% increase. An architectural review board, color and materials, is a 236% increase. Standard plan check is a 304% increase. The discretionary fence wall hedge height modification is 802% increase. Explain how we're doubling, tripling, quadrupling industrial waste discharge is 527%. Were our fees so incredibly low before? And how do we match up with other cities? Because some of these increases, if you just look at the percentages, and I'm just looking at the percentages, I think residents would be shocked at looking at the percentages. So I haven't seen an increase that's under double yet. So can you give me more insight into that? I'm looking at the cost of services fee study, attachment B. I mean, literally, travel demand forecasting model, I don't know what that is, but it's 273%. It just seems really, really high. Or, like I said, were we charging so much below the average that the increases aren't really that much? Help me understand.
In a lot of cases, yes, we were charging so much below the cost. And, I'd have to take each one separately, and there are many, many fees. But if you look at, and I'm sorry, are you looking at the actual fee study from okay.
Yes, I'm looking at the fee study summary.
Sure.
Attachment B from the earlier study session.
Yep.
That Councilmember McCowan was kind enough to give to me.
Yes, so if you then keep going through the fee study report, you can see by department all the different fees and what their the actual cost to provide a service is. And then, I'm just trying to get
What
to it.
page should I go to?
It starts, for example, building and safety starts on page 35 of the PDF. If you're looking at the PDF,
I think
it's
I am.
the fee study summary and
For some
report.
reason, I don't have a page number on this PDF, so I'm,
Well, I'm just looking at the actual PDF. So if you looked at the actual fee study report, it's like page 15, for example, of the fee study report. It's
well, give me something at the title of it, and I'll try and catch it.
okay. So if you for example, look at page 15, it's building and safety. It's, and let me see if I can find, so actually, maybe I can find a specific one, because now I'm not going to find anything that is like, that's focused on.
So I don't want to tell you what to do, but I see dog licensing right at, so
That's where I
right
was
at the
first.
top.
Okay.
So, and I see that in the report, and I'm sorry, Gigi, I don't mean to, but it says that it talks about what our costs are, which are a fraction of what we recover. And so it just is bringing, because as we started getting into this mess, we wanted to bring our fees more in line for most services, right? The ones that were less sensitive to, to need and things like, right, to necessity as opposed to a desire. So, but we wanted to bring our fees in line with our costs, and they weren't, right?
So, all right, dog license, duplicate. All right, our current fee is $6.08 for a duplicate. Proposed fee rate is $51.94. That's a 754% increase. Can I ask a question, Gigi? If you were in Culver City and needed a replacement dog license, or, I don't know, Azusa or Beverly Hills, what would they charge? Did you do any, I guess what I'm asking is that where we're in line? If other cities charge $45 or $50, then I think it's fine.
Yeah, and I can't tell you, I would have to take a look. I can tell you that the $6 that we were charging before was 12% of our cost. It was much, much lower. In some cases, we do make an effort to, or our consultant makes an effort to go out to other cities and get the rates. I'm sorry, it's a very long report, so I'm actually trying to get to it.
I guess my question then would be, because I don't want you to go through the whole report, but my question would be, the new proposed fees that we would be approving, are those now not excessive if I don't look at the rate increase part? And if I look at just the increases, the actual new fees, would they be something that would tax residents unfairly or unduly? That's the real crux of the issue, isn't it? If someone was really looking at the fee and went, oh my God, it was such a major increase, but they wouldn't see the rate increase, they would just see the new fee. So for how much do we charge? And you may not know this either, for a normal dog license now. Sue, do you know?
I'm going to have to take a
Yeah, $25 or something, but I'm going to tell you what LA County is charging.
Okay.
Oh, look.
Can I just ask a question?
I just want to,
Isn't the question not what do other cities charge? The question is, what's our fee recovery rate? Because we've been subsidizing our residents for a very long time by charging very low fees. Other cities may just have different cost structures or whatever, but it seems to me the question is, what level of fee recovery are we doing? Or am I missing something here?
Those are original licenses, not.
That's correct.
So-
That's absolutely correct. It's about how much it costs us to provide the service. And anything beyond that is council's decision to subsidize the fee, which means that we are now, and what we've tried to do is, if it's for example, if it's the annual dog license, of course, you know, we will subsidize that more than we'll actually subsidize the one where someone lost the license or, you know, didn't bother to get one or things like that. So we do try to also incentivize behavior by doing different fee structures.
Got it. And our mayor just looked and said that the fees.
Consistent with other cities.
Yeah, thank you.
And look, that's all I was asking. I don't want a
Yes.
resident to look and say, my God, this is
There are
an unfair increase.
Yeah, and there's a part of this report that has, that doesn't may not go through every single fee that we've done with other cities, and that's what I was trying to find, and I don't know that that's one of the ones that we highlighted. But yes, we do look at other cities in all cases.
Okay, and I understand absolutely Councilmember Davis's comment about making sure that we keep our fees in line with the cost of providing the service. Absolutely. How often do we do this?
We do it every 4 years.
So how much does it cost to do the fee? Is it a huge cost to compare the fees and do that?
Yeah, well,
I
yeah.
recommend that we, instead of having the shock of a huge increase on some of these, that if we did it more often, it maybe biannually, it would stay.
It's a very time-consuming project. I think the contract is only about $60,000 or $80,000.
So it might take up
And
all the fees we would.
Councilmember Brock, as a matter of law, we have to have the fee study to increase it because we have to match
Can't
the
just do
fees to the
COLA,
cost. We can't just do an increase.
Yes.
Got it. Okay.
And we do
and in
increase it every
effect-
year by the cost of our compensation increases.
And in
just so you know.
effect, we might do that, and the cost of the study would outweigh the amount of the fee increases.
Yeah, it could.
Okay, so I understand. I'm fine. Thank you so much for that explanation. I have a question about West Coast Care, because that did concern me, that I thought there was a slight increase as proposed from 210 to 262 or something. No? And I may be totally wrong. That's why I'm asking.
Yeah.
And then my other question about that is, I don't want them not on our beaches and our oceanfront parks Monday through Friday. I was hoping that they would be funded enough to be able to add services and add another vehicle to make more of an impact.
So I can speak to the first part, and then VC Altman can speak to the second piece. We had, during the restructuring, we cut back West Coast Cares to from $250,000 to $150,000. We added $60,000, so that might be where you're thinking about the $60,000 piece. So now it's $210,000. That is, we have increased it over where it originally was. Now I'll cede the podium.
So just to add to that, we are looking at, along with the CRU, looking at how we can collaborate with West Coast Care. So there's a lot of details that we're still working out, and we're trying to figure out what the best solution is to serve the population the best. We haven't come to a conclusion on what exactly West Coast Care is going to do other than what they're already doing or what hours. It's really going to take us to jump into this feet first and then start to learn how to evolve this program to better serve the population that we're intending to serve.
Do you have the extra funding somewhere that if in 2 months you decide you need that extra service and that you already have the funding, or is that something we should be looking at this evening?
I think it's something we should be looking at, and I'll let Therese.
And
I'm sorry.
my follow-up then, either for you, Captain Altman, or someone else, would be, do you believe they're making an impact on Santa Monica's beach?
So yes, I think having services out there is absolutely making an impact. Can we make a better impact is probably the question that I'll have to look into a little bit further.
Yeah, and that would be my question, because I remain concerned that our homeless services are primarily Monday through Friday. I know part of this is getting the people concerned or someone else to be open more on the weekends, but I am concerned that we don't have nobody out there on Saturday or Sunday mornings. There are still crises that are happening, and we can't just provide homeless services Monday through Friday from 6 to 4.
And I agree. I think that learning some lessons from our past pilots involving a CRU type unit enabled us to learn a lot more and allow the team, the boots on the ground, to go out and figure out what and how we best serve the population that we're trying to serve. So to come in and say we're going to work 9 to 5 Monday through Thursday or Monday through Friday wouldn't be the best answer for you. I think the best bang for our buck is to put the boots on the ground, let that program start to develop, come back to you with some better answers, and then suit those needs as we go down the road. We're learning just as much as everybody about this. This is like City Manager Dilk said, this is not something we're used to. We're a very reactive organization but just by nature, because you call 911, we show up. And so now we're getting into something that's a little bit more reactive and more planning is involved. So that's what we're trying to do here.
So I understand CRU and those hours may be flexible. I hope will be flexible. But West Coast Care, I've been out with them several times, and I think I see an impact. So I want to make sure, I'd love to have them be 7 mornings a week.
As would I.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, are there any more questions for staff? You're good? You're still going?
Not sure.
Do you want to yield? Okay, Councilmember De La Torre.
I'll come back.
Just wanted a couple of quick ones. The $41,000 allocated in the past to city neighborhood associations. Do we have that back in the budget, or how would we be able to? Because I want to tonight vote on making sure that these neighborhood groups have those resources. And I understand that there's some questions about staff reviewing newsletters and all that. I just want to say for the record, it felt punitive when that money was taken away under the guise of, we don't like your politics. That's how the neighborhood groups took it. And I just want to make sure that whatever we need to do to make it work right, following all the policies and laws and so forth, I think the neighborhood groups are capable of doing that. I just want to make sure that we have those funds available so that they can, inform the residents.
We have restored some funding for the neighborhood groups in the proposed budget. Whether it is for the mailing, I don't think it is, but there is I think it's some funds were
We have
restored.
funds in the budget for a matching grant program. We don't have funds in the budget for mailers for a couple of reasons. One is that it's really expensive, and let me see if I can pull up the information, but the other is that it requires actually staff to do the mailings, and that those are staff that we no longer have. So
would it be possible because I've seen people put the mailings it's a template, they put a newsletter together, put pictures and text, and then work with staff. So the staff looks at the stories and the formatting, and then once it's approved, it gets printed and sent out. And I'm wondering how we might be able to make that happen without it being so cumbersome for staff.
It's a really good question, Councilmember De La Torre. The positions that helped manage that program were all eliminated during the reorg. So we literally don't have anyone to lay out the content for the neighborhood groups. So when you mentioned that it's punitive, it was, people also lost their positions and their livelihoods based on that. And so we would love to be able to restore them, but the work is about, I would say, about 17 to 18 hours per newsletter when you take it from content, layout, review, printing, mailing, stuffing, all of that. And so it does take a considerable amount of time to support. We do about 14 newsletters per year. So when you multiply that by how many hours it takes to produce them on behalf of the neighborhood groups, it does take a considerable amount of resources to do that.
So if we reduce the amount of mailings and we just did, let's say, one, how can we make that happen? So it's just one mailing. I think there's 7 neighborhood associations?
Typically about 7 neighborhood associations participate. And the 41,000 roughly covers the printing and the mailing costs.
And I have a couple questions about what we're talking about too.
Yeah, what I'm trying to find out, I mean, for the amount of money, the neighborhood groups are sort of the lifeblood of our democracy. You know, that's how I first got involved. You know, you go to you meet, there's a meeting in your neighborhood, there's people that you know. That's how we start getting people involved, you know, in civic engagement. So for me, it's very important. It's an important expenditure to make. I just want to make sure that we find a way to do it right, you know, so that staff feels it's, you know, realistic. It's something that we can make happen. And then, and the allocation, I think, was 41,000. I mean, it would not even represent like 0.0001 of our budget, you know? So I'm trying to figure out how we make it happen.
I think we still have 30,000 or 40,000 in there. It's just that it's a matching grant program, not the mailers, because the mailers also involve the staff time and the actual postage and the other things. So we have funds in there. And the other real concern, which you've heard me say before, is the mailers require, and personally some of these came to me, it's awful. The mailers also require city staff to review to decide whether something is political, and that puts your professional staff in a very, very, very challenging situation.
So if we increase the funding for the neighborhood groups, where they can potentially pay for a limited mailer, that probably might make sense, where staff doesn't have to engage in the templates and the formatting and the reviews of the content.
With the matching grant, you could look at the different things that they could use them for. You would then have rules that they would be non-political. If they violated those rules, they could lose their funding. There could be penalties, but it wouldn't be actually, it wouldn't be regular staff on a regular basis reviewing the things to see if they could go out from the city. That's the problem. When they're going out from the city, it's a whole different level of involvement.
Well, and I've asked about this, Oscar. I've talked to both the neighborhood groups, and so part of it is that when we mail, right, so we have a bulk license, I guess, so it goes out bulk, but the neighborhood groups could be mailing bulk too. There are mail houses that'll do it, and then they won't have the content control. So the great tension here is between the content control of the content of the newsletters, and then that when the city mails out things that aren't content neutral, it puts us in a compromised position. So because then it's as if it's coming from us, even though it's coming from the neighborhood groups. So it seems to me that it would be cleaner, my opinion, is if the neighborhood groups want to send out mailers and we're going to help them, then they should be mailing it, so that would eliminate the staff person. So all we would be doing is bearing the costs of printing and postage.
Yeah, correct. And a quick training, like just technical assistance on, what is political and what is not, because I think if they understand that, look, you can't endorse candidates, legislation, and so forth, they won't do that, and I've never seen that.
So what I'm suggesting is that if the neighborhood groups actually did their own mailing, the city wouldn't be involved, right? And then they could say whatever they want, assuming they don't run.
Well, not really.
Well, okay.
That's not necessarily true, because the matching grants would still be supporting it. So we would still have issues.
Right,
We would still have to go over those rules as he's mentioned, and we're happy to do that training. We've done it in the past.
Yeah, I think if we do the training and we provide adequate resources, I mean, we're talking about the matching grant program is only like $4,000. We're talking about these nonprofits. I mean, I know that the Pico Neighborhood Association, when they get this is the only funding that they get. They probably should be raising more money, but it's $4,000 in their bank account. I mean, I don't know how much politics you can get involved with $4,000 in this city, but I just feel that if someone's violated policy, then it should be brought to their attention and it shouldn't happen again. I just haven't heard that. I've heard, some of this is maybe a gray area here and there. But I think with some training, the neighborhood groups can probably get it right, and we can inform our residents and get them more involved in the neighborhood groups, which I think is good for the city. So I'm just trying to find out a solution, because right now we're saying there's a matching grant program, which is about $4,000 per neighborhood group. We're eliminating the $41,000. I mean, and just for the record, let me just say this: there's neighborhood, there's.
What is the 41,000?
Yeah, no, that's.
4,000 per group is the 41,000.
Is that the 41,000? So that's the
Same
matching
money.
grant.
That's the same.
So
money.
then how much is the expense for the newsletters then?
It varies by neighborhood group because each neighborhood group picks their own boundaries as far as how far they want to mail. So it varies per year on how many people participate, how many neighborhood groups participate, and how they'd like to set their geographic boundaries. But it's approximately anywhere from like $50,000 to $60,000 a year for the postage and the printing.
For all
If
neighborhood
all of them
for all
participate,
neighborhood
for
groups,
all of
50.
them, yeah.
So we're looking at a program about like almost like $100,000, like 41,000 for the matching grant and then 60,000 for the newsletters.
That's the hard cost minus the staff time.
Okay, yeah, correct.
So wait, so it's 100,000 or it's 41 plus 60? I thought it was.
I think it's 41 plus the 60, but that doesn't include staff time. That's just the hard cost.
I have a question.
So it's just approving this budget today, the only thing that is approved for the neighborhood groups is the matching grant program, which is about approximately 4,000 per neighborhood group. And what we aren't seeing is the newsletters.
That's correct.
Okay.
Councilmember Davis has some questions. Is that all right, Councilmember?
Oh, yeah, of course.
De La Torre, go ahead.
So what we're talking about here is snail mail. Do we have any sense about how effective snail mail is as compared to maybe some 21st century communication techniques? I mean, because obviously the bulk mailing, the printing, it's a lot of paper, a lot of trees get cut down. I mean, is there something we could do to help the neighborhood groups use less antiquated methods to communicate and build community?
I think the challenge here with digital correspondence is the opt-in and the privacy laws. So you do run into some issues there. And I think it's subjective to the recipient. Some people respond to snail mail and other people prefer digital correspondence. So it is nice to have a combination of both. We do have an effective e-newsletter, but again, I think there are limits on what type of information we can send out based on what people have opted into receiving. And so snail mail is one way that we can equitably get out information to all the addresses. It does cost money and it does take a lot of time.
And for the money that we're talking about that's in the budget, so a neighborhood group could use that to do a mailing, or if they wanted to, they could use it for a different community building activity. If they said, you know what, we don't think we're getting big bang for the buck on the snail mail, but we're going to do a block party or we're going to do something else. So they would have the flexibility to do that. They wouldn't be prohibited from doing mail, but they just wouldn't be able, but they might be able to use it to do something else that might be better at community building.
That's correct.
Okay, thanks.
But so I have a follow-up. We're still sending out Seascape, right?
Yeah. We are sending out Seascape quarterly now.
Quarterly, but what my point is simply that if you wanted to reach the neighborhood group people who are going to look at their snail mail, you could do it through Seascape and not through the group thing, or even and I've done this in class actions, so you can insert it into the Seascape, right? I mean, there are other things you can do so that it's not a separate cost.
It makes the seascape more expensive though every time you have to.
It does what?
Separate out that.
And council, if I can, a little bit similar to pickleball, let me just remind you tonight is budget. So if you go forward with the matching grant program, Seascape is something that you could discuss as part of the matching grant program. The reason I don't go further on that is that you will run into some of the same. Something easy would be you could link the neighborhood associations in one of your quarterlies of Seascape. If you do that, the content on the website would potentially need to be so there would be details to be worked out. But yes, if you approve the matching grant, you can come back and talk about some of those sorts of things.
Great. And we could also put a newsletter right in, if the groups could come up with a combined thing or a page, you could do a neighborhood groups Seascape even, something like that. I mean, not exact, but more, I mean, there are other things you could do that wouldn't necessarily, I'm just saying, right? But for further discussion, Councilmember Brock.
So right now there's going to be, how much? 38,000 is allocated? 41 is still allocated. No, I'm not bad with numbers. I got confused because there was a 60,000 and the 41. I love the idea of using Seascape instead of a mailer. I think that's really good. My question would be, you're talking about matching grants. So explain how Wilmot Neighborhood Association uses a matching grant. Do they have to contribute that equal amount of money?
Yes, so they apply for that funding at the beginning of the fiscal year. And at the end of the fiscal year, we reconcile their expenses. So they have to show $4,000 of contributions or expenses that they produced to match the 4,000 contribution from the city.
Okay. And so all 7 groups receive funding?
Not all 7 groups apply every year. So it's really up to the neighborhood groups. You'd be surprised. There are some that opt out in an election year because they know they're going to be participating in things, and so they opt out. There are some neighborhood groups that participate every year. So it varies year by year.
So we could still fund them with the option of being in Seascape, set out the rules for it, and the only additional expense would be the cost of dividing up Seascape into different regions of the city for mailings. Or just do an extra 2-page insert that would be for all 7 associations once a year, which is, I think, what Mayor Himmelrich is suggesting.
Councilmember.
And I know I'm not trying to get in the weeds. I'm just trying to.
That would require additional budget. I think what we were thinking is more like one of the Seascape blocks that would say, neighborhood associations, because what we have understood neighborhood associations to want to do is to reach people, to try to invite them to meetings. So you could have a block that said, this is when the meetings are. Again, you would have to look at what the criteria are for the city to be providing information about their meetings. You would need your criteria to make sure you weren't advertising political activity.
At the meeting, right?
At the meeting, et cetera.
So, or a block, really you could do like a quarter page once a month that just gave community meetings, and that would be Wilmot, OPA, whatever, and it would say, hey, we're meeting this date, here's our special guest. And you can contact them this way. That might be the easiest, and that gets rid of that whole thing.
I'm not sure. I think that what our city attorney and city manager are telling us
stop micromanaging.
Well, apart from that, what's really happening is what they're saying is that you can't just look at what the content is in Seascape. You have to look at the content behind it. So when you're sending somebody to a meeting and they're saying elect Phil Brock, right, then that doesn't work. That's political.
None of the neighborhood associations would ever say that.
We have a guideline that's kind of stood the test of time with Seascape. to only publish information that is city-produced or city co-produced information. And so this is, again, where we run into some issues with Seascape. That being said, staff is happy to explore low or no-cost options for neighborhood groups if that is a reasonable response, and come back or provide you with an update by email or in the future.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Yeah, I just want to say, like, in the Pico neighborhood, what I've seen is that a lot of people, especially a lot of the seniors, they like getting a newsletter, and they respond to it better than like emails and online sort of. Maybe the younger generation gravitates more to online and that type of marketing, but I just feel, you know, it's not a lot of money, you know, it's worth the investment, and if we can do the training, I mean, we have a lot of people here that can let people know what is right, what is wrong. And these neighborhood groups, believe me, they don't want to fall in any problems with the city because they have to apply for the city grant all the time. So it's like if you have infractions, you know, you'll get defunded. You know what I'm saying? You'll have a problem with that. So nobody wants to go through that. But I think it's incumbent upon us to educate people, to inform them about what the rules are, allow them the opportunity to abide by those rules, and then run the program right, you know, make it right. People are advocating for it, and I can just tell you that there's a lot of people that feel a lot better if we just went back to, you know, allowing these groups to put it together. And I know that the staffing pattern isn't what we had to help, because it just feels punitive to these groups. It feels to them like, you know what, it wasn't that they were political in their comments, it was that they were opposing things that a certain group of people were supporting. And so it became political only because it was contradictory or conflicting with, you know, a group of people trying to move an agenda. So, or
Definition of political office.
No.
That actually hasn't been the standard that's been applied. It's been the campaigning standard.
Okay. Well, I think then it's real important to inform those groups, you know, what the rules are, right? So that they don't violate the rules. I don't think we've done that yet.
Which we can do, and I think the question for tonight is a budget question.
Correct. And the budget, and so what I want to say is I want to restore the funding so that these groups can have a newsletter again. And that, well, we can take it from the city attorney's office. I mean,
Oh, come on, Oscar.
we can take it from somewhere. I mean, you're asking me
We
where we're going
have
to take the money from.
discretionary funds. You want to use our discretionary funds for this instead of?
No,
for
we have
children?
160,000 in discretionary funds. That would be more than half. I mean, my thing is this, we're nickel and diming the neighborhood groups over a presumption that they're going to violate policies. If they violated the
I don't
policies,
think that's not the presumption that's causing this. It's a staffing issue, as I hear it, that we don't have the staff to do it. It's not the review. We can do the review. We can educate as to what the rules are. That's not the issue with the newsletters. The issue with the newsletters is a staffing and cost issue.
okay, so is there another way to get the newsletters out? Can we go to the post office? Is there another agency that you can just hand, you know, once you print the newsletters, can you deliver them to a service that would postmark it and so forth?
Hold on. It's Councilmember Brock.
I had a question. If we raised the amount that the groups were getting, but they had to put together, they had to lay out and put together their own newsletter, it still had to be vetted by staff and just mailed under the city bulk newspaper rate. What would the amount be if we said we were going to give each group a total, that's including their grant, $5,500 per year, and figure they normally get $4,000 if they wanted to pay to have that newsletter done? The layout might be $300. No, really. So no, they're not have to mail. The city would still do just the mailing part, just the zapping and mailing. And each group would have to do their layout, have it approved by city staff, and then that would be it. So we would be reducing the amount that we're doing, not having to spend city staff laying it out when we don't have that staff, and we don't want to increase the communications department. Sorry, Debbie. But a way to solve that might be that. You increase it to, that's 38,000 or 40,000. For the same 41,000, you give each group that amount of money. If they want to come up with a mailing, they may have the expertise within each neighborhood to lay out a newsletter each year. So all you would have to do is vet and mail. Is that a possibility? I'm trying to eliminate staff time.
The layout time is only maybe a third of the time that it takes to produce the newsletters. So the printing portion, which we partner with the clerk's office, the posting, the pulling of the mailing labels and making sure that the addresses are accurate and correct, and then working with the city attorney's office to make sure that the content is in line is actually 2/3 of the work. So by eliminating the layout and design, you're not really saving that much money.
Right. Well, I'm trying to find some way to
I hear you.
make it edible.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan.
So can we potentially just sort of leave the budget as is, where you have the 4,000 matching grants, take Debbie's recommendation that we ask or direct them to go back and find potentially some additional affordable ways to produce information. We can look now or at another time at possibly seeing if the votes are there to allocate some council discretionary funds, or at least set them aside to do this once you come back with some additional guidance, to also include potentially what the instructions and guidelines would be. As someone who spent 5 years on the committee that oversees the Frank, which is the federal government's version of this, this is all very uncomfortably close to home, and it's tedious work, and it's awful, and it gets very contentious around election season. And that's why on the federal side, we have blackout periods and all these things where you just sort of save yourself from that crazy space. But I think there's probably some work that can be done here. And so maybe that's what we do tonight. We give the matching grants. We potentially have a conversation about council discretionary and see if the votes are there for whatever that number is. Councilmember De La Torre, and we give staff additional direction.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Can we put $20,000 in the budget?
Well, I think that has to be a motion, yeah.
I'll make a motion that we increase the 41,000 to by 20,000 more so that they can do
Discretionary funds or out?
discretionary funds, $20,000. We have 160. If staff's not coming up with another, I can say we can take it from 5 different areas, but right now this is on us. So $20,000 more allows for more block parties and other sort of non-traditional sort of methods to outreach. These groups have all been down for a long
Are
time.
we putting it in out of our discretionary funds? Or?
I think so. I mean, we have an opportunity to do that. 20,000. So it's not a lot. We still end up with 160,000, you know?
Wait, 20,000 per group?
No. Just total. So we're talking about
That would be 61,000.
61,000.
And then if they come up with 61,000, each group will have about 10 grand.
Yeah, correct. They have to match that.
Gigi, look at that and see if she can come up with it.
But does that solve the problem?
I think Gigi asked me to share with you that the council discretionary funds that you would be adding if you were to vote for this would be one time. And,
Correct.
And the 41 is ongoing budget.
Correct, yeah. It solves the problem tonight, so we can move forward.
The problem tonight, but it doesn't solve the problem. If we give them more money, don't they still have to run it by staff?
Yeah.
That's what we're hearing, is that staff doesn't have the time.
No, they won't do no newsletter. The 20,000 doesn't get us to the newsletter. It gets us to do outreach and block parties, web page, like all the cheap things without the news. Everything else that you can do without a newsletter that doesn't fall into violating any city policy.
They won't come back and then ask for a newsletter.
No, well,
Let me put this on. I don't want to allocate money out of the discretionary fund, because when hopefully our music groups come and get the chance to go back to Europe, we want to have money available. We want to use that if we can send a soccer team to Japan. I mean, I have some suggestions for some small amounts tonight, but 20,000 is a big chunk out of that, and I don't want to, if it's not going to solve the problem, if we give them the additional 20,000 and we still can't send out the mailers they want to send out, then all we've done is spend money without solving the problem. If what you're saying is, let's just give them 20,000 and let go of the mailer idea so that staff doesn't have to invest any time or energy, and if they want to go out and get their own bulk postage license, which they can do, and they want to send out what will hopefully be, and get some guidance from the city attorney's office as to what, because we did have, in the last election, we did have one neighborhood group endorse candidates, and they had to be told they can't do that. So there is some concern that politics comes into play here. So if you're saying, I'm willing to let go of the money for newsletters and the burden on staff, but let's just give them more money for community building, and if they want to use that to do mailings that meet the criteria that the city attorney sends, that's different than saying, let's give them more money, but still have the burden on staff when staff can't meet that burden.
No,
That's all I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah, what staff's already told us is that they're short-staffed, and that so a newsletter can't happen. So what I'm suggesting is it's a positive gesture on our part as a city council to these neighborhood groups where they feel that they have been that it's been punitive, that they lost money because it was punitive over the mistake of, let's say, maybe potentially one neighborhood group. So we can correct the errors by training, and we can give them not a lot of money. $20,000 is not going to do a whole lot, but it's going to give them more for this summer to do the block parties, to do the other traditional.
Then they're not going to come back and then ask for money for newsletters.
Not now, because the budget is what it is and the staffing patterns are what they are. If we ever get back to a time where we could provide it, then that's what we're going to do. Just like any other area of the organization, right? We don't have the money. We can't do it.
I just want to make sure when you say 20,000, because I don't want to say 20,000 and then say, but no, we still want to do newsletters, and then have staff come back and say, but we can't do that.
We figured out that we
I just want to
can't.
make sure what you're suggesting.
It's 20.
Councilmember Brock.
So Gigi has been on her calculator for a while, and I was wondering if she's able to find 20,000 within our budget so we can keep our discretionary fund intact, because I agree with, I missed it was a bad shake of the head? Okay, so I guess what I'm asking is, rather than it come from the discretionary fund, because I understand exactly what Councilmember Davis is talking about and making sure that we have that money to help groups and help nonprofits in the city when it's time. If staff could somehow come up with the 20,000. And then my second question is, are we actually making motions on things right now?
No.
Because I thought we were still theoretically in the questions.
But look, guys,
So-
I just want to say it's 11:40, and I think we've definitely devolved into discussion. So,
So then can we make motions?
so let's talk about how we're going to make
I
the
don't want
motions.
to.
No, let's talk about
that
how we're going to
scattered.
make the motions. So, on my cheat sheet, it says, whoa, what was that? Whoops. Calling my mother. Oh, my God.
Lifeline, give a lifeline.
No, I mean, I'm worried she's going to call me back now. Hold on. Yeah, she calls me almost every night during these meetings. So, okay, so here's how staff suggests we do it. If everybody is, our first motion would be in all three capacities, I guess, i.e. as housing authority, parking authority, et cetera, to do the three resolutions, adopt the resolution adopting the first year and approving the second year of the budget, adopt a resolution that's a resolution of the City Council, adopt a resolution of the Housing Authority adopting the first and approving the second year of the 21-23 biennial budget. And then adopt a resolution of the Parking Authority adopting the first year and approving the second year of the fiscal 21-23 biennial budget. And I believe these are the same resolutions that are in
It would be items 1, 2, and 3 as recommended on the agenda.
So we'd have to have all of our changes, any adaptations to the budget done before we adopt those three items?
Yes.
Any amendments?
Yes. So, okay, so.
We'll need to do that first. That's what. Thank
So
you.
let's talk, so, okay, so let's start talking, what?
But we got one.
Oh, so this was moved by Davis and moved by McCowan, seconded by Davis. Those three resolutions that we
Can we
just
do them
talked.
all together, or do we need to do them separately?
It said we can do them all
So
together.
the motion that is currently on the floor that has been moved and seconded is to take the three recommended actions that are set out on the agenda as items 9B, 1, 2, and 3. So that's the motion that's currently on the floor. If people want to propose amendments, this would be the time to propose amendments to the budget to be included as part of those resolutions, which can be discussed and then considered and either adopted or not.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Yeah, so I'd like to motion that we increase the funding for the neighborhood associations by 20,000 out of discretionary funds. No? Okay. All right. Unless staff help us out here and give us $20,000, find $20,000? Gigi, you can't help us? Out of $400 million,
Okay,
you can't find $20,000?
Okay, so are there any other changes?
I'll remember that one.
Mayor, I wanted to ask Gigi, what you have up on the screen is what the resolutions will include. Is that correct? I just want to make sure everybody knows what they're voting on. Because what you have up there-
we're not going off what's on the screen. We're going off what's on the agenda.
Yeah, because this is too sweeping. We need to do it by resolutions and then.
No, I get that.
Okay, so.
This would essentially be the first bullet point that's up.
Right. Yeah.
So we have a motion on the floor to adopt the resolutions of the City Council, the Housing Authority, and the Parking Authority to approve the first year, adopting the first year budget and approving the second year budget.
And if.
It's also adopting the second year of the FY 2020.
I'm sorry.
Capital Improvement Program.
Right.
And if possible, Denise, is there any way to switch the screen back to the black screen? Just the glare is what was causing Councilmember Brock's headache, and it's been.
Oh, does he know there's Advil right there?
Yeah, it's doing. Thank you. Thanks.
No, but you know, there's Advil in a little cup right behind us, guys. I've already taken mine.
Many times.
On the screen now is the motion.
Yeah.
And it would simply be in all three of your capacities, that's City Council, Housing Authority, and Parking Authority.
Okay. So,
Quick question?
yes.
So if we wanted to reduce the swim center fees for residents, is that, how do we make a motion
I believe
along these lines
that's-
as well?
Yeah,
in the
so
fee-
that will be in, we have 4, yeah, it would be number 4. But I want to talk to you about the swim center for a minute. Has anybody looked to see whether the swim center fees are out of line with other swim centers? Because I actually think they're less. And I've been to other, because my kids have swum at various places. They both did some kind of team swimming.
Motion that's pending and then talk about the fees.
Well, excuse me, first I needed to explain that fees are the next thing we're looking at. So we're starting with this resolution, and then we do the fee schedule, the fine schedule, the parking rates, right? If you look at what's sort of towards the end of your agenda, you can see the various things.
Yep.
But if we can start with these resolutions that are just for the budget, and then we can go through each of these separate items. So, shall we have, are there any more discussion of this first motion? Okay, let's have a roll call vote, please. It's to
To approve all the budget items.
Show them your sheet.
Okay, you guys ready to vote?
Sorry, we're trying to explain what we're doing.
Another question I have, Mayor Hemmerich, if we wanted to vote on these other items first, would that, we could do that as well, right? We can take on items 4 through
Why don't we do this and then, right, I'm trying to do it in the order in which it's being, in which we're looking at it, but and in which it's laid out in the agenda. And the next thing we're doing is the master fee schedule, but I do want to discuss this with you.
Okay, so I would have to ask for friendly amendments then right now to items.
Okay.
It looks like. First friendly amendment would be to add $40,000 to the annual budget for West Coast Care via the Santa Monica Fire Department.
Where are you taking that from?
Well, let me just do the addition, then I can talk about where we would subtract.
Yes.
I'm concerned about how we fund ways to decrease the amount of homeless in our city and provide more care. So West Coast Care is one avenue. And my second avenue, and I have the feeling nobody will have the cost estimate, but how do we extend the Homeless Service Center at 5th and Olympic? And how do we give them more hours? I believe they close at noon on Saturday.
In the Access Center, is that what
The
you're doing?
Access Center. And so, look, I'm very concerned, I'm very concerned that we find ways to make sure that our homeless care is 24/7. I really applaud the city manager for getting the LA County Department of Mental Health van into the city. I think that will be a big help, but I'm still concerned that so many of our homeless residents at Reed Park, at Chess Park, at Tongva Park, and at the beach have no access to help from 4 o'clock Friday night till 6 a.m. on Monday. Yet we still have issues and they still have people that need help. So I believe that we had in our earlier study session, where we set our council priorities, we talked about the care of homelessness, decreasing homelessness, increasing public safety. I'm satisfied that we've done what we can to increase public safety for the next few months in the city, and that I hope residents will appreciate that on the part of the council, on the part of staff. And however, I don't know if we've made the full effort. The CRU won't be in place, it sounds like, till next year. So that's one thing. Am I?
No, you might be right. Yeah, 6 months.
Captain Altman? Or can I ask?
He's I thought they said
Chief Altman? Sorry about that. Okay. So
But we want to know. The inquiring minds want to know.
how long will it?
Yeah, he's the chief.
Division chief. How long will it take for CRU funding, once it's funded the academy, you have 2 people and the equipment to be out there on the streets helping?
So our administrative captain, Nolte, is working tirelessly to get the program up and running, and we're hoping to have something in around mid-August.
Oh.
It really depends on our path, but we're looking at potentially backfilling that with folks on the floor to support that until we can hire the academy and move forward with that plan. But again, we really need to know what direction we would really like to head as an organization and as a community before we can give a good solid answer. But we're looking at getting something started.
Well, that's a good solid answer. That gives me a lot more hope, because I am concerned, and I'm concerned that we haven't done as much as we can to make sure that the homeless people in our city are repetitively getting questioned about how can we get them care? How can we help them? If they're neglected on the streets for months, it's the lady on 23rd in Salmon City. I can point to people all around the city that have been neglected. Not by your department, not by any of us specifically, but I want to know how we can give them more assistance. And I think West Coast Care is one thing. And if it was me, I would double their funding and make sure they were also in our parks, because I would like to see everyone cared for, and I know I'm starting to veer from a question. I apologize for that.
We aren't on questions, we're on discussion. But the
Okay, so
problem is.
that's my friendly
You're trying to
amendment.
amend these things, but I don't think,
Thank you, Chief.
thank you.
So-
I don't think you can just say, I want to do this without saying where you want to take it away from.
Okay,
Um,
so
Hold on.
I will give you,
I would just, so in this budget, I think taking into account council priorities on March 13th, you know, there was an allocation above and beyond last year, an additional 1.4 million to maintain the homeless multidisciplinary street teams, 394,000 for 2 positions in CSD to support local and regional strategies to address homelessness, 2.76 million in human services grant program funding, 2.04 million for ongoing help team services, 480,000 to fund CRU for the next 2 years, and 210,000 to maintain and expand West Coast Care Services.
well, no, because they were at 260,000 a year ago. So they decreased
Well,
the 150 and then they're partway back
But
up.
they're
So-
partway back up because obviously we're still in like pandemic, economy. But I think what you're saying, the 40,000 and thinking about the increases, I think we're all with you on that. I think it's just a matter of what do we adopt now, and then what do we potentially prioritize for January?
And
I think it
Because
actually
if I
goes
can-
beyond this, Phil, because I think that on this homeless thing, having sort of thought about programs, right? Having, thought about, for instance, the affordable housing program, right? Or various different programs in the city that we can't just say, oh, West Coast Care, I think we need to look at data concerning what the results people are getting and then figure out a plan for attacking this. Now, I agree with you that we should have 24-hour presence. I totally do. But whether it should be West Coast Care or Crew or who it should be, I think that this is a decision that has to be made with deliberation and looking at data, because we have no data in front of us now.
However, if I can respond to that, Mayor, I am concerned that I've characterized this, and you guys will all disagree, but I've characterized a lot of what we do as benign neglect. We say we're doing a great job. We say we're helping, and yes, we're doing a better job than Venice Beach. But I don't believe we're doing as much as we should be doing in our city.
I don't hear anyone saying anybody is doing a great job on homelessness.
And so I am concerned when east of Lincoln Boulevard, most days there is nobody to help take care of the people who are in need. East of Lincoln to the city limits. I am concerned. I can give you a litany of things that can be done. So I'm concerned that we do them.
So give me the litany of things that can be done.
I'm concerned that people concerned. We have a C3 team and a hamster team that works 6 a.m. to 4 p.m. Monday through Friday. Again, nobody on nights and weekends. We are short on our SMPD HLP team. Before the pandemic, if I recall, there were 2 teams. We're down to 1, but we're actually down to 50% of 1 right now. West Coast Care was more heavily funded last year than it is this year.
No.
But yes.
No, last year.
Excuse me, 2019. The need is there. So whatever way we try and help this need, and yes, if you want me to give you ideas to cut services somewhere else or I will give you that, because we have 2 very important things that have to be considered in our city. Public safety, we're doing an increase in that, and I'm thankful for that on a temporary basis. But I'm really concerned that there are people in need who don't have help at nights in our city and are not being talked to, not being helped, not being worried about. I'm really frustrated. I'll go through this then. I'm really frustrated that, for instance, even though the sheriff in LA County is not by any means who I want to emulate at all, but I'm concerned that both Mike Bonin and the sheriff are talking about now they have housing vouchers. And I know that we have, I know we will have housing vouchers.
Yeah.
We have
getting
100.
Well,
we're getting them on July 1st.
I do think
and look, I wasn't trying to, and I know we're getting some vouchers later this year. I understand
You're
that.
approving the vouchers tonight. You're approving acceptance of vouchers tonight.
Okay. All right.
We have
Well,
104 extra vouchers.
Okay.
But
So,
it isn't.
I just think we can do an additional amount to help.
Look,
Whether it be trying to get the homeless service center to have more hours on weekends, whether we try and have West Coast Care or someone else have more hours on weekends. I don't care if it's West Coast Care. I care that we have some people on our streets throughout the city, not just in downtown, not just on the beach, because the need is on our streets as well. Now, I don't know if we can, if you want, I know that, well, I'll stop.
Thank you. So, Councilmember Davis, I have a few things to say myself.
Yeah, so I think Mayor Pro Tem McCowan actually listed, Councilmember Brock, you're giving the impression that all we did was cut homeless services. We did not do that. There is a tremendous amount of new spending that we didn't have before in this budget on homeless services. So I think it's really unfair to suggest to the community that we are spending a net negative on homelessness. We are changing some of our emphasis because we're trying to do what works. For example, bringing the 24/7 mental health care into town. The CRU, which was a pilot, but now we're funding for 2 years, which is $500,000. That's not inexpensive. But I really feel compelled to correct this because you suggest that there's nothing going on to try and deal with our population of unhoused people east of Lincoln. And that is absolutely not true. I will tell you, for example, on 4 or 5 occasions, I've had people call me up who live on the east side of town and say they've had a person who seems to be experiencing a mental health issue and may be homeless. I have called the police and I have gotten from the police. We went out, we took care of that person. It may not have been part of the help team, but the suggestion that somehow all of our homeless services centered in downtown is absolutely wrong and misleading. And I think if anyone drives down Centinela, you can absolutely see that's not the case because on the LA side of Centinela, it's tent after tent after tent and really quite disturbing. And on the Santa Monica side of Centinela, the sidewalk is clear. Our people are working throughout the city and not just in downtown or on the beach or even in the parks. They are really, I think it's a discredit to the people who are working on this to suggest that somehow they're ignoring huge swaths of the city. So I just think that needed to be corrected. But I think this budget absolutely prioritizes homelessness, adds new money, adds new programs. We would all like to do more, but it was a conversation I had with our finance director. Can we be patient? Can we wait until October and see if new money comes in? And then maybe that's the time to have it. But, I guess it will be hard for me as the seconder of the motion to see this as friendly. One, because I don't know where the money's coming from, and I guess you're going to tell us that later. But 2, saying extend the homeless center hours at, I don't even know what that's going to cost. So how can I evaluate that in a budget? So if you want to maybe at the end of the budget give staff direction to think about these things and revisit them later, maybe in October or January when we know what our financial situation. But tonight to just start hacking away at programs or saying go spend some unspecified amount of money, I think that's really troubling. But there, I've said my piece.
Yeah, so Councilmember De La Torre, then Councilmember McCowan, and then I have something to say, and then you go.
Council,
Yeah, oh, and I'm sorry, and our city manager.
Jump in quickly. I just want to point out one of the strains on 24/7 services is actually where you are taking people. So the back end services are much more expensive than the engagement services, the housing, the actual shelter, the beds. Without those back end services, having more people on the streets, and we do have police on the streets 24/7, we have fire on the streets 24/7, but without those back end services, having more engagement doesn't necessarily help. But I will stop myself there only because this is budget. We did come to you with the homeless study session. We are planning to come back on homelessness soon in the summer, and there will be opportunities to talk about these programs, to talk about how the new resources you're adding to the streets are playing out and helping, and in a programmatic sense. But here we are before you tonight on budget.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes, I think, part of the frustration is that we see the crisis in our streets. We see, just in the past 3 days, I've seen an individual on Pico Boulevard covered up in a blanket. No one's interacted with him. And I'm assuming, with the staffing and all that we have, someone's going to eventually contact him. No one's contacted him. So we see the deterioration, in terms of crime, people shooting each other and killing each other and all, we're seeing this escalation going on, and the summer just started. So there's just we want to make sure that tonight, right, that our votes, because you're asking us to vote, right? The power that we have today is to vote yes, to vote no, or to abstain, correct? I see right here, it says yes, no, abstain. There's 3 things, there's 3 options.
Right.
So all of us here, and there's 6 of us, so you can all count. We want to be able to pass this budget, right? And in order to get the votes of everybody here, everybody has to feel that what we've all heard, that budget is a reflection of our values and our priorities. We had a discussion on that. Homelessness and public safety are the 2 most important, and economic recovery, equitable economic recovery. Those are, but the 2 most important issues that our residents are faced with right now. So, we want to find a way to ensure that with this vote that we have, which is a very important vote tonight, that we have the right mix of services, the right mix of enforcement, the right mix, of our staffing patterns to really get some solutions so that the residents see that there's progress. And I think that's all we're trying to accomplish. And so, I just hope we sort of frame this in the reality of, like, we have to pass this budget. And so, we need to make sure we get more yeses than nos. And when I make a suggestion to say, can we find $20,000? And our chief financial officer says, I can't find $20,000 for you in the budget. It makes me feel like, well, hold on here. We're trying to solve problems. Like, my job is to listen to the residents.
Look, Oscar,
right?
Council, we've been doing this for 6 weeks.
No, I understand.
We had a strategic setting with you. We have been doing this. This finance team has been working for a very long time to try to answer questions, to try to deal with your priorities. So I do want to resist any criticism of staff not being able to produce in this moment amorphous amounts of money or things that we haven't been asked before.
That's my whole thing, is that we're not asking for a whole lot. It's not $1 million. We're talking about $20,000. I think Phil recommended $40,000 or $60,000. $40,000. So even if we got those allocations today, we're talking about only $60,000 in this budget in order for us to move forward, right? And that's all I'm saying. Thanks.
So as the maker of the motion, and at 12:05 a.m. on Wednesday, June 23rd, I, again, would like to reiterate that I think what could be friendly is direction to staff to remain flexible in our budget process as they've been throughout COVID, that the minute we see increased revenues, they can come back to us, that we go into our next homelessness study session and look at what options might, be there. The reality is we are increasing spending. And when I look at, like, the additional items discussed by council almost 5 weeks ago at our budget study session, a lot of these were made by my colleagues to my left, my now seat partners. And, these are all increases to what we knew was a zero-sum budget. They're just, it was like, if we're going to increase something, we have to take it away from something else. And yet no one was suggesting the things to take it away from. So I don't want to say no one. We didn't have specific line items that said, okay, like tonight, this budget has to be approved and passed tonight because this budget goes into effect in 7 days. And so, like, to suggest that we give West Coast Cares, who I love, and I think is doing great work, an additional $40,000 tonight, what is the thing that you came to this meeting prepared to take $40,000 away from? Because, like, we're at that point where we don't have the ability to say, staff, can you look into this for another week? That's not an option anymore. And so, I think we did that on May 25th and 26th. They came back with all of these attachments and these appendices. They're very clear. They broke down everything. They left the $41,000 in for the neighborhoods for the initial matching grants. We're talking about potentially council discretionary. When we get to item 14, we'll bring up council discretionary again. If you want to propose some additional funding out of that, I don't think it's wise, but if you do, we can have discussion about that and see if we, have a majority for something like that. But at this point, the only thing that I'm friendly to is additional staff direction that in October, January, we're looking at how we can increase. And then I would be more than happy in my conversations that I'm having with some of our state representatives. I know that our legislative folks are doing this too, and the increases we made to our lobbyists to try to find, we're all still waiting on additional state funding. I'm happy to sit in some of those meetings with you to see where we can get. I know there's $5 or $10 million at a minimum out there that we can get. And the minute we get any of it, it's to increase all of these things that we want, to increase, library services for the additional 2 years. So we can actually say that here's $2.6 million in ongoing, expenditures for the next 2 years. We want to do all of that, but we can't do all of that tonight.
So let me, I want to pivot us a little, okay, if you don't mind. No, it wasn't for nothing.
Why go through this whole thing when we can't make any suggestions and make any increases?
You did, so the time to make suggestions was May 25th.
So just tell us to come here and vote and yes, right?
No. I mean, you were supposed to, look, over the last few weeks, everybody was supposed to be looking at all of these documents, talking to staff who set up many meetings with us and saying, if I wanted to do this, where could I take it away from? But look, I agree with Kristen. We've gotten a fair amount of funding. I mean, I have been, and other people have been, and staff has been trying to get as much funding as we can. But I think my problem is not as much on the amount side as we need to have a plan on these homelessness issues. We can't just say 40,000 here, 60,000 there. What we need, and look, I love Ron. I mean, he's great, but it's not about that. The issue is that we need a plan. I'm not sure we need more crew or more West Coast Care. I don't know if we need more teams or whatever. One of the fallacies, not only in terms of the back end care, but in this idea of having 24-hour services is, even if you have 24-hour services, if you've ever done the homeless count, and I think you did it the last time, right? Nobody's there at night, right? I mean, you can rouse people out of their sleep or do something like that, but what we really want to be doing is meeting people when they're out, right? So the guy on the street on Pico, that's when you call the team and they come and do their first touch. And it takes many, many touches to move people into services. And it doesn't have to be in the middle of the night. And the other thing is, even at midnight, most people aren't willing to go where you want them. This is why this has become such an epidemic. But look, I think that in terms of all of this, I mean, I've already talked to at least one other council member about doing a town hall to discuss homeless issues and get as many ideas as we can, and together with the providers, and have a plan, not just this or that, but to say, okay, this is how we're going to approach this problem, and this is where we're using our resources, right? So we have the budget. We're going to need to get grants. I mean, I think that we have a lot of things to do, but I think the budget is, and I've talked about this many times with both finance staff and the city manager, this is their best shot at giving us what we want in terms of homeless services, right? And I think that we need to do a lot more work on it. But I think that to come here tonight after and say, okay, 40,000 for this, extend the access center, et cetera. I think this is a conversation we need to have with our community and with the providers and figure out what is working for us and what isn't. So now, I see you writing your notes, so come on, now, it's your turn.
So first of all, I've been on, I think, 7 ride-alongs in the last 3 months, ranging from 4 hours to 8 hours. I have walked into the crevices next to the pier, walked into Reed Park, where I've seen people who have been living there for 4 years. Someone else has been living there for 2 years. I've talked to people around and around the city who aren't being cared for. Our Human Services Director says that St. Joseph Center is in the city maybe 3 to 4 hours a week because they're funded by LA County and they have other places they have to be. So when I state that east of Lincoln, yes, we can get SMPD officers when we need them. It took me 95 minutes to get an SMPD officer to a location at 10:30 a.m. 2 weeks ago to try and move a homeless person who had taken over a complete trash enclosure on a nonprofit property. 95 minutes. I don't want to have to call our
It must be midnight, right?
We heard, and maybe it's on purpose. We heard from Santa Monicans from Democracy. They keep saying, why are we doing the same thing? Why aren't we finding ways to send unarmed people in to help our homeless people? And maybe we can't go 24/7 right now, but we have virtually the only people we have when we have a short-staffed police department right now on weekends are the police. And that's insufficient. So when I'm asking for help, because the unhoused people in our city need help, they need those contacts. When I hear from an art gallery owner on 5th and Wilshire for the last 9 months that the same person is living across the street on Wilshire Boulevard in a chair, comes across the street shouting every once in a while, he's been there for months. SMPD has said I think they've arrested him once or twice and he comes right back. So I believe, yes, we need more help. Our residents need more help. So look I asked in the budget discussions on May 26th, or whatever date that was, I asked for 4 more HLP officers from SMPD and asked that they be assigned to weekends. That was not included. The response was you had to get a full deployment of 8 officers, which was $2 million. So I abandoned that. I asked at the time for 6 more PSOs. And as I asked for the PSOs, I understood that the police department had 7 positions they hadn't filled yet at all. So I was able to withdraw that request for 6. I asked for a DMH person to be on another embed. Lane magically came up with something far better for us, and I appreciate that. But when I'm concerned about the lack of care, and look I ran on a platform of saying we had to move homeless out, and I changed. And hold it. And we had to close our beach because I was worried about not having public safety on our beaches at night. I was worried about sexual assaults on our beaches at night. I was worried about crime against homeless people by other homeless people who were defenseless at night. So now I've said we need to find ways to help. And that's what I'm asking for. So West Coast Care, if we funded them to their 2019 level, they would have the ability to hire 1 or 2 more people who would work, and that would allow them to use their carts on weekends. That would help at the beach. Yes, and we need the advocacy. We need someone to go to Sheila Kuhl's office and ask why St. Joseph Center is not in the city when they need to be in the city. I want that help. And look I hear what Mayor Pro Tem McCowan is saying, and I agree with that. But I also, and I understand that we believe we're doing more, but I don't believe we're doing enough. And that is, and that is.
None of us think we're
okay,
doing enough.
But that is my discussion. And as far as I'm concerned, then I will rest by asking that we find ways to fund West Coast Care to $260,000. And whether that comes from Gigi, or if you want me to make suggestions for areas to cut, I'll be happy to do that.
Here are some that we asked
Okay.
them to add at the last meeting that they added for us, okay? So do you want to take them away? We asked them to add $255,000 for library positions.
With all due respect, our city attorney's office is funded for almost $11 million this year. Now, we have a duplicate department that does exactly what LA County does. And if I had a choice right now of funding more homeless services on the streets in our city, then that's where I'm going to put the money. I believe, we can look at changes throughout our city, and we aren't. And I asked for the Police Activities League police officer to be put back on the beat for the year. That's not being done either. I didn't make an issue about it.
So look, I made a motion, there was a second. If you don't like it, then you can make a substitute motion to include moving the PAL officer to, back on the street. If you want to move to decrease the city attorney's budget by 40,000 to add 40,000 to, West Coast Cares, you're welcome to do it, whether or not it passes, or if staff thinks it's advisable. Those are two different things, but there's a motion. Make the second with some of those specific things, but we have
that's
to
fine.
pass a budget
I was told not to.
No, you can't. You can't. Phil,
So,
you can.
so
It's absolutely
I will make an amendment or a substitute motion.
So you can make a substitute motion if you actually want to replace costs, like you want to take from something, because
Okay,
that wouldn't be.
so I'll make a substitute motion that we we restore the funding for West Coast Care to 2019 levels, which I believe would be 260,000. I ask that we add $20,000 to the neighborhood association's budget, and that we defund the city attorney's office by the corresponding amount.
70,000.
Yes. Out of an $11 million budget.
Is there
10.89. And if you need me to go to somewhere else, some of the other budget, I'm happy to do that.
I'd like to hear from the city attorney what losing $70,000 would cost.
One-third of those.
I mean, you'd have to tell me what you don't want me to do. I have a division that prosecutes crimes. I assume you don't want me to cut that. I have a division that handles tenant issues.
For affairs, I think, was the division.
So I have a division that basically brings in money by pursuing consumer affairs actions, consumer fraud against the residents of Santa Monica, and that helps out tenants in Santa Monica by pursuing actions for tenant harassment, for other things that make efforts to kick tenants out of their offices, out of their residences. I don't know if you want me to cut that. I have another section.
You're cutting less than one. You're cutting 1/3 of a staff member. to be, I mean, or 1/4 of
If
the
it's
staff.
$70,000, you know,
So that's not a whole
if that's your
department.
direction, we'll find some way. But what I don't want is for everybody to assume that we can do everything we are doing with less money. And I also want everybody to remember that in May of last year, we cut $1.9 million from our budget. You know, and at the time, we told everybody, if you cut $1.9 million from our budget, it's going to decrease our services. It hasn't decreased our services. What has happened is everybody is expecting exactly the same things from us, and our people are working incredibly long hours to do essentially the same thing after having 1.9 million cut. It's taking, you know, it's basically paper cut by paper cut, and another 70,000, while it doesn't sound like much, on top of 1.9 million is still a cut. So if you cut that, that's fine, but I'm telling you again, we cannot keep doing everything that you want us to do if you cut that money.
And Mr. Cardona, I understand that, but I also understand that if I have a choice right now. Oh, I'm sorry, thank you. I understand that, but if I have a choice right now between helping people on the ground or our people in administrative capacities and our attorney's office, I would opt for helping people on the ground.
I would.
And whether, look, I was asked right then to ask for a department to cut. And so there's 7 other departments that could make the same ask.
I just want to.
And I understand fully what you're saying. I spent 2 hours with
I
you.
want to address your thing that we are not people on the ground, that it's administrative. That's not the case. We're in court prosecuting crimes. We're in court taking actions to help tenants and consumers. We're in every department in the city providing legal advice that gets everything done. You know, the contracts, the ordinances, the resolutions, all of the stuff that needs to be done to accomplish the programs you want. That's what we do. Now, if you want to cut, that's fine, but you have to tell us what you don't want us to do.
Councilmember De La Torre.
I mean, you know, a fair way to do it is if our chief financial officer stepped up, saw the conflict that we're having right here, and found a way to resolve the conflict so that we can move forward. And when
Oscar, that's wrong. That's totally unfair.
I'm okay, so that's just a suggestion that's a suggestion.
I mean, nobody has worked harder than Gigi and Lane to balance this budget, and now you're saying she should be stepping up.
Well, I'm saying, look, who's the chief financial officer in the organization? You're telling a city council member that comes with an impetus to try to get things right in our city. He's trying to solve a problem. And that's what his job is to do. And he ends up in a problem, in a conflict with the interim city attorney that's saying, don't cut my budget. So then it's like, so
that's a mischaracterization.
He just said, don't cut my budget. So what
Oscar, what I'm saying is, if you cut my budget, you need to tell me what you don't want me to do.
Okay, well, here's the thing. We have all these other departments, right? If we said every department, let's say it's $70,000 we're talking about? If we said, okay, every department's going to make a contribution equally so that no one feels it, so it doesn't go on one department, but every department's going to make an equal contribution to add up to $70,000. We have a vote on a budget, we can move forward. I'm just trying to find a solution.
Councilmember, let me weigh in here for a second. One of the problems here is I heard very clearly from you that you were interested in things like the CRU and the neighborhood organizations, which is why they were in the proposed budget before the study session even happened. But if every time staff hears you and tries to be responsive, we end up with the budget effectively being held hostage unless we can come up with more, it gives no incentive to actually do the work to try to listen to you and get in the budget what you want in the budget.
Yeah, but the thing
I would.
Real quick, I just want
to. I would disagree with that.
I
think I asked for things in the budget. You and I talked about and said we should have tried to cut on May 26th. I believed at the time that Councilmember Davis asked what areas should be cut, and someone said, "Don't worry about that right now." Now maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong in my recollection. But and look, I may very well be wrong, but I know we didn't have to. I came that night with potential cuts. And I know whatever offered to, or whatever I asked to cut in whatever department, I would get a huge battle from. I understand that. I don't want to cut anything from your department, George, but I want to make sure that we have the resources on the ground to help reduce the homeless crisis in our city. And I owe that to our residents. And I thought I asked for that on May 26th. Obviously, it was my first budget, and I didn't do enough right then. And for that, I'm sorry. I understand absolutely what Mayor Pro Tem McCowan is suggesting for suggestions on what to do later. I'm asking for that. And look, you can vote against that 70,000 that I've asked for, and nobody's even seconded it. So in which case we can stop and move on.
I think Councilmember De La Torre.
Yeah, second it.
Okay.
Second it.
So we
Let's
can
take
call
a
for a
vote.
vote.
Oh, yes, please.
So, can I make a suggestion? So I feel, obviously, we all feel very strongly about, we know that our city's in crisis, regarding our homeless situation, and it's also affecting our public safety. And these are two things that are of just utmost concern. And, we're dedicating a lot of time and energy on these two topics. And like Councilmember Brock, I'm off every Friday. I do a 410 schedule. I am at every homeless service provider. I am with these outreach teams. I am out there talking to them and being a part of these teams so that I have a better understanding of what is going on out in our city, right? And I'm also talking to as many people as I can so that I can try to identify gaps. I'm talking to our community. I'm talking to residents, right? And I really feel like, this has to be a collaborative effort. This has to be, some type of out of the box thinking so that we can figure this out together, right? And so I'm with you, Phil. Like we need to figure this out. But at the same time, I really feel like we need to get people in a room. We need to form a task force. We need to put together like a really strong plan and then come back in October strong and solid and say, this is what we want, this is what we need, and this is what I think we need to do. That's my opinion. That's my thoughts.
So I will solve this for you. We have our Consumer Protection Fund, which we can use to fund certain of our positions that do consumer fraud work. Right now, we fund 4 positions half-time. If we do this as a one-time thing, this year I will take an extra $70,000 out of our Consumer Fraud Fund to fund an extra position in our Public Rights Division for that $70,000 to free up the $70,000 for to use. Now that has to be a one-time thing because we don't have an unlimited pot of consumer fraud money. So if this is a one-time thing with that understanding, I will make that adjustment this year to use that money to cover extra of our consumer fraud work.
And I hope we don't have to do this over again because our economy will rebound. So I thank you. If the other council members will go with that, I would greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
I still won't support it. I don't agree with how we got here. I don't think this is the right way to do budgeting. I think it's basically a gun to your head saying, figure it out. I don't think that's appropriate. Or we're not going to, yeah. And, so I'm just saying, I will not be supporting this. Thank you for finding a way. I still won't support it. And I would say, hey, cut it. We don't need dinners. I don't need the iPad that's going to make it easier here. You don't need that iPad to make our life easier here. I'm willing, take it out of council. Take it out of city council supplies. Take it. We have $289,159 in supplies and expenses in the proposal for this next year. Take it out of that. I will not make a single request. I don't need a new permit. Take it from us. I'm not going to do this though. This reduces what we actually do here. Yes, it does.
George came up with a solution. He says he can make it work.
You think that people aren't being, you don't think that we don't need consumer fraud prosecutions at this time when people are being scammed all the time?
No, but we have a professional interim city attorney that let us know that he can solve the problem and make it work. He's a smart man. He knows
This
what
is
he's
not
doing.
the way to do this.
No, I understand, but the other way is to say that the newly elected people, you're just going to just come here and just vote yes on this budget and don't ask for
That
nothing.
is not what happened here. This has been a process. The fact that tonight, here tonight, we brought up the fee study that has been in our inboxes, in our public documents since May 10th, and brought them up as if it was the first time we saw it, and raised major questions literally in the 11th hour. That is no one else's fault but our own. And so, no, I am not willing to do this. I'm sorry. There are other ways. So let's take the vote. And if it passes, it passes. God bless it. But if it doesn't.
Roll call vote.
On the substitute.
On
On the substitute motion that we
So
will.
everybody understands, it's the motion that is up there with the amendment that, as I understand it, that West Coast Care would be increased back to their budget of 260,000, which is what it was in 2000, yes.
Yeah.
So the substitute motion is basically what's up there with the following additions, that West Coast Care would be increased to 260,000, which was their budget in 2019, and that there was an extra
20,000 for the neighborhood groups.
for the neighborhood groups. And that the city attorney's office would use 70,000 of its consumer fraud money to cover part of a position in the city attorney's office to make up that difference for a 1 year only.
Yeah, and this is consumer fraud money.
Consumer fraud money that can be used only for consumer fraud prosecutions, and we would use that to fund a portion of one position for 1 year only.
Okay.
One time.
So
Let's take a
George,
vote.
I did have a question for you. So we're still voting on all three bodies at one time?
Yes, and those amendments would extend to all three of those items because that would be the amended budget.
And after this vote, we have a budget. All the other items have nothing to do with the budget.
No, all the other items have to be passed as well because all of those play into the budget. In other words, all of the
Yeah,
fee
correct, they underlie.
resolutions and other things contribute to revenues that go into the budget.
I hear you.
Okay, so this is for the substitute motion.
This is a substitute motion.
Okay, so I'm sorry.
But by voting on this, we're approving items 1, 2, and 3 on the agenda, correct?
With the modification.
With the modification.
The modification that we're taking 70,000 out of the budget.
Then we go back to the original, yeah,
Or we
okay.
do another substitute.
Okay, so this motion was by Brock and seconded by De La Torre, correct?
That's right.
Correct.
Okay, I'm gonna start the vote. Okay, Councilmember De La Torre, this is on the substitute motion.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Authority Councilmember De La Torre.
Yeah, yes.
Authority Councilmember Brock.
Yes.
Chair Mayor Pro Tem McCowen.
No.
Authority Member Davis.
No.
Authority Councilmember Para.
I'm going to abstain.
Chair Mayor Himmelrich.
No. So now we go back to the regular motion. Wait, Phil and Christine, you need to do your buttons so that it's part of the official record. Because it's not official unless it says.
Purple. My daughter would be
Yeah,
all
I
over
like that color. Me too. Okay, so back to the regular motion. Let's do a roll call.
Okay, so
yeah,
Make a substitute motion then.
you just did.
He's got another one.
I can make a second one.
Fine.
Same motion except that we fund it through council appropriations.
What does that mean?
We have a.
Discretionary funds?
Discretionary, no, not discretionary fund. Through the council budget. We have a council budget of $261,000. Well, I don't think that's going to take away all that. And if I had a choice between having an extra iPad or making sure that we help some homeless people get off the streets, then I would choose the homeless people off the streets.
We can't take money, look, we can't reduce our budget. We would need to do it out of our discretionary funds. Because our budget is a complicated thing. It includes the legal help we get, it includes our devices, it includes our salaries, all of that.
My concern is we probably cut your budget too in 2020. I just want to check with Gigi on
You
that.
cut it by half. It's still reduced by half in the proposed budget. I'm going to stop making suggestions because I'm like, but I was just trying to make a point. But yes, our supplies and expenses budget is 289, 159, and I don't know if there's that much room in there
Can
to
we
cut.
go back to the regular?
Are we back to the
Well, can we
original
go back to
motion?
the regular motion, please?
Okay, so this was McCowan and Davis.
McCowan and
Okay, hold on.
So just so we're clear, this is the motion to simply do what's up on the board, but for all three authorities.
Correct.
As proposed by staff.
Okay.
With the, should we make it clear it's with the $1 million, does that need to be part of this motion?
ARPA funding.
The ARPA funds? Okay, is that?
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure that's clear.
Okay,
'cause that's-
So, and that's a friendly amendment, so it
Well, that's as
including $1
amended.
million,
Including directing staff to use $1 million in ARPA funds that otherwise would have been used in fiscal year 23-24 to support clean and safe services at the Pier Beach and Esplanade this summer.
we'll do that with our discretionary. Okay,
Okay.
Thank
All right,
you.
here we go. Council Authority Member Para.
Yes.
I was gonna say.
Yes.
No, that's right.
Okay.
you did perfect.
Council Authority Member Davis.
Yes.
Mayor Chair Pro Tem McCowan.
Yes.
Council Authority Member Brock.
Yes.
Council Authority Member De La Torre.
Yes.
Mayor Chair Hemmerich.
Yes, so that passes unanimously. We have a budget, now let's do the rest, okay? Snap. Okay.
You got no leverage now, so.
Now we need to adopt, okay, so I'm going to read it and then somebody say, so moved or whatever, right? Second, okay? So the next thing we need to do, guys, is, hold on, let me get my cheat sheet, which is,
While you're looking, I quickly want to thank staff for being here this evening, particularly the finance staff, but everyone whose work went into this budget. Thank you all so much.
Yes.
And
I
enjoy
agree.
Shay J.
I think it's closed.
We're going to be all hanging out.
Yeah, put on my account. I wish I had one there. Okay, now, we can do 4 through 9, guys. Okay, so, okay, excuse me, I hate to interrupt, but, okay. So 4 through 9, the resolution on the, I'm looking for a motion to adopt a resolution revising the city's master fee schedule, a resolution revising the master fine schedule, a resolution establishing parking rates and permit fees for all parking facilities, adopt a resolution, wait, I just want to make sure I'm not overshooting, 4 through 9, right, okay. Yes, parking, salary rates, GAN appropriations, and SB1 project. So does anyone have any changes to make to this?
So moved.
Wait, hold on a second.
Just so we're clear, this would be item 9B, items 4 through 9, as recommended by staff.
As recommended by staff, that's correct.
So if we want to reduce the fees for residents for the swim center, is this appropriate to make that recommendation here?
Yes, and then I'm going to be asking you why.
I'd like to reduce it by $1 for every resident that can show an ID card. They get $1 off. How's that? And I just do it. Why? Because I want it like that for my people and the residents of the city of Santa Monica. I love them.
So Mayor, this is items 4 through which? I'm sorry, 4 through 9. Okay.
Can we ask what the financial effect of that would be?
I can't tell you right now what it would be, but I can tell you that we already have, we already have resident rates. If you wanted to take a look at the master fee resolution, Exhibit O for community aquatics, the resident rates are half of what the non-resident rates are. So we already do, in community services, we take, we spend a lot of time to make sure that we do give our residents a lower rate. So I don't know if it's hard to go through all these things, but we do that. So it is half the cost already, if that works.
Would you be against a $1 discount?
It's going to make a big difference, unfortunately.
What about 25 cents? Can we do 25?
Every amount. It's like, you know what, it's like putting in an additional expenditure. And 20, because I don't have all the, do you know what the differences are? Right. I mean, we don't have exactly how many residents. I think we have it somewhere else, but I don't think we have it right now to be able to do the calculation for you.
Yeah, I was just concerned with, people saying that everything's increased and it makes it cost prohibitive. And what's the rate? What does it cost for a resident to use the swim center?
It depends. For daily use, for a youth resident, it's $2. For an adult, it's $4.50. For a senior or a student, it's $2.25. For swim passes, and non-residents are double. For swim passes, youth is $25. This is 20 swims per pass, $25. An adult is $68.25. A senior or student is $37.50. For family use per day, residents, it's $10.25. Non-residents, it's $20.50. Adult and youth group swim lessons, residents is $53 per session, and non-residents is $105 per session. So it is across the board, 50%.
And per session, just to get in case, I don't know if your kids did this, but my kids do. $53 is the cost for 8 weeks. I believe it's 6 weeks or 8 weeks of 2 30-minute sessions per week for $53. There is literally no better deal.
Yeah, no, sounds good.
Around.
No, and I'm looking, Culver City is $4 per adult and $3.
We're just looking at it.
Yeah, right.
It's cheaper in Culver City.
Yeah, right. So we're cheaper. And
It's cheaper in Culver City for an adult.
No.
No? We're $4.50. We're 50 cents more
50 cents
expensive.
cheaper in Culver City for an adult, and Santa Monica's cheaper for youth.
For you.
Yeah.
Well, that's good. That's appropriate.
But the other thing they have no discount for residents, by the way.
How about $1 off on the youth? Can we get $1? Can we get $1 off?
It's just not, let's
For the
make
youth
it real.
only, the adults pay the full amount. How's that?
Gigi, my question would be, a year and a half ago, all of our residents underwent a fee increase at the pool. Can I ask, for residents, what was the average amount of the fee increase from last year to this year? Because that's what residents were asking about. So is there a way to mitigate that increase since they were increased last year? I know that's the fourth increase since only 2011. I remember that from what you said earlier. But in going with Councilmember Delatorre, what would happen if for residents we did not increase the fee this year? What would be the net? What do you anticipate, very roughly, what the net loss in revenue would be?
We just don't know.
Well, let me ask you this. If we didn't have the fee increase, let me change my question. If we didn't have the fee increase, if we stayed where we were, would that severely impact our, let me change that. What do we expect the increase would be this year?
So the increases in aquatics, I believe, are $100,000.
Is that residents and visitors?
Everything, yeah. So that's why,
Do you-
that's the way it's broken
I
out.
understand. Do you think residents use the pool more or visitors? I would hope it's residents, but 2/3 maybe?
Sorry, Andy.
Well, and for the youth stuff, it's.
So you recall this came up in the study session. So for our city-run programs, we're 80% and higher of residents. And residents have a huge priority in the city program.
What was the amount of the increase from last year to this year?
So
Residents.
the
That's my
average-
last question.
The average for all of the programs proposed in the budget is 9%. That's the average increase.
9%?
9%, yes.
Oh, okay. I'll rest.
Okay, let's take a roll call vote.
Fine. Sorry about that, Oscar.
Mayor, can I have, I'm sorry, who, I didn't get.
Moved by Davis,
By
seconded,
Davis.
yeah, we're on the, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem McCowan, who, it's getting so late, I can't even remember her name. So,
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and, you can guys go. Councilmember Parra,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis. Yes. Mayor Pro Tem McCowan.
The buttons aren't working, but yes.
No, it wasn't just me.
oh, wait, is there, maybe I can.
okay.
I wonder if it's
Okay,
because mine.
Councilmember Brock,
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Oh, motions are closed.
That's because I didn't.
Glad we weren't counting on that.
Yeah, I'm abstaining. I'm abstaining on that vote.
Okay,
And I'm a yes.
okay.
Okay, next one is 10 through 13. So 10 through 13 are accept continuum of care program funds of $4 million. Oh, let's not do that. Joking. Authorize the city manager to execute a fifth modification of $1.2 million for the hamster team. Authorize the city manager to exercise a third amendment for the C3 team. And authorize the city manager to negotiate and execute a modification to its agreement with DTSM, Inc. Any changes to extend, yes, I'm sorry, to extend the Reed Park Ambassador Program. You want to stop?
No, huh?
So moved.
No. I was going to move or second.
So now this is, okay,
That's
so
all.
for clarification, this is 10 through 13, right?
10 through 13, and I think it was moved by Davis and seconded by Brock, who can move the next group. Okay, roll call vote, please.
Doing this the old-fashioned way now.
Well, nothing's working.
Councilmember De La Torre,
Yes.
Councilmember Brock,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Parra,
Yes.
Mayor Himmelrich.
Yes, so 11 through whatever, 13
That
passed.
was 10 through 13.
10 through 13.
Right.
God, it's like being with Michael. I'm so imprecise, and you both are, okay. Now, we're on discretionary funds. I know everybody has a lot to say about that. Item 14.
The speaker queue doesn't work, right, when we're.
Oh,
Just hit your mic.
just wave at me.
I'm waving at you.
Okay, Councilmember Davis.
So we have the list of discretionary funds that was provided by staff. And I just want to make clear, so the fiscal year 2021 allocations, I mean, I guess what I'm trying to figure out is, do we need to go and individually repeat each of those, or how do you want us to handle that?
Well, let's all, wait, am I on the 20? It looks like I'm on the wrong meeting. Hold on, I am. Wait, I have to go back to this. So it's on an attachment, I assume, right?
Yeah, attachment
This
N, council discretionary
Sorry,
funds.
I'm off the agenda. 'cause
Yeah,
it's
no,
like
it's
the 20
buried back
agenda.
there.
No, I was just,
40,000 remaining. Let's figure out.
We have 40,000 from this year and roughly 120 for next year.
Okay, so on this discretionary funds, right, does anybody, is what you're talking about, Councilmember Davis, carrying over the 2021 allocations?
Well, some of it I don't think we need to. For example, the 25,000 for the Black Agenda was seed money, if I recollect. Is that correct?
That's right.
So we don't need to carry that over.
Right.
And the 10,000 for the Pier Palisades safety signage, I think that was a one-time expenditure.
That's right.
Not something can someone confirm that with me? I'm skipping over the ones that I think are.
Well, and we have 10,000 for West Coast Care, an additional 10,000 in here.
Yeah, we do.
Right, which I'm, we can leave in, but, and then I guess the question I had was the Virginia Avenue Park Food Pantry. I mean, again, we are not out of the pandemic. Is that 20,000 sufficient to keep it going? Or is that something we need to reconsider?
I don't think you need to reconsider that. I think we've raised that through We Are Santa Monica Fund at this point. You did that as a matching program. And We Are Santa Monica Fund was very, very successful based on your matching.
So can we take that out of the discretionary money is my question then? And is there an alternate source of fundraising? I don't want to stop the program.
No,
And we can potentially reduce it to 10 and do another matching if cutting it all together.
Or if we're paying for it out of the We Are Santa Monica Fund. I mean, they can always come back. This is not a final decision. So if 3 months down the road, they say we're 10,000 short, they can come back, assuming we don't spend all the discretionary money tonight, folks. But that's just a caveat.
I'm sorry, I'm tired, but if the question is, do you need to renew that? You do not. We Are Santa Monica Fund has been very successful there.
So here's what I would do with those. So I would renew all of the funds, with the exception of the Black Agenda money, with the exception of the Pier Palisades, the ones from 2021.
Right,
Yeah, the signage, because that was one-time fund, and the Virginia Avenue Park Food Pantry. And then we had 10,000 in there for West Coast Care. I would double that to 20,000, so that will come out of the discretionary funds.
Wait a minute, is that West Coast? Yes.
Yeah, we did 10,000 after the budget last year, so we can double that because we're saving some money on things we didn't spend on last year. I would propose that we give another $20,000 to the neighborhood groups as matching funds for them to use. I would hope they would use it more for community building for snail mail, but if they like snail mail, they've got 20,000 there. And I would like to add $9,000, and this needs to be allocated tonight because it is Pride Month, and I would like to get this in, to do matching funds to create scholarships for transgender persons to do name changes. Apparently, we have sufficient people who live and work within Santa Monica who need to do these name changes. The Church in Ocean Park is prepared to accept that as so it's a charitable donation for $18,000. I'm suggesting we use $9,000 of council money as a matching grant to use them to help raise the additional $9,000 to assist people, because it turns out that the cost of changing the name for a transgender person is much more expensive than the cost of if I wanted to go change my name to Phil Brock. I'm not sure, but I'm here. I heard it.
The name change is like 40.
Yes, but apparently because it also may reflect a gender change, there are other records that need to be changed, so it's more expensive. So I would like to add that additional $9,000.
So have you totaled this up?
I have not, but that.
That's 39,000 spent
And
as opposed to 55.
So can I tack on another 9 to that?
For what?
To your 39 to get us up to 48?
Sure.
Of your 55 in savings?
For what?
So we cut funding to Cultural Services Division to sponsor the Martin Luther King events during the pandemic. And I was hoping we might be able to reinstate that sponsorship for next year. It's a one-time, not an ongoing, but it's an additional $9,000 for that program that used to be part of CSD
that-
funds.
That's what.
Okay, Councilmember De La Torre.
Yeah, I'd like to add an item on Latino cultural events. So that could include Cesar Chavez Day, Dia de los Muertos, Hispanic Heritage Month, whatever the community comes up with, in the neighborhood, and they want to put on an event, they can access those funds and apply.
Well, we need someone to give the money to. So do you have a suggestion?
Pico Neighborhood Association.
No, we can't give it to a neighborhood association because then Wilmot's going to come and go, we want money.
No, it's specific for Latino cultural events.
I understand that. I'm not opposing it.
Yeah.
I'm saying, but we can't just say,
Well,
here's money.
We have, Delana Benacama has been moved into the city attorney's office in communication civic engagement to work on some of these issues. So we do have staff working on this if you want to direct the
So
funds.
can we
in that
direct the
direction.
funds to staff for use for Latino
Yes,
culture?
and she'll
Similar,
work
like
with
just-
community groups to
Yeah,
hold this.
so I did it
similar.
for CSD, but this would be to the CMO's office,
Yeah.
to the.
All right. Well, then there's a model to make it
And,
happen.
and I'm sorry, was it 9,000 like for?
9,002.
9,000 as well?
This is to CMO
Or
and
did
this
you want,
is,
did you want 10?
How much money is left?
Well, there's a lot of money left, but we want to be judicious in our use
Oh,
tonight.
how about 10,000?
Okay, 10,000. So where does that
Because
put
you're
us? Who's
over
got
budget.
their calculator out?
No, but
Council?
we're over by 3,000.
That's fine.
It's over the savings, but you haven't,
We haven't-
You're just delegating that amount.
Right. Let me just say, I want to be very careful because last year we did not spend a lot of discretionary money supporting things like our AYSO, who typically go to Japan, Sister Cities organization, our wonderful groups from the high school, which included not only music groups, but I think we supported some of the groups that were doing academic competitions as well. So I just want to make sure that we have sufficient funds that as the year goes along, we're able to do that. But I think if at
You have
this, we've-
successfully connected.
Ooh, but we've only eaten into 3,000 of this year's 40. So at this point,
No.
Can I just go through? So
Sure.
Can we just go through the list so we make sure?
Yeah.
Sure.
You're going 20,000 to West Coast Care.
yes.
Then there was 10,000 to,
20,000 to the neighborhood groups.
Right.
20,000, I got the 20,000, 9,000 in matching funds for trans, for trans individuals for name changes.
That would be Church and Ocean Park.
9,000 to the CMO for MLK events and 10,000 to the CMO for Latino heritage.
We're over by 19,459.
that's okay, because this is all you're designating, right? This is
Right.
all you're spending out
Right.
of the discretionary funds.
So
So
we
the
s-
balance of your discretionary funds would be available throughout the course of the year.
Right.
You're
And
actually, you're actually over by more.
Oh,
You're at 68,000 right now, which is 13,000 over the 55,000 in savings.
If you want to roll over everything that you
Right.
didn't take out from last year, that was $186,000.
But no, we took 50,
Then you took out $25,000, $20,000, and $10,000. And then you added $10,000 for West Coast Care, $20,000 for the neighborhood groups, and then $9,000, $9,000, and $10,000. No?
Only one
no,
nine.
only one. You,
Oh, no, she's right. One for the trans individuals and one for the MLKs.
right.
It was 10 for the. We took out 55 and we added 10 for the CMO for the Latino heritage events. We added 20 for the neighborhoods. That's 30 of 55. We added 9 for the trans project. That's and then we added 9 for MLK. And then we added 10 for West Coast Care.
Which gets you to 189,000.
Right.
And you
And-
only have 160,000.
Right, we were over by $19,459. All right, or am I wrong?
29,451.
Oh, sorry, 29,000. No, I think,
What am I getting wrong?
George had 70, help us out
If
with
you,
29,
if you
brother.
spend 20, 40,
Let's go
50,
well,
68,000.
plus 10.
You're spending 68,000 out of an available 165.41.
But I think the question is, because what I said was taking out the things, but carrying over some of the other ones. Is
yeah,
that where
that's why it's adding up to the 189.
Right.
And so we can basically, if you only took out 55, we can only add back 55, and we're still over because the total allocations was already over.
that.
Our total was 160. The allocations that we had were already over 160, which is all that was available. Basically, they cut our discretionary fund again this year, and we only had 40,000 to roll over.
We only
so-
have, right.
So I'm looking at this chart, and I'm not seeing any going to the food bank in 2020, 21, but I'm seeing 20 going to Wise and Healthy Aging, whereas we never gave them money before. Is there a reason?
We gave 20 to Wise and Healthy Aging out of discretionary funds last year. I remember
we
that.
did it
Last year, but Sue's saying take it out.
There's nothing next to West Side Food Bank.
Right, that's what I was just talking to Andy about. I think that maybe Wise and Healthy Aging had, we've restored half of their cut, of everyone's cut, and I believe that that is part of what was
So we
restored.
can take
you
that
see-
20 out, right?
Can you see the old?
But there's none for the food bank.
The 24th?
Virginia?
Let me just double check on that.
Oh, that's a different.
Yeah, that-
West Side Food Bank, but
Oh, yeah, which we didn't
no.
fund last year.
Right, we gave them 10,000 right when the pandemic
The
hit.
city's real training.
Implicit bias training for council members.
The what is it?
The bias
Implicit bias training for council members, department heads, et cetera.
We have to do that again? No. Or George is saying no, why don't we take that out?
There's no obligation to do that every year.
Yep, you could take that.
Yeah, so why don't we take that out for next year?
That gets us.
That's another 12. See, this is the fun part. Denise over there laughing. Where you get,
Well, that should get us there because we just took out 32,000.
and then what?
But then we've spent all of our discretionary funds, right?
Well, we've allocated it, yeah.
Still spent more, because remember that you only have 165.41. So right now you've designated 68,000. You've saved 67,000 from the allocation from last year, but you've designated 68,000, which means you'll still be over the amount you have.
The early childhood education, wasn't that related to the startup costs of the lab school? That wasn't,
I don't remember. Early childhood education.
I don't know what that was relating to. I should know, but there's one thing I should know, that should be it,
I
right?
know. It
Somehow,
certainly could be that.
somehow I think it was like purchasing materials because they needed the materials to pass licensure. And they did, and the college didn't have it. That's my recollection of what that money was for. But I could be imagining that at this time of the day.
So, and my next question is St. Joseph Center YRT and SM retention, didn't that come back through the grants program?
So I think I can help you out a little bit.
Great.
So the $80,000 of that 189 last year was because we weren't restoring the HSGP, the Human Services Grants Program. So if you take a look, the early childhood education for 20,000, Family Services of Santa Monica, 10,000, Lafla Domestic Violence Clinic for 10,000, St. Joseph Center, YRT and SM retention for 20,000, and on the second page, Wise and Healthy Aging, those total the $80,000 that you had put last year, and we have restored that funding already with other funds, so we can take that out.
We're okay,
We're in the
okay.
clear and we should have extra.
Well, yeah, but let's figure out what it is so we make sure we're 29.99.
Oh my God, my mother just called me back.
We only had- we had 29.
Do you know what time it is there?
She just got up, that's the thing.
No,
So is that 77? Is that what I'm? So it's the 29 for the bids, the 9 for transgender name change, the 9 for MLK, the 10 for Latino programs. Well, I may be missing the 20, and then I got the 20 for Latino. What 20 am I missing?
Oh, I didn't get 20 for Latino.
What I show is
10. No, 20 was for the neighborhood group, sorry.
So here's what I show from your list, 29,000 for the bids, 20,000 for West Coast Care, 20,000.
Oh, that's
for
what I'm
neighborhood
missing.
groups, 9,000 for Church of Ocean Park to match the transgender naming program, 9,000 to the CMO for Martin Luther King events, and 10,000 to the CMO for Latino events. That totals 97,000.
Okay, yeah, that's right. I was just
Still
missing.
less than the 160,000 that you have allocated.
I think the 9,000 for MLK goes to cultural services for sponsorship, not CMO.
I think they're taking this out.
It was 10, it's now 20.
Yeah, so it's 20.
So we're at 97,000?
Right, which leaves us roughly 63,000 over the course of the year, which isn't much. That'll be gone, because typically we spend more than 75 or 80 alone on high school music groups. So that's going to mean we're going to have to say no to some groups, but if everyone's comfortable with that.
January, we get some additional money.
They're going to have to get grants. No.
You guys all think money's on trees, but okay. No, I mean, I'm comfortable with this.
We did it. There was a lot left over because
So
we
that'll-
required the
That'll leave
kids.
you 63,000 throughout the year for future uses.
And city council, I think that to the extent that they're community organizations we care about, we should be trying to help them fundraise and not doing it
Matching
out of taxpayer money.
Well, and I'm happy to, on the one I propose, I know it would be different, but I'm happy to do that as a 5,000 and do it as a matching. I know,
Let's just leave this. Can we just leave it? Everybody is Councilmember Brock.
I ask that we approve this.
Okay,
Yes.
good. Yeah. Is that a motion? Or are you
Yes,
moving
it's a
this?
motion.
Okay, good. I second. Oh, good.
I just
Moved
stopped
by
in the
Brock,
middle.
Seconded by Para. Let's take a vote on 14.
That's the best part of the meeting. Let's do this.
Councilmember Para?
When everybody gets exhausted.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes, oh, that's right. The buttons
Mayor
are
Pro Tem
working.
McCowen?
Yes.
Okay. Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
And Mayor Himmelrich?
Yes, so that passes unanimously. Now we're on to 15. Motion to adopt a resolution revising the master fine schedule to establish and revise the administrative citation schedule of fines, including penalties for parking violations, late penalty, et cetera.
Nope, you missed introduction for.
Item 15 is
Miss
introduced for
15.
first reading, the attached ordinance regarding approval thresholds for workers' compensation settlements and liability settlements.
Oh, right, oh, I'm looking in the wrong place. Sorry, you're right. I am getting tired. Okay, sorry. Yes, okay, so, yes. Do I have a motion?
I move.
Second.
Second.
Moved by Brock, seconded by McCowen. Let's have a roll call vote.
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowen?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Para?
Yes.
And Mayor Himmelrich?
That passes that passes unanimously, pardon me. Okay, and now we're looking at 16 through 19, review and improve the parameters of the city's rent abatement program for city tenants. We did that. Approve the eligibility criteria for the rent abatement program. Yes. Authorize the city manager to negotiate and execute 12-month extensions to certain lease and license agreements for tenants. And finally, authorize the city manager to negotiate and execute repayment extensions up to 24 months for city tenants who are able to demonstrate financial hardships.
I'm second.
Moved by Davis, seconded by Brock. May we have a roll call vote?
Councilmember Para?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowen?
Yes.
Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
And Mayor Himmelrich?
Yes. And that passes unanimously. And aren't you glad we don't have appointments tonight?
Do we need to do?
Now we need to adjourn the special meeting.
Yeah.
Oh, but really quickly, do we need to provide council direction to staff on the sort of coming back, or is that implied?
Homeless.
We have a homeless sessions,
We do.
don't we? So let's do it then.
Okay.
Let's hear what staff says, and then we can provide meaningful direction.
Okay.
Do you know when that's gonna be?
No.
I thought it was on the long-term agenda.
Yeah, I think it is.
Somewhere on the long-term agenda.
I don't.
Okay, so now we're on, are we moving on? Or-
Now we're on, so I'm adjourning the special meeting, and we have continued the 13 items. So now, does anyone have any adjournments?
Well, no, we still have, we still have public input. Right.
Second.
Okay, you guys go ahead and do it.
Okay, moved by McCowen, seconded by Davis. We can do this by acclamation.
Yeah.
All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Any objections? No objections. Any abstentions? No abstentions. Greg Morena is no longer on that commission.
Wish them very well.
Okay, so now we'll go to public input. Public comment is permitted only on items not on the agenda that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city. State law prohibits the city council from taking any action on items not listed on the agenda, including issues raised under this agenda item, and we do have a caller. Esther, do you have the caller?
Welcome, Denise Barton. You're in the meeting. Your time starts now.
Good evening. Please let me read my presentation from June 8, 2021, item 3. In respect to demolishing structure 3, I'm curious, does the Coastal Commission know that you gave them misleading and unrealistic parking numbers in the Walker Parking Study report for structure 3? Not only did you do the parking study report during the pandemic when stay-at-home orders were in place, but if you look at the information you're letting be available to the public, the Walker Parking Study claims the average peak occupancy in downtown was 69% in 2020, as well as the parking from structure 3 could be redistributed. Yet in the budget for parking revenue shows a 30% decrease in the financial year 2020 to 2021, after a 21% decrease in financial year 2019 to 2020 in the 2020 to 2021 adopted budget. And that during the stay-at-home orders, revenues were at 5 to 10% of typical levels, but revenues for this financial year are expected to be 2/3 of pre-COVID levels. So with these numbers, it would appear that, again, you're misleading the public, the businesses, and the Coastal Commission to take down parking structure 3 for affordable housing. And would that be the reason you're in such a hurry to take down parking structure 3? Leaving the real question, why would you want to make access to the beach and the promenade as difficult as possible due to lack of parking? You remember when you were trying to get private property owners downtown to open up their parking to the public. It didn't happen and didn't work. Finally, I have to ask if you're not creating your problem by continuing to allow mixed-use buildings, because don't the businesses in these buildings have lower wage workers? But then your vicious circle can continue on with your workers need housing within the city speech. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barton. And was she our last caller? Oh, sorry. My mic's off.
Welcome, Jonathan Foster. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Hi, Jonathan Foster. I called about the Phil Brock Colbert comment. But, I have many topics tonight. I've only got 2 minutes, but I had to put this one in, the pun intended joke, which is you better find some money for the pickleball or the city is going to be in a real big pickle. So anyways, I'm not a dog guy, but I wanted to pause 3 seconds for the lady in Venice who had her house burnt down and they killed her dog. And that may be coming to Santa Monica. If we could just pause for 3 seconds and remember her dog. That really, really upset me. And the crime in Santa Monica, it's not the residents, is it? Seems like it just shows up here and commits crime. So I think that's a very important thing to point out about the residents. Well, Phil, I've got a big problem with the music industry, basically. That's why I'm not anywhere in the music industry. I have a problem with cigarettes and beer and the bar scene and stuff like that. So it's really disgusting. The fact that I might get real big and get on the Colbert Show is a joke. I mean, I'd love to go on the Colbert Show. I saw on YouTube a thumbnail pic of Ringo, because he just turned 80 years old. He was on the Colbert Show. I couldn't find out really who was helping who. I really think Ringo was helping out Colbert. So the other thing I found out about the music industry is that everything that's going on is just helping Jerusalem build the third temple. And that's not what I'm about. So it's very upsetting. I've been out there for 21 years. I've been nothing but harassed for 21 straight years out there.
Thank you, Mr. Foster.
Esther, is that our last caller?
That is.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I'm sorry. This meeting is adjourned.
All right.
Congratulations, y'all. We have a budget. We had to have a budget. Yeah.